balance changes for SMGs and the Panzerfaust, some updates to the recall system, and a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs and the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hipfire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skippidity Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new survivor pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the Skippidity Toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
They are the first team really to re-enter Stadium as it speaks. The rest of them are on the outside in Kitchen. Well, now starting to ignite the fire.
It bounces off, it jumps off though. One remains out to get very stone spray comes through. The second comes in as well. The growth at Navi has been underpinned though by the Kitchen.
给他判断的这个时间。哎呦，这个轨迹也是完美的，完美。
我得开车去撵人去了，谁倒霉我就搞谁。这我就问你服不服？他继续去撵，没有人敢去扫他，主要是抢2个头。他谁倒地我就撵谁。3个。
没办法。
6점.
내가 Taego의 김도환이다.
6점. 그러나 의지를 보여주겠어. 덤벼라. 있어. 덤벼라.
이제 봤어.
자, 이제 봤다. 여기 봐라. 덤벼라. 플렉시.
못
봤어. 자, 바꾸고.
헬멧 끼워줬는데요?
자, 이거 와봐. 내려왔어요. 난 누워 있었어.
Making a move against bomb below one of the boys, but it's not going to work out. That boy 2K already down here again.
What is going on? What? Kickflip.
You were stunned. You were stunned that that was able to be up.
위치가 됐는데 약간 불안합니다. 지나가다가 또 끊길 수 있는 위치기도 하고요. 그리고 규민과 딜이 원투펀치로 무리 안 하고 도망치는 거 보세요. 화염병 뿌려놓고 못 들어오게. 센스! 왜 저기까지?
Maybe on Vinny's side, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get shredded just going into that. And you can even see Dreams from Collector. If you can get some kills, why not?
Well, Max has a goal.
Okay.
I think I heard some beep 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 beeps. Looks like they might be sending right into mission ready. They
is like, hey!
All the way in! Big explosion! Mission
Oh no,
ready
they sent the
goes down.
second one!
เนี่ยทศกัณฐ์12 โดดผ่านไปแล้วนะยังไม่
โอ้ยอารวาสนักเหรอนี่ซิสซี่บอกซวยจัดแม่ปกติมอสจิวเป็นคนขับแล้วรอบนี้ซิสซี่จับมาพวงมาลัยน้ำตาไหลเลยโอ้ยเอ็ดดี้มาต่อเนื่องเอ็ดดี้มาคนเดียวได้ไป3น็อกของฮอกในวงนี้ฟุกกี้ติวคิดว่าเฮ้ย
เอาเพย์แบบนี้ไม่มีใครเช็คครับเรียบร้อยแล้วและ2ขอซ่าดีด้วยและ2แฮมตี้โดนน็อกอีก1โอ้ยเรียบร้อยเจ๊ขอบเก็บ3แล้วที่2เป็น ADK นะที่2เป็น ADK เรียบร้อย
Looking pretty consistent already, 2 chicken dinners, but as I say that, they get eliminated. There was spec dev in the center. If they had more members, they could have tried to play it all out. Meanwhile, full sands.
มาโอ้โหช็อตนี้ต้องจัดแล้วครับจัดไปก่อน1น็อกดาวน์น้องเข้ากล้องโอ้โหสวยงามครับเข้ากล้องจากบริเวณที่ยืนครับแล้วจาก2ไปเลยคูลูเซีย
Bây giờ thì Zero Mercy đang đâm thẳng vào trong bò sao rồi. Nhưng loạt tạ đến từ bên còn lại là hoàn toàn chính xác. Tưởng chừng như họ trôi nhưng không. Nhưng con xe BRDM2 này vẫn còn rất khỏe. Với TN thì sao đây? Đeo Win Huyền nóc ăn một người bên phía Zero Mercy. Nhưng tên còn lại cố đẩy bên trong khu căn nhà này cũng đã cực kỳ đỏ máu. Họ đang cố gắng tẩu thoát vẻ nhưng không phải là điều dễ dàng ở trong lúc này khi mà Corin cũng đã tới nơi. Rất khó khăn dành đội của Zero Mercy khi mà họ bị quét sạch hoàn toàn. Và nó top 12 dành cho họ.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
A heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimp. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on.
Draining gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeats at Tripsy. Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful, a couple grenades side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables!
别人铲雪，
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，
就抽一个，
就来，哎呦！
피하면서 이거는 뭐 자 같이 가자. 이 집은 이제 안 돼요.
Aggressiveness, more control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and
Successful BWD making mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level, and he's gonna have to get it back on because nade was good.
Oh, the Panzerfaust from Alo. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing. Pipa gets a great knock, actually.
Welcome PUBG Esports fans to the PGS preview. We are here to get you ready for PGS 9 kicking off in Malaysia from October 13 to 19, followed by PGS 10 from October 27 to November the 2nd. These are the final 2 PGS events of the year where we will crown 2 more champions and find out who will claim the remaining PGC points and round out our lineup for the PUBG Global Championship 2025. We've invited some of the best commentators and analysts from around the world to break it all down. So let's get started with the Korean region and the PWS finals where everything came down to the wire. All right, let's welcome our first guest, the commentator everyone knows very well and our resident Korean region specialist, Paper Thin. Welcome, and it's all your time, Paper.
All right, I'll take it away. I think the expectations are high for Korea right now. Got to look at the DN Freaks first. They're destroying in the PWS in Korea. They're blowing everyone else out of the water. Everybody in a 12-game finals had 20-plus kills on the team. They absolutely clobbered the rest of the PWS. So, of course, this should be the time for the DN Freaks. You would hope that they could start breaking through and getting those big wins internationally. And then you got some of the other cool teams coming through. You got Bagel Pa making it through again. The PO-led team, Khan in particular, has been playing really, really well. And then you look at FN Polchon, a team that is full of some veterans, some new players, and all their players couldn't necessarily play on the days they needed to due to illness and things like that. They're looking to bounce back with a Rex-led team. Rex, that longtime veteran of the PWS. Another team we should, of course, look at, one of the global partner teams in the PWS in Korea, is Gen.G. They got second in EWC. Expectations went through the roof for them again. Maybe this is the resurgence of the Gen.G we used to see back in 2019, 2020, but they struggled in the PWS this time. So they're really going to have to bounce back because they're one of those teams that is looking to get into PGC. They aren't fully qualified yet, so we're going to need to see a big step up. Last but not least, the Young Gun team, the team that we are really keen about right now is SGA. This is a team full of young guys. Hane in particular has been going crazy. He's one of the other 20-plus kill players in the grand finals for them to get them here. So really excited to see what they can do. So this is also very important for the PWS in terms of how they can qualify for PGC. So two teams in particular, SGA and Gen.G, they are still in a precarious position. They are still in a spot where they might not qualify for PGC, so they have to play extremely well at PGS. So, Lisa, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Paper Thin. I totally agree. Overall, the Korean region has shown a very solid playstyle. I'm really looking forward to how the Korean team will perform. Now it's time to introduce a new face to PGS, joining us from the APAC region, Contra!
Hello, Lisa. I'm glad to be on board. Well, my name's Contra, and I've been casting the APAC region for a couple of years now. Starting things off, the Expendables, as part of our partner teams, have shown that they've been able to grow stride by stride as they've been able to mature with their steady pacing. And then, of course, if you're looking at the top gunner in the entire APAC circuit, look no further than Tanvu has been the one dishing the most amount of damage so far in the circuit. Of course, he's been paired very well with Cloris as well as Delwyn to also be up to steady pace. So the Expendables, they're going to once again look to take that trophy home by the end of the year. And not only that, if we take a look at the rest of Force Natural Gaming, despite that level of inconsistency that they've been showing, they've been able to really grow steadily throughout the entirety of the APAC finals. And of course, in the cut for the PGC qualifications, we've got Full Sense as well as Bram United. Full Sense, they've absolutely dominated. They scored the second seed throughout the play-ins to qualify to the grand finals of the PAQ. And once they made it into the PAQ, they've shined bright, scoring multiple chicken dinners in a day. And they've been able to top their entirety of the grand finals at #1 spot with plenty of points to really separate the rest of the competition apart. And of course, APAC has been the cradle of dark horses with plenty of new players emerging every other season. This time, I think we're going to be seeing some massive surprises, Lisa.
Yes, I totally agree, Contra. Thank you so much. And our next guest has actually double duty today, and he will break down both the China and the EMEA region. So please welcome the always insightful Claris. Hi, Claris.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you very much for having me. Yes, I'm Claris, basically the host of internationals as well as commentator for EMEA, and I'm excited to break down what's going on. So first and foremost, let's start off with China and everything that's been going on there, right? You've got your China GPT teams and how they've been able to perform. Petrichor Road, second place, really keeping up with JDG for, I would say, the entirety of the tournament until the very last day. We can break that down in just a moment. 17 Gaming in third place. I don't really have too many concerns about how they're going to perform internationally, despite not being able to attain the PCL championship. 151 points for them. I expect big things from them on the international stage, as always. And 4AM in 7th place with 112. I think for a lot of people, there's always been question marks about how 4AM can perform. And again, those will proliferate here throughout our next PGSs. But JDG, first place here with an amazing performance, I have to say. Them and Petrichor Road really neck and neck up until that last day. However, I would argue JDG had the best day of their gaming lives on that last day of PCL, with back-to-back wins on Rondo and Taego, and every single game that day basically being double digits or close to in terms of the kills. So very excited to see how JDG is going to perform after constant improvements and movement in the previous PGSs under the banner of Too Cool. So I want to see them do well when it comes to PGS, and maybe even take another title for China after 17 Gaming set the pace in the previous PGSs, Lisa.
Let's turn to the EMEA region and also back to you, Claris.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. The EMEA, obviously, we have, I would always argue, one of the most deep regions in the world. And that is kind of exemplified by even some newcomers being able to qualify to PGS, which we'll get on into in just a moment here. But we'll start things off with Twisted Minds, the greatest of all time in my mind, being able to take #1 again with 191 points at the top. Nobody was really able to challenge their dominance. They've won EWC. We were scared for them a little bit at the beginning of the year because they weren't able to do as much as you would expect at those PGSs, but it's Twisted Minds. They're coming for more PGS wins. Let's be real, they're coming for PGC as well at the end of the year. No doubt, no doubt. And then on the other side of GPT, Na'Vi, 5th place. Not exactly their best showing. However, I do think some of their individual components, like SoSaid, for example, have been able to step up their fragging game alongside the likes of the always consistent Hakatori. So for them, this PGS, these next two PGSs coming up, is going to have to be a bit more of a proving ground on the international stage to know that they can potentially challenge for PGC down the line as well. Moving further from our GPT teams, when we look at the qualified teams that have been able to move forwards, we have SlamG, we have FaZe, and we have Virtus.pro. The big surprise, I think, for a lot of people is that SlamG was able to take 2nd place. And this is a team of upstarts from kind of middling teams, as well as some prodigies coming through in the scene. Boostic, everybody's talking about this kid. Boostic. I see the North American pros. I see the EMEA pros all talking about this kid and how much he could potentially upstart everything that's going on. So him on internationals for the very first time could be a big deal if they're able to knock it out of the park the way that they did in EMEA in a very, very deep field. FaZe is back. Obviously, they had a bad start to 2025. They did not qualify for LANs. I think once they were the previously GPT, I think they got a little bit complacent about qualifying to LANs. However, at the beginning of the year, obviously losing GPT was a big blow for them, and I think that complacency got the better of them at the beginning. Now, though, they've gone back to the grind. They clearly were working on a lot between LANs, knowing that they hadn't qualified prior, and they have come back with a vengeance. They look like a completely different team to the beginning of 2025. And finally, you've got Virtus.pro, who, of course, we've seen almost win out PGSs, almost win out EWCs, and now they're back to get themselves another spot at LANs. They've had a little bit of a change up, of course, with the fact that Skoom is no longer the coach and Ibiza has stepped into that role, but I think that won't change too much for them on the international stage. From there, I think maybe we could see even more EMEA teams get themselves PGS spots to be able to push themselves forwards.
All right, thank you so much, Claris. I totally agree. For the EMEA region, the strength is undeniable. Thank you so much, Claris. Thank you for your time. Finally, let's welcome our good friend and also old friend, Tofi, for him to give us more info on the American regions.
Thank you very much, Lisa. As she said, my name's Toffees. I love the Americas. I spent the whole year watching the action. I'm going to prepare you for what to expect. First, the GPT update. We have the Falcons. It's one of those regions where there's not a lot of GPTs, so the update's pretty fast. Falcons, still on the grind, still looking good. They dropped the ball at PAS. They did not qualify to PG3 through that PGC point system. So that means if they want to go to PGC, they need to perform at this PGS series. Now, the good news for them is the fact that they are essentially tied for first right now with the Freaks at 480 points. So they should go. The problem is winning this PGS gets you 480 points. So you have to really be on your game right now. They have to have, I would say, a middling event, and they are set for PGC. So if you're a Falcons fan, don't stress. There's a chance you miss, but it is very, very, very low. Couple other teams to keep an eye on, though, that could cause problems for them. Number one, Lisa, Team Liquid. They are, I think, a little bit bummed, and as am I, that they didn't get a GPT last year after how well they did at PGC. They dropped the ball at PGS on our first half of the year when they got shot in the back by DraftKings during qualifications and missed a whole lot of practice time. That hurt them at EWC, but I feel like they're back on their game. They look good at PAS. This could very much be their event. The two other teams we sent, Al-Qudsiya and Mission Ready International Alliance, are a little more wild cards in my opinion. Both made up of members of the same team once upon a time. If you remember the old Falcons, we got Rello, we got Roth. Snakers helped Mission Ready get here. These guys know what they're doing. The bad news for Mission Ready, Snakers will not be at PGS. He has to work. Good news for Mission Ready, they qualified for PGC already, and Snakers will be there. Should be an exciting event no matter how you slice it. My money's on Falcons and Team Liquid to really stand up and shout for the Americas, but this is my biggest takeaway, Lisa.
Yes, thank you so much, Toby. Thank you for your info. Thank you so much. All right, so we've now heard about every region, and it's time for the big question. Who's going to win the PGS 9 and PGS 10? So actually, I want each of you to give me your champion predictions. And remember, we've got a friendly bet on the line. Is it cool with everyone?
Yeah.
Hey, okay.
Okay, let's go. So maybe we can start from paper then. What is your prediction?
Oh, this is easy. This is a no doubter for me. Okay, second place at both the first PGSs. It's time. It's the DN Freaks. They are gonna win this, no doubt about it. They are ready to roll.
Okay, that is a nice pick. And what about you, Contra?
Well, I think like a lot of people will think that, you know, this team that I have in my hand will take it all, but no, I still think that APAC will be able to secure it. I mean, you take a look at Expendables' run last year, you may say, oh, it's a miracle run. There might be a fluke, but man, they've shown that they're not a fluke because throughout the entire year, including the EWC, they finished 4th, and recently they have been able to really regain some tempo, finishing 2nd in the APAC qualifier. So they really want to solidify it and make a back-to-back run to defend their title.
All right, still stands for APAC, and that is a good trick. All right, so what about you, Claris?
Well, it's nice that everybody's predicted DN Freaks, the Expendables, etc. However, the Kings, the greatest of all times, Twisted Minds, are on the way to take even more PGSs. They're not sharing. They've already got 3 under their belt. The 3-time PGS champions, the EWC champions, the EMEA champions, the greatest of all time, Twisted Minds.
Okay, back to back champions, Twisted Minds, good pick. And what about you, Tovi? Share the same opinion with Claris, or you have another option?
Well, it is noble of Claris to take the hard bet of Twisted Mind to win this thing. Or of Quantra to say, take the hard bet of the Expendables PGC defending champions. Or to take the Freaks, who are the top of the PGC boards right now. I'm gonna do something different. I'm representing the Americas. And I'm gonna tell you, 2nd place PGC last year. I don't need a winner, I need a runner-up because it's time to win now. Team Liquid looked terrible at the start of the year, but it was little issues all along. Right now, PAS, they were on fire and they have been training hard. Alo has been in the gym, and when I say in the gym, I mean on the keys, putting in tons and tons of work, getting stronger. I think they look good. They're my pick to take at least one of our PGSs.
Thank you so much, and a huge thanks to our guests for your great insight, and thank you all for watching. And now I think it's time to say goodbye together. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Akatori just doing some Overwatch, trying to figure out what's going on. These are, I mean, unbelievable shots from Akatori. He's got to have close to 1,000 damage right now. He has 788, so close to 800. A wild fight. Tosi actually going to be the one with the iron sight barrel. Unbelievable, unbelievable. That was some nasty stuff from Tosi.
Now he's had to step away. He surrendered the center dot. He has to find his way back in. Does get the knock onto Example. Spots out Batulins. Hasn't gotten the knock yet. Batulins drops down. It's going to be Tanbu chasing after it. Spots it. And the Expendables managed to take it away.
Let's look and see what happened here for Forest. You know, you don't have many great options. You lost players earlier. You got a BRDM, probably not in the best shape of its life. And you feel like, well, this match isn't going to go great. We can probably do something about this. Look at all these dragons being set up here by MRIA. And Olympus just slow rolls it in, and all of a sudden, they try to get out, but they can't.
Just look at them scatter. The defense was so good until it wasn't. And
nade range, this should be good, but I say nade range. Here's one team pulling up on another. It's Edie. Good nade early on to lob on in as a triple to follow with the MP5 in hand. The nade did the majority of the damage, and it cleans him up with the SMG.
The blue zone gonna drive. He's got to dance in front of it. He's dancing around trying to survive. It's not gonna happen. Al-Qadsiya will get taken down by Bury Ryan.
What?
Final bell tolls almost once again here for PGS9. It's time for the grand finals. 3 days to determine who wins with $300,000 across 16 teams. Yes, we have our group stage heroes looking fantastic in a group stage yet again, but the grand final warriors are here to try and attain themselves a #1 spot and become PGS9 champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, joined by Toffees, joined by Avenger. The trio is back together again, and we have got ourselves good 3 days of PUBG action coming your way. Toffees, we have an excellent lobby here for the final.
An excellent lobby, a little bit surprising with some of our non-shows, but really the teams that are here are the ones that deserved it. Some real surprises at the top of the leaderboards. I'm excited about seeing what they bring to the grand finals.
Yeah, super excited to get things kicked off here. Of course, $300,000 on the line, but also 400 PGS points. And with DNF not here, that's going to shake things up once we're done with it.
No, definitely. Of course, they were one of our big favorites to try and do something across these, but it's not going to be the case for PGS9, maybe in PGS10. Of course, we have Hero as well as Crafton joining us and making everything happen here. So thank you very much to them. As you can see, a lovely studio for PGS9 and 10 coming up. And also you can op.gg because you can overpower your game over there and get all the stats that are going to be going down throughout this. So that's fantastic. But not only that.
What else?
We have the drops.
There's more.
There's awesome drops that you guys can get as Avenger is modeling over to your right-hand side over there. And of course, the spray is fantastic, Toffees. I love it because it really honors their MVP from PGS7.
Yep.
And then we might get one in PGS10 for PGS8.
I mean, that's why you got to get it now. This is limited edition, right? Only available for this event the next 3 days. Make sure you claim them.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So make sure to grab those. And finally, on the other side of this, we also have the bingo that you guys can join in over at home. Use the QR code. Once again, as Avenger is lovely modeling over on there. We've given away so much G-Coin, and we're going to give away even more. And then we're going to give away more in PGS10, Martin. It's a G-Coin bonanza.
It's just stacked. I think we've been giving away, if not hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of G-Coin this year so far. It's going to continue.
Yep.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And it's going to continue for these teams here for PGS9 because in the group stage, we had an absolute bloodbath across all of our teams. Now, what's important to actually kind of highlight here for all of this is that our group stage heroes that were day trade, now full sense here, Toffees, looking fantastic, but they didn't attain #1.
No, but they got close. And them combined with Gen G to have such a massive lead over everybody else, over the defending world champions, over favorites, over teams that we have watched for a really long time is actually mind-blowing to me, Martin, to see how well those two teams did compared to everybody
Yeah,
else.
the top 3 is cool, but look at 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's EMEA, baby.
Yeah.
And
Oh my gosh.
even though these guys,
Bias.
they did great. I will say, though, it's been spunchy at the top. Like, it's been very spongy at the top. Like, we're looking here at the top 12, obviously, 71 points. There's a huge gap once we get into the top 16, right? The 16th, 15th place. We had expectations of some teams not making it, right?
Yeah.
But the cutoff were way, way lower as we expected.
Hey, if we're to take anything away from this, Toffees, the whole of Americas was above the EWC champions Twisted Minds. Good for you.
Well, small wins, right? But not far enough ahead. The whole Americas region being on that right side of the leaderboard is actually a little bit worrisome for me. But we'll get to that later. I also want to give a shout out to 4 Angry Men without God V able to perform here and get into the grand final. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see if they can actually make some waves. I'm concerned, though. I still have my concerns.
Absolutely.
For sure, 16th place. It's not all, super clean cut for them. However, let's focus on our 2 teams at the top. Gen G and Full Sense looked fantastic in group stage. I had my considerations and concerns about Gen G. Obviously, Martin, at EWC, I think they blew everything out of the water beyond my expectations, and now they topped the group again. Should I be changing my tune about this roster?
You could be, but remember, Esports World Cup was a best of 12 here. We have playing best of 18, and a lot of teams, as things get figured out, especially on the last day, all the teams have really found each other and kind of melded into the lobby a little bit better. That could be one thing that's a little bit difficult for NG. But I would say as well, I've been pleasantly surprised with them. They have really smacked the rest of the lobby, especially the last day in groups.
Yeah.
Getting, both Full Sense and Gen G getting that many points was just insane. It left area way less points for everyone else.
I think it comes down to the build of this team. If you go back previous to EWC, they were resting on their laurels. The question was, do they even deserve to be a GPT at this point? They come to EWC, they get second. And what happened is after the last PGS series, they added Flame to the roster, who is relatively unknown, replaces Americano, comes out of Game PT and Pentagram. I asked 𝘽𝙊𝙊, how did you guys find him? And he said, we watched a ton of comms. We listened to his communication skills, and we picked him because he understands game flow and has a really good attitude as far as communication goes. So he is kind of brought in to help sort of overview the team, bring a good attitude, and open the door for Bean as the IGL to really run. Bean has been on almost 12 rosters at this point throughout his career.
Yes.
And I asked him, does this help you sort of add in your leadership role? And he said he does. He thinks that many experiences have made him a much stronger player.
I like that because it's not just a, we need a fragger, uga muga. Like, we need like a full, somebody to be able to fit into the team straight away. And honestly, Martin, if they had won EWC, which they were extremely close to doing so, unless one or two things went awry, I would have already changed my tune there and then. So maybe if they take a PGS here, I'd be completely smitten.
I'd be happy. I mean, Bean dropped something like 5,300 damage in the group stage, like completely insane. Doing that from the front, doing that as an IGL is great. And I think that's why Flame works. He's more like taking a step back. The clean, calm communication that you have, and you're able to kind of co-IGL and send out people in the front is very important.
So obviously, we see two of our teams from the Asias being able to do so well. And once again, Asia as a whole continues to take the highlights, take the spot. Tanvu on the other side of everything that was going on as well looked absolutely spectacular for the Expendables. I'm hoping to see more of that continue. They are the world champions.
Yep, they are the world champions, and this is one of those situations where, before the world championship, they added Glorious to the roster with this sort of like, let's bolster things up for us, and he was sort of the savior, right? The Glories of Glories was something that we preached all through the end of last year, especially at PGC. That has not been the case here at this event. I think Glorious has been kind of quiet from his traditional self, and Tanvu has stepped up and proven that this team has a lot more tools, and I think that they got credit for after the PGC.
Well, you're not wrong. I picked him on day one of my fantasy, and he got 2 points.
Same.
The Glories, yeah. So, but on the other side, doesn't matter because Tanvu really made up for it. I think there was a concern, Avenger, when they won the World Championship, and then the later internationals in 2025 didn't go their way. Maybe it was a one and done. However, they've shown in this group stage that they are here to play.
They have. Same happened for Twisted Minds at Esports World Cup. But I will say this, though. Tanvu, in my book, from PNC, like, he should have been the PNC MVP. Like, if you drop 50 kills in a PNC with that game like that, it's just crazy. Also here, 29 kills.
Wow.
Most out of anyone in the group stage in just 12 games.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It is insane. To the point where he carried this team to the position that they are in.
Yeah.
on day one, it was Tanvu, right? And when we watched it, every fight was like, how do we support Tanvu moving into the end game? And sometimes that's how a team has to play, and he stepped up and has been an ultimate superstar.
And we've said it many times about the Vietnamese players in general. It always looks, when they come to these kinds of internationals, they're having fun.
Yes.
Every single time you look at them, they're smiling, they're laughing, they're having a good time. They love PUBG, that's for sure, Martin.
And they love grinding it, and that's really why we've seen them show up like this. Like, if you're putting in the hours, and if you have a team that supports the way that you play around, especially Tanvu, also multiple clutches for him as well.
And they like each other. They've been playing together with the exception of Glorious for 2 years happily. And I think that really speaks, you see that in the way that they play.
All right, well, of course, aside from Asia looking fantastic and looking to take a PGS here so far, we've had some explosive moments throughout the group stage, I want to say. Not only mortars, not only panzers, not only PRDMs crashing into things. It was a bit electrifying, Martin.
It was indeed. Some would have called it chaotic. Some would have called it hectic. Some would have called it apocalyptic, but as I can't pronounce that properly. But there was a lot of PDMs. There was a lot of C4s. There was a lot of great nades. There was some mortars at one point. Tiggleton hit some. I don't know if he hit 7, but he hit a lot.
He did it a lot.
And that's the impact that he had. And sure, mortar did have some sort of impact to some of the kind of open, but it's been mostly on Taego and Rondo that you've seen these impacts.
Well, looking at these highlights now, this actually gives us a chance to pivot a little bit away from the east, focus on the west, because we still have big threats here at PGS 9 and 10 from the west. Falcons, obviously, third place at our previous PGSs, third place at EWC. If you've got somebody like Tiggleton to be able to mortar everything and stuff like that, good chance here.
I think Falcons has become a significantly more flexible team in the last year and a half. They've given up sort of this, we fight for middles, we're going to go to where we want to go, we can play out of any part of the map. It has made them significantly stronger. I think QAD also looked really, really good if we're talking about Western teams. They were unique with their explosives. They were good on their rotations. The issue with QAD and why they're so far on leaderboard is because, you remember, 4 hot drops in a row on their second day because they said, we qualified, we want to make a point. So I think when you look at that leaderboard, QAD being down a little farther is maybe a misnomer.
That's why we have that impact. You know, in group stage, the sole focus is just, let's have fun and let's get top 16. Once you've kind of realized that, you can start playing around, you can start doing the hot drops, you can start having fun, or you can start fragging out if you want to, like some of the teams did. Like, of course, Full Sense and Gen G, like the only 2 teams to get triple did. Kind of surprising to me, but the rest of it's kind of from third place and up to 10, top 10. So many teams like sponged up quite a lot of points.
And I think that's where we have to worry about teams like Full Sense into the grand finals, right? Because you can do that kind of stuff. Because everyone, I think, even Tiggleton referred to themselves as an intentional feed team during the group stages because they're willing to go crazy. That's not how grand finals work, right? So Full Sense has to change it up a little bit.
All right, here are the 16 teams that are going to be represented here for PGS 9 grand finals, as well as our schedule. 3 days, 18 matches. Number 1 becomes the champion here for PGS 9. That's a lot of PGS points on the board. That has potential ramifications for your region if you can bag yourself more spots for your region as a whole. Martin, when you look at this 16, obviously we haven't really spoken about EMEA just yet either. What are you looking at here for PGS 9?
I mean, there's a huge impact of the teams coming in here, right? There's some teams that should be performing well. There's some teams that is surprises. And for me, for the kind of first PGS coming back, I think that has a huge impact to how people are playing it.
Final thoughts, Toffees?
I just think the White Rabbits and E-Arena and 4AM did not live up to expectations, and I'm worried they're going to be feeder teams in this lobby.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to get this underway. Another grand final here. PGS 9 begins now. 18 games determines the champion.
Welcome back, PUBG fans. I am your host, Lisa, coming to life once again from Malaysia. After an incredible group stage where underdogs like Oct-19 Esports and Burium United Esports made stunning PGS debut, veteran powerhouses such as Gen G, The Expendables, Na'Vi, and 17 Gaming have been proven once again why they are forces to be reckoned with. Here we are at the final stage of PGS 9. Who will claim the ultimate glory? Stay tuned, the battle begins now.
The first time I played PUBG was actually at a friend's house. And I still remember my first kill. It was right outside ruins, west of the church. I know I'm going to be playing against the best players in the world. It is my first finals. It's also DIY's first finals, so I think anything could happen.
PGS One champions, and he's got the win.
站在台上捧杯的那一下，肯定感觉什么都值得的。
Thì sau cái vòng loại BGS 7 anh em mình bị loại ở Thái Lan ấy, thì anh em mình thấy khá là buồn và cảm giác hụt hẫng. Cũng bảo là còn cái giải BGC anh em mình vẫn còn thời gian để trên team mà ăn ý với nhau hơn. Nên là anh em mình tìm cách mọi thứ và chen cùng nhau rất là nhiều để anh em mình có thể đạt được những thành tích cao hơn.
I think this game was the most memorable because we were not disciplined enough and we let him win against us. So yeah, next time we're not gonna let him stay alive.
We've gotten third 3 times this year, so it would be nice to finally win one because it's been so bittersweet, but for the most part, we're just forward thinking.
Гра на кваліфікаціях трішки відрізняється від фіналу, тому що стоїть питання в тому, щоб пройти в сам фінал. Тому гра в фіналі не буде відрізнятися від наших кваліфікаційних ігор. Будемо включатися в перший.
เรารู้สึกว่าก็เป็นแรงผลักดันครับเพราะว่าโซนเราอย่างแบบ APAC อย่างเงี้ยครับก็มีทีมหลายทีมที่เก่งมากๆอย่างเช่นเซอร์เบรัสที่เคยได้แชมป์ PGS มาก่อนเหมือนกันแล้วก็ที่เป็นแชมป์โลกก็เราก็อยากเป็นทีมไทยที่สามารถเป็นแชมป์ในระดับโลกได้เหมือนกันครับ
The reason why I've been playing for so many years is I want to lift an international trophy. I have won regionally in Europe, but I'm still yet to win like a world championship or something. And I think the day I do that, I might be done, you know. Then the job is done.
I know I'm going to be playing against the best players in the world, but I think it's the same game, and I have the same teammates, and I'm the same person. So I think if we play good PUBG and we play to what we know, we will be able to win.
첸시는 명문팀이니까 명문 선수만 들어올 수 있다 생각하고 그에 대해서 부담감은 결국 성적으로 증명하는 거라 생각합니다.
우승에 한 발자국 다가가서 트로피 올려드리도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back, everybody, to sunny Kuala Lumpur, where we are getting ready for day 1 of the PUBG Global Series 9 Grand Finals. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby, and you see a lot of relaxed and calm faces, Toby, back there, but there is a extreme undercurrent of stress. There's a lot on the line.
A lot of game face being put on right now. Sweat probably running down. So these players, to knowing the pressure they're going to be under throughout these next 3 days of competition.
Never let them see you sweat.
Oh, no.
Never let them see you nervous. Well, these guys are ready to go. As we saw already, it's kind of the Tanvu show a little bit. But, you know, we've seen it multiple times before where anyone on that team can step up at any time.
Oh, definitely. I think for a big part of what we saw in terms of top fraggers through the group stages now is a different ball game. There are, even at global competition, still a big spread in skill level among some of these teams. And for the likes of Tanvu, I mean, Thanadol, Taego as well, as we're getting some love for the camera from the Full Sets boys. I think the competition is only going to get fiercer now. We've eliminated the bottom 8. Not to say there weren't good competition in those two, but going out and fragging the same way that they've been doing thus far is not going to be as easy as it was in groups.
No, absolutely, especially when there's all that pressure on the line. As we've mentioned multiple times now, a team that has had great expectations placed upon it for so long, looking like they might be in a spot ready to deliver now as Team Na'Vi.
Yeah, definitely. Love the boys. Loved seeing them get success globally again. They had a little period where they felt like, you know, let's try and buy for center compounds. Quickly learned that that's not something you really want to go for. Went back out on the edge, and then initially I feel like they weren't playing with the same confidence. It was, you know, we tried to do something new, it didn't work. Now it kind of feels wrong coming back to where we were before we left. So they had to get the kind of the mojo back in the right place. Now you're seeing them on the edge once more, as confident as ever.
Figuring out that roster situation, obviously a big part of that, but one thing has remained consistent all the way through. Hakatori is that man. Well, who is going to be the man here for this squad? 17, I believe, if I can see the jerseys correctly there. Well, we don't even have to wait any longer, Toby. We're going to get into game immediately, and look at that. We're starting on Miramar.
Starting things off on Miramar, you know what that means? That means we're
What's that
ending
mean?
the whole shebang on good old Erangel.
Oh, boy.
2 days from now. So here we are, over to Erangel. Grand Finals officially started here at PGS 9.
You can hear the boys in the background, very excited to get this thing underway. A nice day off in between the end of groups and the beginning of this final stage. Got to go over the drop areas. Doesn't look like anything's going to be too spicy.
Well,
but you never know.
I will say, Chuma being a stretch on a first playing path of Grand Finals, that adds a bit spice in my book, because I know I don't eat too spicy food like you do, but still, pretty spicy in mind if we're this far east to kick things off. You say go over their drop spots. There's going to be a lot of teams alt dropping here. We have hard committed Pozo, Monte, Power Grid teams. Power Grid, reachable, but even then you have to fly in at a different angle because you don't want to be fighting over vehicles down towards Picado. So we'll see if any commotion comes off of this eastern plane path to kick things off.
And that is the biggest question mark. People will always put their drop spots, their preferred drop locations, and alternate locations sometimes. But you never know who is going to be dropping for a vehicle.
Yep.
And that is where things start to get a little bit hectic here in the early game. So we'll keep an eye on that. Down south looks pretty clean so far. We haven't gotten quite squared away up to the north.
Nope, not at all. I mean, we're seeing right now Soset landing next to Little Ghost from 17 Gaming, stealing that vehicle away from him, meaning Soset is going to have a bit of a journey running towards his teammates. Also up towards Minas Generalis, where Gen G, Expendables, and one of the Burram players land kind of entangled initially, but now spread out, circle out towards the east poro.
There we go, Buriram dead center. So that brings with it a little bit of luck, but also a lot of planning to have to do, because especially with this plane, you know that you're going to be surrounded from all sides, with the exception of maybe the east, but you would probably see some long wraps coming from our down south team. So Buriram on the clock, how quickly they want to get back together and where they want to play as we check in with Young Clories over here. The Expendables, a big wide split to start things off.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of room to maneuver for them. They do have Gen G in between them, so a bit hard if they want to group up, but should be all right. Orca already on the run. Obviously saw Delwyn landing, or at least a player land in the compound up above here. Has a Vector reloaded now as well alongside of Ace to try and take the fight to him potentially. I mean, they're coming in. Gen G, you better be coming in with all kinds of confidence after the group stage they pulled off, disproving any doubters, myself included as well. I mean, James said on the desk he didn't know exactly what to expect from Gen G, even though they had a good EWC performance. But I think with the performance here in groups, they proved to the world that they are definitely worthy of their spot as a GBT.
Oh, they won me over for sure. I mean, this is just kind of just a minor hint of what Gen G has been kind of pulling off. I mean, going back, we saw them leaving the circle to go bridge camp teams, and when they thought that there was a point available, and Orca now spotting out Delwyn. Oh, I'm not sure if he saw him there. They have actually slipped away, but yeah, you can see, I mean, no helmet, 30 rounds, does have a vest, and it does not look like, well, okay, Gen G, yeah, it doesn't look like they're coming over here to support him, per se.
There they are. The cavalry is arriving. Orca spots him in the distance to find Delwyn. I love this bait play. He was going up early saying, guys, let me get into position first, then you drive on over, because I'm going to keep spotting with his back turn. He gets him down, but as you say, fight ain't over just yet. Flame able to get the flush early on. Will Expendables stay now is the question.
That Panzerfaust kind of lets you move with a little bit of bass in your voice. That is a really good way to open things off, as DuCkHjeUz just listening for the vehicle, and that vehicle sounding real juicy to a man with a Panzer in his hands. But Tosi, that split right there, just in case. Like, this is just a Gen G is just moving different, man. They look so good.
And that was what I was alluding to earlier as well. I mean, as you were saying, to pushing up no helmet, no meds, just the molly to work with in terms of util. People don't make that play in the grand finals if they aren't overly confident. And Orca, well, off of one of his, no doubt, best global performances 2 days ago, should feel all confidence you possibly can.
Expendables, meanwhile, looks like they maybe lost a little bit of the vibe that they were pulling, the little flame that they were pulling in with, and nobody revealing themselves from Gen G, nobody looking easy. And then you also have Na'Vi making the rotation just off to the south, so that might make things a little bit scary. And the Expendables, I think, they're realizing, we can't even go for that blue chip, man. It's just too dangerous.
Exactly. They wanted to go up and over, but they knew that Gen G would be waiting on the inside, and there's absolutely no reason to risk too much. I mean, they're inside circle playing that southwestern side. If we get just one swing in this direction, we're pretty much guaranteed to go into these fields to some extent. So there's, I mean, of course you want to keep Delvin in the game. He's a great player, but there's too much to lose in trying to get to him this early on.
But it's also credit to the Expendables, right? I mean, that was them sitting there and reading the situation and not biting on the bait that Gen G was laying out there, which, you know, we haven't often seen from them. So the Expendables starting to kind of figure out how to press the slow down button, not just the W key into everything.
It's oftentimes the other way around that we're trying to tell teams, guys, come on, be more aggressive. For Expendables, it's the other way around.
Worked out pretty good for them.
So definitely.
And they're still getting their points, boy. They still are getting points as Na'Vi will go in rescue Private Fairest in the bus, and a lot easier return back when you have to go downhill than it is having to pull around. So
definitely
pretty easy stuff.
Definitely. 17 gonna try and maneuver their way through the mountains here just on the northern side of Minas as well. They, interestingly enough, coming in from the south, not wanting to stay too far up towards the north. They know there's going to be a big pressure point. They just saw the fight and the kill feed between the two teams, but now they find themselves rotating through one team and potentially straight into another. You have Baekopar setting up or trying to set up a trap here, but not sure the timing is right now. Little Ghost reads it, gets across. Let's see if he can get away safely.
Really nice routing
there.
Spun
out.
Yeah, that Panzerfaust, though, took off for xwudd. They do spot out Lil Ghost, so that'll be him going down. And now 7700 is kind of in a tough spot, but Gyuyeon has to hide behind the tree. The seat swap from 77 going to be just enough to keep him down there, but look at the tires just going away, and now, he is in a world of hurt here.
So much trouble. First, it's...
Kickstart stealing it away.
Yeah, first it's xwudd to spin out, and now Little Ghost flushed out as well. 7-7 now down to 17 Gaming in all kinds of trouble. Thought they were safe in making this rotation happen, but just not working out for them.
If that isn't just a perfect indicator of what to expect in this lobby. You get shot out by the first team, you get your kill stolen away by a second team, and then Shen's dropping up from a third team to find his way home. Here's will get taken by Gyuyeon, so that'll at least be 1 point in the bag for Big
They get one back. They get one back. They give one away, they take one away. That's the way of kill stealing in this game. You usually ends up happening like that. Everyone almost has made their way towards the circle already. You can see the remaining 17 players. They're just going from one set of trouble into another. Thanadol coming in warmed up here as well. I know a lot of people will have him on their fantasy teams. Got to be happy to get a +3 to kick this one off.
Oh, xwudd try to escape here. Survive just a little bit longer for 17, but again, now Falcons taking shots from down south, and it has just been a very rough way to start things off here for 17. But if there's one team in the lobby that has the experience to fight through a rough start, it is this squad right here.
Honestly, the more that I look at the rotation they just pulled off going north over Graveyard there, given, I mean, under normal circumstances, that would have been perfectly fine, but you were talking about it when the game first started. This plane path was so far east, and I honestly don't think 17 really took that into account. They should have known that there would be a lot more teams out here east early on already than what there under normal circumstances would be. So a bit of a misplay, miscommunication maybe on that one from 17, but hey, it is what it is, and they still have 17 more to play.
Indeed they do. As we see xwudd moving into the long building. They will keep their vehicles safe, tires as safe as possible for as long as possible, although they are kind of getting a little bit harassed by Virtus Pro. Team Liquid just off to their west. Twisted Mind still on the move, as Perfectic's going to be the first one through, and the rest of the team nowhere near. So Perfectic's going to have to be really careful about how he pushes in, as Birdie Curdy will take the first shots, and that's probably the best news Perfectix could have got. It was long-range shots.
Definitely.
Instead of allowing him to run right into somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I was tracking the Twisted Minds rotation when Perfectix was already in Cantera. You had examples still north of Power Grid, so not sure if that was a looting situation. Maybe he flipped a vehicle, something like that, but a little split on their rotation. And then now as well, I mean, just like 17 realized early on, wait, everything is taken already, again, due to this very eastern plane path.
Yeah, just take your time with things. Slow things Not in down a here hurry. to start things off.
Yep.
We're not even 10 minutes into the game and already lost 5. As Lyric's doing a little bit of scouting for himself. And again, this is another situation. Nurens and Lyric's way off to the north. Jacob and Opon's still covering down on the north side of Impala.
And also important, I mean, you say lost 5, but look at who we lost 5 from. We're talking Na'Vi, Expendable, 17 Gaming, 3 extremely veteran teams that all, for the most part, tend to avoid confrontations early on. So some surprising starts to this one. We saw 𝘽𝙊 there, great headshots connected as Virtus Pro themselves now on a rotation waiting for that next circle to pop, and it will go down south, so VP might be in for 180 here. Oils, do they collapse on Vard? They might just.
See if they got a good read on what's happening here. Yeah, this compound's looking real tasty.
Oh, he can't get out in time.
Is not able to escape. He can't get to his vehicle, so he's all by himself. Now the rest of the team is en route. And you can see 𝘽𝙊's going to be the first one to arrive. Fex off in the distance. Vard will open things up with the knock on to nixie and try to slow it down with the smoke, but it's not going to be enough. Good shots from 𝘽𝙊 will take him down.
Yep, FaZe collapsing on this one, though, so EMEA action comes through. They knew they got the first knock on nixie, a big player to take down early on, so they say, you know what, we like the odds on this one, let's commit to it.
DuCkHjeUz holding the high ground here. Gustav just below will breeze through his building and just barely gets through with his life. 𝘽𝙊's with the grenade in hand. Not going to hit it, though, but will find him jumping out of the window. As we see 𝐴LKC and Gen.G off to the side here. A number of fights. Oh, no. Fex will spot out 𝘽𝑟exy, who just vaulted into the wrong window.
Yeah, great molly dropped upstairs by Fex as well, isolating. Any push come through on the side. Smoke to follow as well, so you can't really track where that fire is spreading to. Now one more molly upstairs, and that's 𝘽𝙊. Was that intentional? I'm not sure. They're both going to fall on this, I think.
Well, 𝘽𝙊 just barely surviving, and a good thing for him. 𝘽�Աrena had the angles, took the shots, got the knock on to 𝘽𝙊's, and I think FaZe realizing that it is just down to one player. They can take their time, pause here, get everybody back on their feet. Don't lose anybody else. We already lost one.
They have a great position in the circle, so I should say no reason to really stress this fight right now. The thing is, once they do commit, now that things have settled, you gotta execute quickly. If you take just a second too long, this compound is high priority right now, and you just saw a lot of vehicles rotating in around you, so other teams could collapse on you, just like you did yourself moments ago.
Looks like 𝐴LKC managed to take Bean off of Gen.G. So that was the result of the other fight that happened while we were watching FaZe and VP. As now we see DuCkHjeUz. Here's the footsteps, waiting for the push. It's just him and 𝘽𝑟𝑒s, it looks like. So Tanvu and Delwyn already gone, and that's a beautiful grenade from Batu.
When you have the back wall to bounce it off of, Batu is going to hit those every single day. Perfectix, first one to run on in. Has 𝘬 there to support him as well. As always, comes around the corner, finds 𝘽𝑟𝑒s as well. And just like that, your World Championship team falls down. Over to another fight, though, as 𝘽𝙊 tries to fend off against the opposition, but that ain't going to work for him. Found 𝘽𝙊's early, but Gustav is there to trade.
Oh, boy, that could have gone really bad for FaZe there. 𝘽𝙊 had plenty of time to go for the flush onto 𝘽𝙊's before Gustav was able to arrive, but fortunately for FaZe, not able to happen. But 𝐴LKC, they see that in the kill feed, and they know that FaZe is broken, and they are going to make the push.
I will say they're late on this push, though.
Oh, what a
Fortunately,
play, Roth.
able to get the first one. A bit of a misplay by Fex there. DIY comes in, finds the second. 𝘽𝙊's now able to get one in return, but it's a 4, making it a 3v1. 𝘽𝙊's runs down through the smoke. Hipfire finds 𝘽𝑟𝑒lo, but it ain't going to be enough. And 𝐴LKC stays alive. This was what we were just talking about. They had to execute quickly, and they get punished for not finding him without the knock.
And the grenade dropped by 𝘽𝙊's on death kills 𝘽𝑟𝑒lo. And that takes down CowBoi as well. So Roth and CowBoi, the only two left alive from this push. And look at it, you could see Tosi is looking over in that direction as well. Gen.G, their mouth has got to be watering, especially with that circle pop right there. They know that compound is just, you could shoot all you want, 𝐴LKC. You're not scaring anybody.
This is a cursed compound. Anyone going there is going to lose at least 2 players. We'll see for how long 𝐴LKC gets to stay put. 𝘽𝑟𝑒na now looking this direction as well. There ain't a whole lot you can play out here in the open. See 4 a.m. Observers thinking they're going to rotate north around. That might make sense, because looking towards the west, it's an open field you're driving in through. It's a very tough rotation to try and make.
Yeah, it looks like 𝑏agelPa actually running into Forest, and they're going to lose, I believe, at least one. Yeah, just one. but the rest of the boys will be able to get through. Team Liquid, meanwhile, coming in from the south. They've got Twisted, they've got Gen.G off to the west, and Na'Vi taking shots in their backs, and then Falcons really slow playing this, coming in on the late side, and that's actually going to work out pretty nicely for them.
I mean, they know full well there's nothing to come forward towards the center of the circle. So if anyone on the edge inside circle is going to give you a free compound, they just saw Liquid move from here. It's like, you know what? That one's free. Let's let everyone else fight, get wounded, get their vests and helmets broken. Then we'll take the different fights at the end of the game with that advantage in our favor.
Looks like Gen.G were able to get their blue chip, so they'll get Bean back on his feet. Meanwhile, xwudd
is he
still off in the blue in El-Azahar. I don't know if there's no way he was able to get any blue chips.
I mean, it was in this valley, and everyone is gone. They
I
all
guess
died.
he is,
They
yeah.
all died in the valley. He must be going for it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the only reason to really go for this in El-Azahar. Let's see how many he's able to pick up.
He's a kilometer and a half away from the circle.
Brother, there's nobody spying this. I'm just gonna hear.
But you know what? I still want to say though, thank you for playing it safe, mate. You're in the grand finals after all. No reason to think you're golden.
Man said there's like 5 APAC teams in this lobby. I don't trust anybody right now. I mean, we'll see how many he's able to get back here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll try and keep track of that as they get listed up. You can see 17 with a nice little blue chip indicator on the leaderboard there, telling us that the players are making their way back on the server.
Okay, 4 a.m. Big show up in their second day of groups.
Yes.
However, you can't just completely forget about the absolute disaster of their first day. So the question really is, which 4 a.m. is the real 4 a.m. and which one's going to stand out here in the final stages? And so far, so good for them, though.
They're going up against a team who has had a very similar, journey through groups. Buriram, their success story really rested on the shoulders of Edie. Played an incredible final day for them, but they now have a fight you'd have to imagine to take with Buriram. I say that though, but Twisted Mind's actually backfilling 4 a.m. This could be a fight happening before Buriram gets to engage.
Yeah, this is going to be the more pressing problem for 4 a.m.
Oh, definitely.
They're just looking at Buriram, a truck stop at range right now, but Twisted right on their doorstep, and I don't think they have any idea that 4 a.m. is just off to their north, but they're still playing around that rim. You see them kind of looking off to the north.
Yeah, circle should go there.
Safe. They're safe where they're at. I mean, you see Gen.G's looking over there, but no shots, so there's no angle really to be found. Gen.G, have a compound. They are on the western part of the circle, but that is basically one of the only compounds in this new circle, although there's still a lot of terrain left to play around.
Exactly. Bean flies up, joins his teammates. You see 7-7 and Little Ghost both got back in, landing down on that southern side. Will be all right. Perfectix able to get a knock here, but there's still some distance towards the remaining players. This is interesting, though. They get the first one on Gen.G. They know that Bean is flying in now as well. They know that if they push up right now, it's a 4v2.
And they immediately hop into the vehicles and try to make the send as Tosi is running back to defend. Orca going for the res as quickly as possible. Will get him back on his feet, and they immediately are on the move. Lou and Batulin's just crashing that wall as quickly as possible, but Gen.G not around too long. But now the shots from the back, that's coming from Falcons.
Yep, it's Kickstart. Kickstart applying pressure to Twisted Minds, forcing them into the compound proper.
Okay, they managed to make their way in, and unhappy neighbors for the time being. Falcons still have a long way to go, too, to get inside zone. And
oh, yeah.
Now that this third-party opportunity is no longer present, got to start thinking about where they want to go. As Gen.G listening for footsteps. Tosi not going to spot anything on that wall.
He's sneaking his way further forward, one Tosi at a time. Patulins, though, sat here ready and waiting. You'd have to imagine he's going to hear these steps. Indeed he will, but I think Tosi... Oh, nice underhand molly. It's going to go a bit farther, I think. Yeah, it will be, but good idea. Read him on the other side of those blocks as well.
Okay, Bean and Flame still at range. Tosi just being the first ones in. And now Falcons, if you got to go somewhere, this is looking like as good a place as any. Maybe third party this fight while the circle pushes in. Tosi will spot example on the wall, and that'll be the first knock.
Their timing could not be any better. Falcons, that is. The fight has just popped off. Two players are down low health. And now Falcons can peek over the top and engage in this one from a distance. Gen.G hasn't fully committed to pushing Twisted Minds, though, so they can dislodge Falcons at least to some extent.
Falcons, they don't have a lot of time to be sitting around with this. They're right on the edge of the zone, but the zone is pushing in slowly, and it's only circle, what, 4? So they got time, I guess, to sit around here, and then nobody really. 4 a.m. made that push into Buriram up to the north, so that whole area off to the north is pretty free and clear.
Importantly for Falcons is A, they're inside circle. B, they can disengage if they want to, but they just got beamed down. They know there's 2 more players down inside the compound already, so might want to try and make a play on this. We'll see how aggressive Falcons opt to start off this grand final.
Twisted Mind's able to get Example back on his feet as well, so they're back up to 3 strong, playing defend the castle as the smokes will die out. The blue zone grenade will finish off Bean, and Tozy will have to hide in the corner for the time being as Falcons continue to reposition. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, you can see 4 a.m. and Buriram are still going at it.
That's the fight we were talking about a little bit earlier. 4 a.m., 1 apiece. Edie down on the side of Buriram. Big loss on their side to try and see if they can fend off this push from 4 a.m. But back to this fight between Gen G and Twisted Minds. And potentially Falcons. No, actually, you know what? Falcons opted to disengage. That's what I was saying. They could potentially go north and engage in that one still. They like the odds more. And look at the angle they're coming in with. Taking out the entirety of 4 a.m. down to just 1 player now.
Great call from Falcons to disengage from this fight and go and take that one out as 4 a.m. is eliminated. And now Twisted Minds, they're going to start making their push. Gen G has just been constantly laying down this wall of smoke, trying to slow things down as much as possible. They know that Twisted has their backs up against the wall, and they are just waiting for them to reveal their hand as Gen G down to, I believe they're just down to 1. Yeah, okay, they're just down Beans, so they still have 3 up.
Buriram down, 4 a.m. down. Look at who became the guy to take him out.
Right now.
And it's xwudd who crept in from Hilasar to find the final player of that team. As this fight, never-ending fight at that, continues. Only 1 down on the side of Twisted Minds so far, that's Patulins.
That's a big knock onto Tozy, and Perfectix will go for the flick, and he'll find Flame, he'll find himself. But he'll be able to get back on his feet. It's all down to Orca now, the last player left alive for Gen G.
I mean, Falcons might be good to just come back here. There's been so much damage done on both fronts that they could potentially sweep in and try and engage in this one. But yeah, I could see. I mean, they claimed the compound, but we said it. It's a hard one to do. So 3 teams have fallen here already, and now it's E-Arena. They've been eyeing this compound for a long, long time, and finally they're trying to make a play.
Sure have been. I mean, they knew the situation. They knew Alcacia was down to just 2, and immediately they're going to eat a grenade as Roth, as being the aggressor here, going to go make sure he secures that point. Well, actually, Opan's on the other side of the wall, so unfortunately there for him, won't be able to do it. Opan's looks like Lyric's actually going to go for the res as Jacob is just waiting, listening, and that's another good grenade from CowBoi. And that'll put Jacob down.
Util reigns supreme for Alcacia, trying to stay alive through this one. Down to just the 2. Roth and CowBoi doing a great job thus far at fending off E-Arena. E-Arena, of course, playing with the pressure that teams from afar can engage in them much easier than inside the compound. But Roth, aggressive once more, try to push out.
Yeah, don't stick around for too long. You know the grenade's going to come inevitably as Roth trying to work around those windows. He's all by himself, but he's going to find Lyrics, gets traded by Opans, and now CowBoi has to make the push with low HP. He's got Flash shooting him in the back. He's going to, he sees his head.
So
just
difficult.
Barely 14 HP, goes for the push, and he wins it! CowBoi is that boy.
Sprints out, hip fire, 15 health to work with, getting shot in the back at the same time, and he comes out victorious. Incredible play there from CowBoi to keep Alcacia in the game.
Twisted Minds, after their scrap with Gen G, trying to leave the compound to the south, they run into Team Liquid. And they will get Perfectix knocked, but able to get him back on his feet. 6 kills now for Twisted as they continue to hide through the smokes.
6 kills for Twisted, and I feel like 8 reses on Perfectix so far. He's reached the point where he's screaming every time he gets tagged by a blue.
Ooh, that's a
circle
shift right there.
You know what? I like the fact that xwudd is inside this one. He's going to be chilling for a bit. He went through so much effort to try and keep his team alive, and there he is, chilling on his own up towards the very north.
Back by himself again. As,
fortunately,
his friends were taken down, coming from that southeastern side. As Twisted Minds, I mean, man, you talk about a team that is making the most of just a rough situation. Yep. They have been pressed by Gen G. They've been pressed by Falcons. Now they still have 3 up, still 6 kills, and they're still in it. Now got a long way to go still, so it's not over just yet as we check in with xwudd.
That's the replay from earlier, the fight in return against Buriram.
Look at that. Buriram, I mean, what do you even do if you're Buriram? You're expecting the push from Falcons, but then you get shot in the back by the solo snake from the blue.
Exactly.
Unreal.
Tough one.
What a flash from Orca.
Great timing. He bounced that one off the wall. Would have been perfect. A little hard to bounce the mollies, though. as he tries to run further back. MP5 in hand, maybe a Panzer would have helped him as well. He gets example, first one down, but Reflexes is there to trade again. Twisted, and they're up close fighting. Honestly, can be said about a lot of teams at this point in the tournament. I feel like that's it's an area of the game where PUBG in particular, as a close quarter game, has struggled, is those quick engagements, trading for one another, but as of late, it has been so beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, right now, Twisted Mind's operating as good or better than anybody else in the lobby, making sure that they, even if they take a knock, it doesn't get flushed.
Yeah.
And just great comms coming from that squad here. As Forest Natural trying to hold off a push from Full Sense down in the southeastern side of the map. But trades coming through as a con. Look at that Bago Pa with the MP5 finding some love.
A Shack and an MP5, sometimes that's all you need to take out one of the top fraggers on the server. Thanadol falls victim to it.
Oh, no.
One more down. And of course, the vertical lines here hard to maneuver through us.
Look at him go.
Liquid down as well. Twisted Minds continues as they get up to 9 kills in this game. An example hitting his personal kill number 400 in his PGS journey.
Huge stuff from Twisted Minds. Huge from example. A guy that we have been following for years now. And he has been amazing to watch. Here's Na'Vi now trying to make their way in. They've got a scrap going with Forest. They're going to lose Extends. They're going to lose Ferris now. And it's all down to Hackatori with 4 HP and a P90.
900 damage and 2 kills. Hackatori has been hurting people. A shredder of helmets and vests. Unfortunately, it ain't going to be much point off of it, but still, good job at that as Twisted Minds. I mean, again, they just continue. They had an opportunity just there to wrap south around and maybe take the fight to Na'Vi. They failed quickly, though, so they said, you know what, nope, let's fall back, let's play it smart. Again, similar to what we saw from Falcons. Had a chance to push into the compound proper against Twisted, and Gen G said, nope, let's be smart about it. There's a late game to play for. That's where the points really come in handy. And, well, here they are, both of them, still up alive.
Shout out to 𝘽𝙊𝙊 for staying alive as CowBoi will go down in 6th place. And we got to give props to Forest. They have been looking really strong over here on the eastern side, taking out Full Sense, taking out Na'Vi. And 𝘽𝙊𝙊 will get spotted as well, so we have made it to our top 4.
Our main attention has been towards the west, but the east has been pretty much exclusively APAC fighting. It's been E-Arena, Forest Gaming, and Full Sense all squeezing alongside one another to try and make their way further west. In the end, though, I should say Forest, the ones out victorious on that side of the circle. So it's Asia to the east. It's, well, the west to the west. Let's see who's going to win out this one.
You see Twisted Minds with 11 kills already. Falcons with 8 of their own as well, and they've got 4 alive.
Yeah.
And they've got the entire north side of this zone to work with, while Gyuyeon just hides in a ditch, survives, tries to make it as late as possible. Forest, meanwhile, they're the ones that have to try to figure out a way to get inside this next circle while avoiding the eyes of Twisted Minds.
And again, just got to compliment the mature decision of Falcons to take that fight to the north instead. Even having a player cerebral enough to, in the middle of following that fight, say, wait, there's another fight up here that's better for us. Let's leave this. Even though this is a gold mine, potentially, let's leave this, go north and play for space.
It's great.
Very good play by Falcons early on.
I mean, they could have sat there and just stared down at a compound forever.
They could have been shot in the back by 4M.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, somebody else could have come and done the same thing to them. So good stuff from Falcons to start things off here as we wait and see.
No util for anyone.
No, it is.
Wow, it's dry.
And I mean, look at Twisted Minds at this point. How many times have each player been knocked? But you hope that maybe we're able to recycle and reset some of their armor. And yet, Perfectix looking not too terrible here. 443 damage, 5 kills, and a bolty M24. Might play large here if they can get that first knock.
I know we're in a desert and all, but this is the driest endgame I've ever seen in terms of util. There's literally nothing to work with. It also goes to show how hard of a battle all these teams have been through in order to make it into this top 4. Forest is going to lose a helmet on Kiss, or at least a very damaged one now. We'll see. They should be able to get the rest. Everyone just waiting for that next circle.
We may have to check the API thing because I'm seeing
there's
3 grenades.
There's util. Yeah, there's util.
Yeah, I think Example had a grenade there as well. So we might have a little bit of a miscommunication there. But here it comes. Gyuyeon just hiding behind the rock as long as he can. And, I mean, to be fair, he's managed to make it happen. He can't. Forest can't really finish him off without exposing themselves to Twisted.
Not
and
at
Falcons.
all. Not at all. And again, when it comes to salvage games, if you're able to get 1 or 2 points after your teammates die, you're pretty satisfied. 3, that's great. 4, and anything that goes above that, That is way more than you could possibly ask for. Example is just, oh sorry, Perfectix. Not a fear in his life picking with that boldy.
It's just not hitting, though. Oh, there we go. Okay, Scappy with the second follow-up grenade will finish off Gyuyeon, so that'll bring us down to our top 3, and more importantly, opens up a spot here for Forest to play that's out of the line of sight of Falcons.
Exactly. The big decider here is really going to be which angle does Falcons approach from, or do they stay on the northern side of the road? Fight between Twisted and Forest, I mean, it has to happen at some point, and it's going to be up to Falcons, I think, to decide who they want as the ham in the sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a patience game for Falcons at this point.
I don't want to call one team better than another, but if you're smart in your Falcons, you get a chance to backstab Twisted into Forest. I feel like that's the route you take. You don't play with Twisted on the other side. Like, I would wrap West on this, but it also, of course, depends on the angle and what they see.
Okay, Scappy did spot out Perfectix. Don't spend too much time ADS there, Mr. Perfectix. Well, you have no idea how close he is.
Yep.
As the emergency flare will come through. Scappy.
Oh, no, I saw him. He's on.
Yeah, okay, he's got him.
Oh, no, he didn't.
No, he swapped over again. And Scappy, that is the easiest spray you'll ever hit as Perfectix goes down. And Example and Lou now have to make a decision. Do we keep trying to work around this low side? But Forest is being the aggressor.
Yep.
Kiss going to push right in, takes down Example.
Where's the response from Falcons in this? They're seeing 2 players down on the side of Twisted Minds, make it almost 3. Lou down to just 1 HP, but they're allowing for Forest Gaming to reset. So look up the other way. Now the fight is over. Now Forest can reset. Now they can turn their attention to Falcons. They're coming in too late.
And Forest not taking a single knock during that push. Kiss down to a half HP, but Falcons sending everybody over there. xwudd's going to get spotted by Scappy. He goes down immediately, so now it turns it into a 3v3. Tingleton will spot out Kiss, though, and that is a raid boss down for Forest.
Great read by Falcons to understand how the Forest team was positioned. They wrap around the southern side, try to isolate the solo. Kiss down. Now it's Baron and Scabby left alive to try and fend off. And they say, you know what, you're going to catch us on the south side. We'll take where you were before. It's a ring around the rosy.
xwudd feeding this information over before he gets taken down there by Scappy, so you can see them with the high ground on the road. That is a rough sledding, but Shrimzy will get the knock on a Baron. And now it is all down to Scappy. Can he get any more points off of this Falcons team who has been dominant in this first game of the Grand Finals?
Yeah, Falcon looks poised to win this one. I will say, though, Baron, that was a scary double peek on the edge of that smoke. I had him getting potentially a double there. Did not happen. Did not happen. Good thing for them. And again, got to go back to Falcons making the mature decisions earlier in this game. Had chances to engage with the risk of losing players themselves in an up-close fight. They say no. They say, let's play it smart. Let's play it slow. Now they get rewarded for a lot of points, but I might be speaking too soon. Scabby finds kick.
Leads with the flashbang. Before the flashbang even went off, I think he went for that peek, but
Molly
is all right on time as Kickstart will slowly bleed out. Will it be enough? No, it won't. Shrimzy will step up, and Falcons get the first win of the final stage.
We talk about Kiss, but had Scabby gotten that knock, then you have a guy sat in the middle of burning, healing up with a first aid in hand. That could have been a 1v3 for the history books.
That was filthy stuff from Forest, a Forest team that has at times not looked very good, but man, they come in here in game 1 and they look very, very have their feet underneath them. But Twisted Minds, Falcons, Forest, all of those teams looking really good here through one game at least.
Earlier underperformers teams coming out victorious. Now it's Genji and now it's Forest as well, doing great.
We talked about the start of the day here. The group stage heroes were looking good in the group stage, but now those finals heroes are back. It's Falcons with a huge win here alongside some of these teams to try and get themselves as many points to start things off on Miramar. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Avenger. Toffees, Falcons looks cool.
Caw, baby, caw. The Falcons fly. This, you know, they don't need the group stages. They're just there to get warmed up. But when it's time to play, these guys know how to put it down. And 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 comes out dominant. Though I'll be honest, I got a little scared here, Martin. That I thought for a second we were giving them far too many sort of 1 or 2v1 peaks there.
I mean, the way that they did macro there in the mid to late game was just perfect. Like, they're identifying perfect opportunities to third party. Multiple times where they're moving around. They didn't third party the Gen G and the tested mines in jungle compound, right? They decided we should go north instead. So super well executed by them here. I like that. Great game.
Definitely.
Fantastic game here.
A lot of points going their way to start things off as they were just biding their time up at the top and against Twisted Minds and Forest Natural Gaming. Twisted Minds, though, a huge game for them. We saw them trouncing the competition, not even as 4-man alive here, Toffees, to get things rolling in game number 1.
I mean, let's call a spade a spade. This is a worst-case scenario for the lobby if you are not Falcons or Twisted Minds. Seeing game 1 with those two teams kind of being in that spot to throw down in the final 3 wakes everyone up and goes, all right, it's grand finals time. There's not a lot of dilly-dallying that we can do, especially if these two teams are getting off the line that quickly. Because we're no longer is a top 6 team, Martin. This is all about who gets first and who gets those PGS points to take home. And now these two guys are already in the front.
We got $300,000 on the line. We got 400 PGS points for the winner here. So much is on the line. And we are going to see potentially more teams from these different regions we didn't expect to come through because of the PGS point exchange.
Hey, let's talk about, though, a team that's in very good company in that top 3. Forest Natural Gaming. They looked really good on that side. They're going to take away 16 points, whilst Falcons, of course, takes 21. But Scappy, for all intents and purposes, really made a really big meal out of that, Martin.
Yeah,
at the very end.
That was a fantastic Molotov. If it wasn't for Shrimpsy with a P-gun and once he hit it, that could have been a Forest Natural Gaming there. Kiss also absolutely dominated both Example on Lou in towards the late game there. Scabber with an opening onto Perfect 6. Super well executed by them here to get 16 points.
I mean, Forest Natural Gaming is one of those, when you go back to the previous PGS series, we sort of said, what do we expect from these guys? They were surprised as they get to the consistent end games. They added Kiss back onto their roster at the start of the year. It seems like it has been that kick in the backside to sort of get them up and running here. And they have been exciting to watch. They've been a surprise constantly. I think they've been setting pace in the lobby, so seeing them come out really early on, exciting both for the region and for myself.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And speaking of excitement for your region and yourself, Algazira as well. 10 points to start things off. They were blasting.
Yeah, well, really on the back of CowBoi, who took them to the rodeo and went the full 8 seconds. He found the points he needed to find, and winning that 1v1 at the very end when getting shot in the back was very impressive to me.
And also as a 2-man, getting 4 more kills as a 2-man from that compound. They got re-crashed as well after crashing themselves. I mean, the way that sure, sometimes you crash, you only survive with 2 players. But if you're able to get 2 placement points and 4 more kills from a position of kind of disadvantage, I really like that. So, again, we talked about it at the beginning, right? Algazira, they were focusing on the hot drops in the group stage. They're focused on maintaining the drops that they want. And here, they can focus on one thing, win the tournament.
They're focusing on developing their 2 new talents as well. If you look at them sitting on the stage right now, the way they have it set up is D on the very end, Rello next to CowBoi right in the middle, Roth on the far side. They've got the rookies spread amongst the veterans, and they're doing a great job of keeping their attitude in the right place. And you can see that when it comes to Rello and Roth and the way that they're handling these young guns. I don't want to say they're coaching, but there's definitely a level of mentorship, staying calm, staying focused, that is working really, really well. And if they keep this up trajectory, they're qualified for PGC, baby. They're going to look good.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot to use it not only really as an extremely important tournament, but also a testing ground, saying these are your foundational blocks that you can carry forwards to the big one, the World Championship at the end of the year. And considering that all of our players are getting ready and good to go, looks like we're almost ready for our second Miramar. Martin, any adaptations you want to see from these teams going into game number 2?
Not as much rush, more focus on just fighting what's ahead of you and what's possible.
How about yourself?
I agree. I think the adaptation is figure out a way to slow down Twisted Minds and Falcons, because if they do this again, they're just going to keep on running and there ain't no stopping.
Yeah, terrifying, because we know every single component of those 2 rosters can continue to blast, can continue to clutch. It's game number 2, Miramar here, PGS 9 Grand Finals.
Thank you very much, James, and we are ready to get into game number 2. First game saw a lot of action right off the bat, but in the end, there's a huge win from those Falcons to start things off.
Yeah, some very noticeable teams losing players early on as well, where 17 did manage to get 2 back. Didn't end up having the biggest impact in the game overall. Gotta say, 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈, though, able to stay alive through to the very end.
Yeah,
getting some good points and what could have easily been a 0-point game.
A lot different circle this time around to start things off, going from west to east. And while a lot of the south side of the map is still kind of unreachable. It's a lot, I would think, better than the first one that we saw.
It's, I mean, Miramar is...
Maybe not better, but different.
Well, I mean, Miramar is just very famous for having very vertical rotation paths, right? I mean, look at the east, you look at the west. It's very easy to drive north to south. West to east, not always so much. So when you have that eastern plane path that goes straight south up towards the north, it's a lot harder cutting off to the west side than having to go down towards the south, as we see here.
Well, the first circle that we saw today was not too terrible, and we didn't really get as many of the massive hard shifts that we've been seeing so much of during the group stages.
Thankfully.
As far as first games go and getting yourself with your feet under you, that's about as much as you could hope for. Hopefully for these guys, Game 2 will provide a little bit more of the same. As we see Gen G and the Expendables still just really intermingled around Minas Generalis right there.
It's almost as if when we provide the players with a pretty holy circle.
Look at that.
You know
barely touches the line of the plane.
that is as savage as a Miramar circle can really get off of this plane path. Guys, just draw, if the observers out there drawing lines right now, just do wide cuts underneath. Everyone is going to go under Chuma, under Los Leones, to try and get towards Val-del-Mar and towards the west side of this, right into the Trident, down towards the southern side there. That split 3 roads up north is... Wow! I did not see that circle coming. I had a whole point to make and everything, but that's gone now.
It's crazy. Well, Falcons had an idea, at least immediately. They are fortunate enough to discover an E pickup, so that'll get them a little bit closer towards Weidemar. See everybody starting to... this helicopter's coming pretty quick, guys. If you're coming, you better get over here.
I mean, they just got to go straight down all the way to the end right now. They know, I mean, again, straight, just the plane path alone, it is almost impossible for anyone, even if they had landed on a vehicle and drove straight there, to already be there. So just go as far south as you possibly can. I mean, Baron pretty much got into a car and drove right away, and he's only now making it down into the vicinity. So, yeah, definitely.
Not even smoking it off.
Brave.
That's gutsy.
They're brave.
They're very
I mean, by the time they threw that E-pick up, people were still picking up their first gun, so I don't think anyone is going to run over and try and peek him at this point in the game.
Sure.
Look at what they're flying down with.
I just remember, look, I'm coming from the world where xwudd smoked off a res station.
It is true.
You know.
The fun thing is they probably didn't have any smokes to throw. They hadn't looted one yet.
That might have also been a thing. I see Shrimsy doesn't have one, so.
Ooh, I love this. We're seeing the lineup, actually. Thank you so much, observers. We're seeing what they're prioritizing right now off of where they've put their pins down in the game, in-game. Now they're moving some of them as well. Of course, they're scouting as they fly on in, trying to see what's available. I think they just saw the vehicle from Luke down below. That's why they removed the marker from the intersection compound, saying there's a car down there. We can't contest it. What are you doing?
Why are the Expendables
here?
pushing into
Are they?
Picado?
Are they waiting for an E-pick up, maybe?
Are they scrapping with 17?
There is no way. They're just casually pulling up on 17 like this. What are you doing?
I don't know.
He has a bolt?
You're seat swapping with a bolty? DuCkHjeUz?
Wait, is there a... Nah, this shouldn't be... I'm trying to math this one out. I was thinking, is there a way where they saw that helicopter in there and thought it flew out of Picado? But that the angle is... Maybe... Okay, this is... If I could rewind the map, maybe it would make more sense. But I think maybe they only saw the helicopter when it was already down towards Chuma. And they went like, wait, the helicopter's already there. They must have left Picado. Because the trajectory is kind of San Martin over Picado. And then they thought they were gone. There's no way a world championship team just casually 1 kilometer an hour strolls into Picado when 17 is still there. That makes no sense. So they must have gotten baited by the Falcons helicopter.
Meanwhile, Lou is
there
on the hills overlooking. He's like, guys, you're never going to believe this. Like, these guys just kind of...
I mean, anyone could have taken them out. They were literally walking into the city.
I mean, you could tell. Fortunately for the Expendable, I think 17 is just as surprised as the Expendables were. So they were in no position really to capitalize off of that. They get the knock, but the instant res comes through, and now they know that they've got the Expendables in the buildings off to the north side of Picado, as we see where Falcons have decided to go through. We did have a chance to get an interview with one of those Falcons.
就是我们那把鸡吃完之后，我就觉得就是很大概率能进了。然后我们荣东那把也打好了，然后就觉得能进，就没有什么压力了。我们做对的东西就是我们就是按之前的方法打，就是按之前风格打，就是没什么问题。要改进的话，就是减少个人失误吧，就更好了。就 想跟队友说，就互相相信吧，就都加油。
Well, there you go. Definitely not a Falcon. That is a Tongmu from 4 Angry Men. Sorry about that mistake. My bad. But good stuff from him and good stuff from 4 AM, at least on that second day. And at least through one game here. Well, I mean, 0 points, but I don't know. Keep I don't going. know. We
Keep going.
what do we say about 4 AM at this point? You expect the unexpected?
Roster changes galore. In a global championship, anything can happen. I think 4 AM from, I mean, I'll call it a spade, from having not been able to do anything globally for quite a while now, for multiple reasons, at least they showed something on their last day of groups. And that something makes me think maybe they can show something here as well. I'm not expecting them in the top 10, to be honest. Especially with this caliber lobby they're up against and seeing how extremely hot some of these teams are playing, even the ones we initially weren't expecting much from. But 4AM, Shen, and the boys, if you're out here to surprise me, by all means do so. I don't care who it is. If I see great PUBG, I love it.
Look at this E pickup. The Expendables popped the E pickup in the north side of Picado, knowing that 17 is down there.
Wait, it's a bait.
Look,
it's a bait.
There's some 5-head stuff going on possibly that I just don't know about. But
There were
Scappy,
championships.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
It's a bait. Look at this. They've set it up.
Oh,
They're just waiting for the peaks.
Okay. They're waiting for somebody to come over there. And 17's like, we know that you're waiting for us to come over there.
I love it. It's
we
a
double
E-bait
dog dare
bait.
you to take that thing.
It's an e-bait. Is that a thing?
I don't know.
We have esports, emails, e-baits. Wait, are they actually?
They actually
Okay,
are?
so they held.
Okay.
They held it. They used it as bait initially, and they're like, nah, you know what? That's actually. It's not too bad an idea to take it.
And
they are gonna get shot at. They are gonna take a lot of damage with it too, but luckily for them, at least for now, they're all gonna stay alive.
So ends the weirdest compound city crash that I've ever seen.
We say weird, but I honestly, I mean, I don't want to clap myself on the shoulder, but I honestly think our take on that with the e-pickup from Falcons
could be. Yeah,
It has to be the reason why they did it. I'm gonna have to ask them after this game is over because that was very interesting.
Well, the unfortunate part for them is that they're taking an e-pickup at 8 minutes into the game where everything is already occupied. So hopefully they've got their good glasses on.
Also,
and scout out what's below.
It's an area of the map where you're almost guaranteed to need vehicles.
Oh, there
right?
you go. We can see what they're looking for. Brickyard, yeah, that's
yeah. Guys, can we get that cryo compound in the middle? Yeah, no, not at this point in the game.
Pretty sure that's been occupied.
I mean, you know what? They could just be dropping in on somebody. The issue is they took a bit of damage. You see, Glorious sits at around 65. DuCkHjeUz around half. You just don't want to contest too hard at this point. So go down towards the southwest, see if maybe you can get a hard spawn and just chill. Lay low. I mean, this next circle could throw a gigantic spanner in the works anyway, so no reason to cause commotion now if the circle's going to do it for you in 10 seconds.
Well, they get a buggy, and good news is, on the way down, nobody even took a shot at them. So,
yep.
As far as things go, that probably went as good as you could hope for the Expendables in their wacky Circle 1 rotation. And meanwhile, we've still got 64 alive. Nobody lost. A few teams making their way in from the southeast. Gen G going to be leading the charge in that regard, and Buriram right behind them.
So no one lost also means DuCkHjeUz got back in the game.
There you go.
You see? Everything is fine. Nothing happened. We just gave a point over. We have 1 kill, but no deaths.
-3 points to DuCkHjeUz owners. James, unfortunately, is going to run right into Extends, and that will be him going down, and does not have any teammates really around to support, and it looks like Fex and Vard are just off on the... They're just going to go ahead and push away. I think Gustav is maybe taking some long-range shots over here, but nothing too serious.
I don't speak Norwegian, but I'm sure James right now is saying to himself, why in the world is there someone there? It's in the open. I checked the church. We had the church. It was free. Why, Extends, are you there? And I would ask the same question. I mean, they're obviously scouting north. He was probably in the middle of a transition, heard the vehicle, and was like, oh, 3 point. Okay, I'll take it.
You know, we saw just the first kill graphic there, so I don't think DuCkHjeUz ever gotten killed. I think he just got
he only
knocked.
got knocked out of the car.
Okay.
True.
So okay, we're here to correct ourselves, chat. Sometimes we do get things wrong, but we will always correct ourselves. And I spoke too soon last game. We're talking about how we didn't see any hard shifts. Now we get the hardest of hard shifts all the way off to the north, and you can see everybody already in vehicles, but the circles are being laid down. Begopa, you've got a big decision to make here about where you want to play, if you even want to try to bring that 2-2 back together.
Delwyn still looking for a vehicle, but he's stuck in a sandstorm. Twisted Minds in the meantime, seeing all these teams come up towards them, and this time it's 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 going into the Rainbow compound just across the street. They have them split in between him, so, I mean, if you're smart or you're good at hitting your shots, which, well, Twisted Minds are, you get a good knock, forcing them to go to the backside of the building to get the rest, and then you can get a second. Maybe there's a pull-up, but then again, Twisted is set in a pretty good position already, so, of course, comes with some risk aggressing on a compound like that.
And it looks like, for the most part, the teams that were already in place up here in their 2-2 splits are going to maintain those 2-2 splits for the foreseeable future. Twisted being one, Begapop being the other. Although Forest is now starting to make their way in. Team Liquid already in Monte Nuevo proper, and you've got Full Sense with a big split just off to their west. So Forest, they're going to be, I'm not sure how deep they want to take this rotation. It looks like they're just going to take it to the edge of the city, and that might be for the best.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, especially when you're coming in late on that southern side. You just do not know what you have ahead of you, and there are so many potential landmines you're passing through. It comes with a lot of risk. So stop early, stop on the edge of the city, western edge here as well. So if the circle, even if it goes, well, I mean, east, you can still wrap out towards the west, get around properly. So good on Forest for not over-aggressing there.
Yeah, getting shot at by Full Send, or Full Sends rather, is also kind of forcing them into that 4 deep.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Over there on the side. Looks like Team Liquid might have been sniffing around over there as well. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Buriram, meanwhile, trying to make their way over on the east. They see 17 up to the north, or do they? This could be really, really rough. They do have FaZe right behind them. Looks like Vard is actually going to be able to pick up 𝘽𝙊𝙊, so FaZe will get back up to full strength here shortly.
Yeah. We'll be able to get the rest up. Of course, going to wait around for Picardo, but there is a Panzer. There's 3 cars coming up. Which one are you going to go for, 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈? In the Animal Kingdom, you shoot for the weak one in the back, and that's exactly what they do. Ribs one falls, Can falls as well. And just like that, a 4-man rotation is a 2-man.
Just had no idea. And fantastic work by 17. Just playing it really cool, playing it patient. They saw the vehicles down there. They knew it was coming.
Yeah.
That they didn't take any shots, and they baited Buriram into making that push. Now it's going to be all down to Edie and Damasty.
And important kills for 17 too, not only in terms of the points, obviously, but also the fact that they are not inside the circle yet too. So the more space you can make yourself coming into fights in this next circle, the better off you're going to be. 17 still with a decision to make. I think they're honestly going to tank blue for a bit, wait for that 3rd circle to pop, see if they're going to be staying up on the power grid plateau or if they're coming down towards the southwest.
I think you might be right, as they were taking some shots from 4 a.m. directly off to their west, so they know that they are there, as we will go ahead and leave the Bronco with the busted wheel behind. And the Expendables, meanwhile, after their incredible E-pickup experience, doing the long wrap on the west up to the north, and that's actually going to pay off dividends for them, because look how much room there is up there to play around, as the circle will pop right on top of Monte Nuevo.
We've been here once or twice before, haven't we? North side still completely free. That means that down towards the south, though, exactly half the survey, if not even more, is sat down there trying to contest right now, but it's over in the central compound that we take the fight. It's 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 Virtus Pro again. They fought each other during the match we just had, and now they will once more, and in very similar fashion, Nyx is the first to fall.
Round 2, CowBoi slowly bleeding out. Ooh, Roth got brought very, very low, but stays up. Example will steal away CowBoi, so VP not even getting the point for that one. They have already lost Nixie, and now 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 going to go down. Nice shots from D. Will take him out in the garage, and now 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 with a decision to make here about how to push this, knowing that they're getting third-party by Twisted Minds.
I gotta admit, never have I ever seen LAN rookies come in and play as well as 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 currently does against some of the best fraggers in the game. I mean, they are playing with literally no fear, no second-guessing yourself whatsoever. They look as confident as can be, and I think a lot of that lies on the shoulders of Roth and how he, well, just mentally preps these boys to go out and to have a good time.
I mean, from the first game, even. I mean, these guys were looking as comfortable.
They're aggressive, man.
As seasoned vets. As we see VP not really in a position to try to make that crossover to 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈. You can see Corexy really would. They're laying down the smokes. They're trying to convince themselves that they can make this push, but oh, look at that. Relo's got the C4? Yeah, Relo had the C4. That is a choice. That is definitely a choice. I don't know.
It's confined spaces, Relo. Where are you going to go, mate?
It's a very scary choice.
It definitely is.
And I hope 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 has a plan here for how they want to push out of this, knowing that they're getting third-partied.
Na'Vi is around as well.
Na'Vi is starting to make their push in as well from the south.
The thing is, you go outside the building, you get shot by Twisted one side, Na'Vi on the other. I like the idea, but just due to the surroundings, this is going to be incredibly hard. One falls. That's Beamy. Will be taken out, confirmed as well. So the 𝘽𝙗 now inside building once more. Has maybe corrects it back in. Yep, he made it.
Stolen away by 𝘽𝙊𝙊 as well. So 4AM being opportunistic with their high ground as Roth gets revived. Has to dance around a little bit just to avoid that blue zone. He must have a jammer pack on, yeah.
Yep.
So 𝘽𝙗, despite getting one knocked, the C4 experiment worked kind of. They took out one, and
yeah,
they still now have to deal with these other two.
It definitely worked kind of. But now they're back. Well, they got 1 point off of it, right? They also got to play a Oct, but hey, we'll take that. Everyone, of course, right now waiting for that next circle spot. Somehow, Expendables are in the center of the circle. They managed to rotate through the fields north of Monte. Now find themselves set there. This next circle is going to be huge. Should go towards the west to some extent, but we'll see how much it's going to be. Nope, we center up completely. And from being center to being the most southern team to now having to rep north again, Expendables are sat in the ditch with really no one around them.
You see Buriram gets two of theirs back as well, but where do you go? xwudd and Khan.
Go
I mean, that is
into the warehouses?
Yeah, I mean, you hope that maybe Forrest doesn't see you. Well, this is another issue. FaZe and Na'Vi right next to each other. They're playing the ditches as well. They managed to avoid Falcons and E-Arena on that south side. Gen G starting to look over in that direction, though, as FaZe will be able to get Vard back on his feet.
And whoever claims this spot is gonna get a ton of points with you, to imagine. I mean, everyone coming out of Monte Nuevo proper will have to fight for it, that's for sure. FaZe actually the ones leaving now, saying we don't want to stay here. They heard E-Arena pulling up, that we know Na'Vi is just over on the other side. If this becomes a head-on fight between us and E-Arena, Na'Vi is gonna get the freest third-party opportunity ever. Let's not give them that. Let's leave and play here instead.
Yeah, this is
this is what you're given to work with when you're east of Monte. Monte Nuevo.
This is definitely one of the spots of all time here as we see full sets and 17 trading back and forth. 𝘽𝙊𝙊 down, Thanadol down, but neither one been flushed out just yet. 𝘽𝙗 will try to land a perfectly placed Molotov. And it looks like it's actually going to hit. So 𝘽𝙊𝙊, yeah, and now 𝘽𝙊𝙊 goes down as well. And that is 17 down to just 7700 and Ghost.
Yeah, take up to get the flush, and 𝘽𝙊𝙊 as well. 𝘽𝙗 does get one in return. Thanadol had just gone out on his feet. Will be taken down once more. More util being deployed now by 77. 𝘽𝙗 to try and buy time for a potential rest to come through, but it's not going to happen. Both of them will fall to the hands of 𝘽𝙗.
All that's happening on the south side. Gen G is taking the fight to E-Arena. So we'll keep an eye on that. 7700 and Lil Ghost still leading with flashbangs. Thanadol back on his feet once again. 𝘽𝙗 will get flushed out, so FullSend's not able to get him back up as Tigger gets spotted out. Good shots from him, but Flash with the low ground gets a Lil Ghost, Lil HP. But he is able to dive behind the ridge.
There's so many open angles. Exactly. 4AM on one side, Twisted Minds on the other. Exactly. You're so exposed to. As soon as you peek over that ridge line, you are revealing yourself to effectively half the lobby, if not even more. Nice nade lobbed on over. 7-7 down to low on HP. Should be a push to come through as well. Flash able to get one, and that's going to be 17 out in 16th place. Only now do we lose a team, as the fights are now starting to pop off once more on that southern side too.
Been losing players, but we haven't been able to, haven't lost a whole team until 17. There's Bean gets back on his feet. Gen G back up to full strength. E-Arena, though, down to just Jacob, as the rest of that squad has been taken out. Na'Vi, though, you can see still with that wide split. Sosid has that wide angle. Do they even know he's there? I'm not even sure if he's taken a shot yet.
Nope. Circle, it's going to pop. Important one on that. Do we keep Monte and do we go into the open? Oh, wow, we go east. This is arguably the toughest circle we could get off of this. We are forcing effectively everybody out into the open. Monte wiped out. The entire south side of that road is going to be cleaned up too.
Meanwhile, the revived duo from Buriram are making their way from the south side of Monte Nuevo. They've already taken out Shrimp.
Oh!
They're still taking a fight with the Falcons as we cut back to this fight that has ceased to end. It's
Tommy gun push?
Pushing with the Tommy. Rello with the shotty, though. It's going to be too much. He'll get the knock. He'll get the flush. And now it is down to just one of the mighty polar bears to try to take the fight here to 𝘽𝙗𝙊.
What do you do if you're Correxy? Now is maybe the time to put up that C4 and just go down with them. I'm not sure Correxy has level 3 gear, so should be able to fight for a bit. Has Flash in hand, going to bounce it off the side as well. Not going to try and make a play off of it, though.
Nicely timed flash, though.
Yeah, but why didn't he peek with it?
Yeah, well, I think he was throwing it out there to go for the reposition. I don't think he was expecting the push. Well, yeah.
Where are you gonna get a better fight than what he just had there? That's the thing. I mean, I love the utility usage, and players have gotten so much better at the economy behind it. But we still see a lot of times, I feel like, a lot of flash usage in situations where it's not going to grant you much. And now, now you're on the southern side of the building where Twisted Minds has a perfect line of sight on you, and just like that, Corexi falls. I thought that was the place to take the fight on that northern side, but happens.
It was just a series of bad choices, really. Honestly, like, what are you going to do? You push on the other side where they're all looking for you, or you try to take your chances and hope that maybe you can drop a smoke and avoid the line of sight of Twisted Minds, but unfortunately that was not to be. Meanwhile, full sense open field engagement with 𝘽𝑗𝑜pa.
Definitely. Flash peeking over. Taego trying to smoke off because they know that 𝘽𝑗𝑜pa is going to be pushing down this direction, and again they are still visible to Twisted Minds, so can't really aggress too hard on this one, hoping now just that 𝘽𝑗𝑜pa is going to fall to the hands of somebody else.
The Falcons finally rid themselves of the duo from Buriram. And, I mean, they caused some problems. Falcons are just down to 2. And they still got to fight their way into this next zone with Team Liquid in a perfect gatekeeping location. And see, they are not feeling too great. And Kiss is still on the other side of the road. And the rest of Forest tried to make a push, and Team Liquid on top of that.
Yeah, there's complete shutdown on the other side of the circle. I say that, but actually Kiss and Scrappy able to get one apiece. But, yeah, they fall immediately after. Just too hot to fight. I mean, you're trying to take the fight to a team right in front of you, but there's so many teams set in perfect position to engage at a distance. Kiss now. Is it going to be a fight for the blue? They both have jammer packs, so they can stay alive for a bit, and Kiss does do it. Finishes them off and will fall to the blue himself. I'd say that, but nope, jammer pack. It's going to keep him alive at least for a little while longer.
Keeps him in it. Scappy off on the northern side of this road, but he's been spotted out as well as the circle is collapsed, and now it's going to start ticking pretty hard. Yep, there you go. You can see immediately once that new circle pops. Kiss is it's a full-time job healing up at this point. Oh, well, that helps. He's got like 3 first aids just lying on barrels right there.
Yep, not going to be complaining about that. You can, of course, heal your way through phase 6. A C4 now. Put up. Will he commit me? Here, you got 3 kills lined up for you if you send it forward.
That is easy pickings. But I mean, if
there we go.
Oh, Gyuyeon.
Beep of doom. Does the car go far enough? Oh, push!
Keep going! It's going! It's going! Oh, it's perfectly placed from Gyuyeon! He got it right at the peak of the hill. What a play from 𝘽𝑗𝑜pa!
That was the perfect amount of speed to just casually stroll over the hilltop.
Goodness. It's like if you ran out of gas and you just perfectly had the exact amount of speed to get up over that curb into the gas station.
No counterplay.
That was beautiful stuff from Gyuyeon.
Yep, nothing they could do in the side of full sense there, other than just look into the eyes of the demon and fall to it. Here we see a jump shot from xwudd, which, by the way, guys, this will be, depending on the server we were playing PGC on, the last time you get to see a jump Panzerfaust shot, because that has just been patched in the newest patch. So
there you go, patch updates.
Save it for the history books. It's gonna be gone. Thankfully.
Well, Team Liquid sticking around in the blue a little bit there to launch these mortars into, well, pretty much nowhere. But meanwhile, you see a couple of teams really finding angles on each other. FaZe and Twisted Minds on the south side of this new circle. They do have a hill in between them, but it's not much. And so Team Liquid, they're trying to find just any form of cover that they can.
Yeah. It's all, again, the pressure being applied from Twisted Minds up high, from the likes of 4M on the backside too. Not easy to really do a whole lot with it as a 𝘽𝑗𝑒𝑚o peeks over, finds the double, and finally Expendables eliminated, somehow ending up in 6th place given the early shenanigans that they put on, but able to do so in good fashion.
I figure out where 4AM's been going for breakfast these last couple of days, man. They are feeling it right now. As they are up to 6 kills, 9 points overall. They are 4 strong playing from the north. And now they've got their eyes over on 𝘽𝑗𝑜pa, but 𝘽𝑗𝑜pa's got eyes for nobody but Team Liquid, as they will find the knock onto 𝘽𝑗𝑒. 𝘽𝑗𝑒 gets the trade onto Gyuyeon, but will eventually get flushed by his own pulled pin.
Yep. Congratulations to Fex as well, hitting his kill. PGS number 200. Always nice that we get these anniversary scores.
Love that.
Up on screen. But Fex, they were able to find him right as it happened, so maybe there's a curse connected with it. As the push finally comes through, 4M, they get the first one down. You have to imagine they're going to committing to this at this point. 𝘽𝑗𝑒𝑢, Orc in hand, not even caring to Looking into the line of sight. Just keep it at hip fire.
Park Pro.
Yeah, they're slowing down once more. Respecting the smoke.
Yeah, trying to go for the res in the smoke, too, to get Gyuyeon back on his feet. Unfortunately for 4 a.m., the util just kind of shoddy, if we're being honest. The grenade's just going way too far.
Oh, did he just molly himself? Oh, no. That was not intentional. He wanted to get it over the ridge.
Oh.
But it didn't go far enough. Did not go far enough. FaZe eliminated. Twisted Minds continuing their success here as Team Liquid. I mean, they've been struggling to really get anything going despite making it into top 3. So good on them for the 5 placement points. But yeah, we see Luke was going to fall eventually and now should be it. Nope. There he goes.
There he is. 11 kills now for
Incredible.
4 a.m. And it's a straight up 4v4 versus Twisted Minds if they can get Longs back on his feet. And the thing you got to notice the most about 4 a.m., it hasn't really been a one-man show. It's been everybody contributing. Shen holding that high ground right now, keeping eyes on Twisted and forcing them to stay back, not letting them go for the push onto 4 a.m. while they were a little bit beaten.
My main concern for the sake of this lobby, though, is Twisted Minds, 3rd place in the first game, now top 2 as well. If we're getting a warm Twisted once more, we know PGS is their home turf. Wouldn't it be usual? Wouldn't it be normal at this point if they came out and won this tournament too?
Tale as old as time. Well, Lou has managed to sneak up right onto the other side of the hill.
12 nades.
With Shen here. Yeah, you see, okay. I guess our utility count is working now, but 12 nades for Twisted. And so they stand to benefit the most if this keeps going to another couple of zone pops here. But you can see they're still spreading out. They're not overextending by any means. They know exactly where every one of the 4 a.m. players is, so they know how aggressive they can afford to be.
Yep, Shen is kind of receiving the bulk of this right now. He's falling down. I was a little worried that Lou wasn't going to get up there in time. And oh, sorry, not Lou, but Longs wasn't going to be able to get up there in time. And in fact, he wasn't. Now he's there. But what was 1v1 now becomes another. Assuming that Lou is going to try and peek around that side. Maybe he feels satisfied with the ridge that he has here, waiting for the next circle. But
it looks to be the case is the 4 a.m. boys, xwudd and Etongmu, don't appear to be wanting to do any long southern wraps. Even if they do, Batulin's already there and waiting.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like Longs versus in a 1v3 essentially here against the other members of Twisted.
That's the thing, right? He's quote-unquote buying time, but buying time for what? I mean, Etongmu and xwudd, they're not really looking to go anywhere. So right now he's just isolated. He came up to help to fortify in Shen's position, but now he's been isolated by his teammates. Twisted Minds well aware of this. Maybe, honestly, Twisted Minds thinking there's got to be 2 over there, because why in the world would he be sat there on his own?
Yeah, this is...
you see they're looking for it. They're maybe as confused as we are.
I guess this is the safety play from 4 a.m. because they're really, I mean, they're not being active. They're not trying to find different angles. They're not trying to see if they can catch Twisted Minds while they're not looking in the right direction. But this just feels like we're going to try to play this as safe as possible. And while Twisted Minds, meanwhile, on the other hand, is being the aggressor. They're wrapping around. They're taking out Shen. They've got Longs pinned to the wall. Batu holding the backside and just waiting for a flank that will never come.
Exactly. And if you thought Twisted Minds didn't have enough kills already, just saw Perfectix 0 kills this game. 800 damage. Batulin's 700
I know you're pointing that out because you got him on your fantasy
Of course I do, but still, 0 kills but 800 damage. Just goes to show what a terror they have been to every single team on this server. Everyone, as soon as you pushed out of Monte proper, they were sat there shooting at everyone.
Yeah, that
500 for Lou as well?
That hillside spot that they had just allowed them to just free farm ADR.
Oh, yeah.
Into just everybody going. I mean, I feel like a lot of that was damage that was pumped into either 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 or Virtus Pro for a long time, but
they all have over 500 damage. That's a rarity. That's a rarity. Let's see. They're pushing further forward. 4 a.m. has willingly given up high ground control, and now we'll leave it into the utility. Maybe that's the play. Maybe they knew that Twisted had utility to work with, or they just backed off. I'm not sure. From having played so confident throughout, 4 a.m. are now just proning it out, quite literally.
Well, if they can get 1 here,
yeah,
it'll be a step in the right direction. Obviously, you see Lou an example working as a duo, though. They're not going to get. They know this man is here.
Yep. Oh, keep crawling. Keep crawling. You cannot afford to tank 2 blues there, Blongs.
That's half HP now.
Yep.
Yeah,
there you go.
Easy knock for Lou. As Twisted Minds. I mean, they're just they're just making 4AM do whatever they want them to. Yep, 𝘽𝙊𝙊 going to go down now, and now it is all down to 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈. See if he can get something for 4AM's trouble, as the remaining utility in the bag is going to be sent over in that direction. Good spray from him will force Batu back, but it's not going to matter. Perfectix will put a grenade in his pocket, and Twisted Minds get the match win.
Clinical execution by Twisted. As we know, they rarely, if ever at all, throw games like this. I can't help but imagine that previous game, had Perfectix spotted Scappy when he took him out initially, taken him out, that could have been back-to-back to kick off the grand finals. So then we were looking at a terrifying situation for the entire server to try and catch Twisted Minds with that big of a lead that early on.
And 4AM with a fantastic game for the most part, kind of spoiled a little bit by what looked to be kind of a rough plan for the late game. But either way, Twisted Minds get the win.
And that is Twisted Minds. Yes, they get a second in the previous game, well, third, I should say, but regardless of all of that, they then push themselves to #1 in Miramar, and that was dominating against 4AM toward the very end. Toffee is joining me as well as Avenger, but I'm coming to you, Avenger, for this one to start things off, because Twisted Minds is looking scary at the start of this grand final.
Yeah, man, as you said just before, someone's got to stop them. Although someone's got to put something to stop them, otherwise they're going to run with it all the way. I also got to say, that eastern shift where everyone was in the south, the west, and the north, they were basically dead center and nobody behind them in the fields. What a perfect setup for them to get this one home.
They played it well, the big brains of PUBG, but I also want to give some big brain love to that early rotation by the Falcons with that E pickup within the first like 2 or 3 minutes.
Like that.
That was super smart. Such a weird playing path, such a super circle. They knew they could relocate and loot and then get caught back up. I like that kind of forward thinking from our top teams.
But it didn't work out well for them. They got stuck inside.
Yeah.
Not good.
Not
good.
Yeah, I like it angle, but you can't predict the future.
No,
right?
exactly.
So.
Like the third, fourth circle jumps away, you're not going to. But their first, like as you said, very early game macro, fantastic. I like that coherent kind of play, and especially as the casters pointed out as well, the worst possible kind of circle for that playing path, right? And then to go on to the other side where you know, okay, it's going to be lesser populated. It's very classic. It's what Liquid did in 2018, 2019, right? It's like get on the other side of the circle, you know it's lesser populated.
It's something maybe we can look at in one of our pre-shows or something like that. We'll hold on to, we'll put a pin in that for now as we take a look at our top team from this game. It's 13 kills and a win for Twisted Mind. That is going to put them so far ahead of even just second place, really, so far, which I assume should still be Falcons. But anyway, what I do want to talk about here is 4AM. This is a big game for them, 11 kills. However, I want to pose this question to you guys. For me, in the late game, they looked a little bit lost against Twisted Minds. What's your perspective on that?
It was like Hansel and Gretel. They just the breadcrumbs were gone and they were just wandering. It really did feel that way. They couldn't seem to get together. They were just relocating to rocks and maybe throwing some utility, and once they ran out, there was just nothing else but to wait.
My big problem is that you don't do anything proactively. It's everything is reactive. It's like, okay, they're pushing us here, I'm gonna lay it down, or I'm gonna put a shield up. I want to see in that situation when you're 3 versus 4, your only chance is to bet everything on one side, put 3 guys on one side, try to push the 2-man, and try to lock it out. But 23 points here, easy for Twisted Minds as a full 4-man to lock that down.
Yeah, we can have that criticism of 4AM. However, 17 points in this game is massive. That's some of the sizes of chicken dinners that we saw throughout the group stage for some of our teams. Bagapa with 11 as well. As we take a look at the overall leaderboards.
Wow.
As you were saying, gentlemen, Toffees, it does not bode well for the lobby that Twisted Minds, our EWC champions, has 39 points after 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, like, exactly. That's not what you want to see. We said it at the start, and now both of them are at the top of the leaderboard, and I expect that to continue. Both of these teams, Martin, when they get started strong, they never really let off of that gas because their strategy is working, their system is functioning. I expect this to continue throughout the entire day.
And it's not worth for any of the teams either to go out and say, yeah, well, let's try to throw our game to stop them. Like, it's not until it's too late that people start stopping them. But I think no matter what here, if teams see opportunities to say, okay, it's Twisted Minds, we can have a third party here, they will of course do it. But they won't throw it. They won't go out of their way to kind of get things going for them and kind of shut Twisted Minds down. But a 16-point lead already, that's more than our, 6th and down already has.
Yeah, actually, and to that point, I don't want to actually look at that right-hand side of the table just yet. It's 2 games into an 18 series. There is everything to play for. Gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we move on to our wildcard maps here. 4 games remaining for today for our grand final.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
A heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimsy. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on.
Julian Draining gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeaks at Shrimsy.
Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful. A couple grenades side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables.
别人残血，
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，
就抽一个，
就来，哎呦！
피하면서 이거는 뭐 자 같이 가자. 이 집은 이제 안 돼요.
Aggressiveness for control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and you.
Successful BWD making mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level, and he's going to have to get it back on because Nade was good.
Oh, the Panzerfaust from Alo. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing. Pipa gets a great knock, actually.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you were able to take a bathroom break, get some snacks, because we've still got 4 more games left to play. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby. And after 2 banging Miramar games, Twisted Minds already making a claim for themselves.
Oh yes, it's been looking good for them thus far, and I promised I would check this out, and I did. Went down and spoke with the Expendable boys and went, did you see the helicopter? Was that the whole thing in the Picado push? They were just like, no, we just thought they had left, because normally Picado teams in that circle would have left, and they hadn't. So maybe an active decision by 17 as well to wait around and get a kill. I'm not sure if that's the case, but nonetheless, just a rotation thing, you know?
Well, I still stand by my statement that I think 17 was as surprised as the Expendables were that, that the other was there. But yeah, you know, this is what happens when you get to an international lobby. You see a circle like that, you're anticipating that the team that would be in that spot would have already been on the move, already been and gone. But here we are. Instead, you have to deal with a fight early on. And fortunately for them, they didn't lose anybody. But it didn't matter in the end as Twisted Minds dominated. But now we are heading over to Taego. So we've got a new map. Will we see a new winner rise?
Well, there very well could be a chance of that happening. Who it's going to be, though, time will tell as the fire is lit under the seats of Taego.
It burns. Maybe we'll get to see Bagel Pie this time. Who knows?
Maybe.
I'm hoping. Very southern plane this time around. So Northern Ireland right out. But if the last game is any indication, our circles, they don't care about plane paths. They don't care about where you think they should go. They will go just about anywhere they please. As we will look and see if anybody will do any dropping for vehicles, any hot drops, anything on the table. So far, looks okay.
I mean, today would be the day if anything happens, and I'm actually looking at FaZe down in the area of Buksansa.
Forest and FaZe.
Now, why, oh why, Forest Gaming,
Yes,
would
we are.
you contest this? FaZe have been here before, they've kicked Petrico out of here, they've picked other teams out of here too, and now you're trying to fight for it once more. Let's go, it's hot drop time.
Always love a good hot drop time. Well, Forest will take the high ground, and they'll try to keep all 4 together, but you can see already Fex and Vard already in position to see if they can spot somebody out. Olympus with the MP5 will spot out Fex, and that is a big knock to start things off.
That is so unlucky. He was shooting at one guy, gets the other. Good thing his FaZe is there to respond immediately. Bart able to get the first one. James getting one. Gustav now getting one as well. They have hot dropped for this spot for so long. Ever since Taego came out, FaZe have been fighting over books and Forest Gaming. I know we finally got off the desert and into the woods, but this is not your home turf.
If you're going to come at the king, you best not miss. And right now, Forest is whiffing as Baron is the last player left alive. All FaZe members back on their feet. Get a little bit more looting done as they carefully progress through every single building, trying to figure out exactly where Baron might be.
When you get a 4-0, I mean, a 3-0 thus far, you do not take chances. That's not where you get greedy and go, oh yeah guys, we got him now, woohoo, we got them, and then all of a sudden he's set with a shotgun waiting, or a UMP. Sparren catches James Cross in. Now there is a rest station here, so unless if a third team pulls up soon and engages, which according to the map feed, I'm not seeing anyone. Bagel Pie is in a position from where they could. FaZe wins this one, 4-0, clean sweep. Curious to see if Forest is going to give this a go again tomorrow.
Don't even have to get the revive station warmed up. You can just get James back on his feet here. As we see, the circle did pop, and it is going to be a 50-50 circle off to the west. So 50% down south of the river, 50 off to the north. So Team Liquid sees a big chunk off to the north. They're going to make their way through Pocheon, but that is actually, I can't tell which member from Twisted Minds that is. It's Lou. Looks like Lou might be hanging out in Yongshan.
You know what really grinds my gears about this pull-up the more I think about it? We just complimented Forest Gaming for having such an insane game 1 on Miramar. They were so smart, out on the edge, taking their time, really good in their fighting. And then they go in and risk it all for a 0-point game. It's, I don't know. Maybe honestly, maybe as a result of it, they just felt really confident. Like, you know what, now we had a really good day, game 1. We can take the fight to anyone. And if that's the case, fair enough. Sometimes you got to go out and test your bravery, I suppose, and your skills against some of the best. But in this case, I don't know, man. There was so much more to fight for.
Certainly a choice.
Yeah.
Certainly a choice as we check back in on just how Twisted Minds did what they did, that voodoo that they do so well. And, it was just, I mean, that position that they took on the hills, and they got it early on as well, and they were just kind of able to just free farm from up there for the majority of the map. I mean, we saw them have so much influence on the fights going down, and then 4 a.m. at the end, kind of going out with a whimper.
I mean, when do Twisted Minds ever throw a piece of util that doesn't do damage? Like, they never miss. They literally never miss with the util. It's insane. They pioneered utility usage in esports, or PUBG esports, a couple of years back, and they just have not looked back since. They've only gotten better.
See, I'm gonna be cool.
Be cool.
And I'm not gonna mention Team Liquid and the well, Team Liquid / TSM / STK / 5 other things in their history, but at least in the Americas, that was our util kings for the longest time. But we do have an interview, I believe.
Hi, welcome to the interview. I'm Lisa. I'm here with xwudd from Falcons. So congratulations on kicking off the first chicken dinner and getting 5 kills. So guys actually have been performing really well throughout the year. Actually back to PGS 7, 8, EWC. You guys happened to always get 3rd place. So for this game, are you confident to break the strain of 3rd place finishers and get that trophy back?
Absolutely. I think the motto for this is 1st or 16th. Anything else doesn't really matter to us. We just want to win. That's it. And we've been putting in all the work, so that's the plan.
All right, get that trophy for Teams Falcons. All right, good luck, and back to the casters.
Thank you very much, boys and girls. And yeah, that's a very Ricky Bobby mentality from the Falcons. If you're not first, you're last. And we'll see if it holds true all the way through the tournament. So far, so good for them, at least through 2 Erangel games, as we see them kind of making their way across Shipyard right now.
Yep. Safe rotations for Falcons, maybe actually setting up a camp here as well. Try and see if anyone's going the other direction. But with this circle, I'd be surprised if anyone was coming west to east over Shipyard. But, of course, stopping, scouting, making sure that the path is safe. And then they'll be good. Ooh, a Lynx. Give that to LKC. I'm sure they'll be happy. We saw MG3 in there as well a moment ago. Attack stock. Riveting. And then a Kelly suit.
There you go. Hey, and 90 rounds of 5.56.
There you go.
Can't be too upset about that. Well, doesn't look like they're going for it just yet, being probably a smart decision, because Gen G is right down the road on their west. As we check back in with FaZe over in Buksansa after taking out Forest. Get a quick recap of what happened. It happened so quick, we could probably watch the whole fight.
Look at this first knock, you see. That was why I was giggling when it happened. So James comes around the corner, gets the safety, but as that happens, Vex just comes out and goes, guys, what's going on over here? It's instantly mid by 2 bullets to the head. Oh, you love it when he's aiming for one guy and knocks another.
Beautiful grenade there by Vard.
Oh, yeah.
As Forrest looked to decide, well, maybe we don't want to do that next time. We'll see. It's only one map, so, you know, that's...
I mean, they sat in 3rd.
Yeah, yeah. Sat in 3rd. I mean, if you're going to do it, now's the time, right? Like,
yeah, I suppose.
When you're not having to drastically make up a big point different. Well, although I say that, and
it's already happened.
Mine's already 39 points. So, yeah, definitely probably don't want to be gifting points over to
that is
like
for sure.
FaZe Clan.
Now, one thing we haven't talked about too much is this first circle we've been presented with, a river right down the middle, fish camp, slapback, right down there. And that's where we get the coin flip situation. And give me a coin flip here. Where are we going, north, south?
Oh, boy. You put this pressure on me.
Yep.
You know what? I almost feel like it's going to go north.
Great.
Honestly.
As we know, red zones predict circles.
That's what I'm going to say.
Yep.
Red zones and care package drops always predict circles.
Always.
Also, I'm going to say it's going to go north because that's where Twisted Minds is.
Okay, you're giving them, they aren't good enough to win on their own merit, they need circle luck. Okay.
No, I just think I think look, if anybody's smart enough to know where this circle's going to go, it's going to be the boys from Twisted.
Fair.
And hey, and just right underneath them is Team Liquid, so I have a lot of faith in them as well.
Yeah, fair enough. Saw their kill stats there as well as 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 now. Well, they got a touch and weave for a moment as a red zone is in fact right on top of them. That's what you get for getting a Lynx on attack stock. You get a red zone, and now it's going to go even further north.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Go, you know,
it's the price you pay.
Exactly. You know, if that's the price you got to pay, I think they're willing to pay it almost every time. As we got another red zone up to the north, so the red zone predicting the circle shift theory, as long as it goes back north, is going to be huge. As Tosi is going to spot out aloh, Team Liquid expanding their split into no man's land, and they will lose aloh for it.
Yeah, Tosi heard the vehicle initially, sat on the rock, waited for a follow-up to come through, and nothing aloh can do to try and respond to that, and or Sparking for that matter. Just get out of there as fast as you can. Hope that your jump scare didn't flip any liquids that you have on the table.
Hopefully not. Well, FaZe, after leaving Buksunsa, are going to be making their way into the very far south side here of this circle, just on the eastern edge of Hosan, but they've got Na'Vi just ahead of them. I'm imagining we'll see FaZe stop down on a hillside, do a little pre-scouting, figure out where they want to go. No hurry, as they are in zone. And really, we're just kind of waiting to see if this is going to go north, if it's going to go south. VP already popping the E pickup just in case.
We talk about north and south, but what if this circle just went straight west?
What if?
There is a teeny tiny island out there. I know I've been doing it on Miramar for so long. Imagine if it just went west. It's probably not going to happen, but that would be hilarious if it did. Virtus Pro, great timing on the E pickup here. They're going to get in the air right as the circle pops, so they can always hop off if they don't want to. We are going west to some extent, but it's a southern one of that, so get out of there, let the pilot fly on his own. And with that, everyone sent it into the open.
Boy, I tell you what, as soon as that shift popped in, you could hear the mumbles and the murmuring and the comms from the guys behind us. Nobody really anticipating that one. As you already see another E-pickup popped in here as we check in with the Expendables making their way by Fishing Camp. They do have full sense just on their south side here as well.
We've been here before on the global stage too. I believe last year PGC T1 had an incredible game in this area of the map, actually with Liquid right next to them as well. So a tough one here to play in the open. I like where Full Send is currently going. There are some rolls and hills up and around this area that you can utilize for a while. So expecting to see them maybe split up and try and stop here, and that's exactly what they're doing. Everyone's going to be coming in, but that whole middle section between where Taego is and the ridge down south, for now, it's just too open to utilize at all. So not a whole lot of space to maneuver.
Yeah, you can see Buriram 4 deep in the compound, and they are defending their territory. They force Gen G away, and that's going to force Gen G back over to the bridge, where they're going to run into Team Liquid, and they will take down Sparking as Luke 12 comes through. He'll get the knock on a Bean, breeze on past, and at least will try to hop out. Maybe, no, I don't even think he's going to get the opportunity to do that, to try to go for the flush. Looks like Luke's just going to try to survive as long as that car, that flaming vehicle will allow him to.
Yeah. It's not easy. Second time they lose players to Gen G.
Now Falcons.
It's Falcons now. I mean, they had Kick over here already in the glider, scouting forward. You see, actually, he was the one to get the flush onto Sparking as well. So from way up high, able to claim 1 point early on. He will now, at least should now, see this Twisted Minds rotation coming in from Taego as well, knowing now, and to feed that info across to his teammates, that we got to be fast about this because there's a team following us.
That's a really nice play for Kickstart. I mean, when you get to these competitions at this level that are decided by 1 or 2 points, and 1 or 2 kills could make the difference between tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
The ability, the wherewithal and the ability to just kind of seat swap, flush that point out is absolutely huge. So
incredible.
We'll see if this grenade is going to fall onto Tosi. No, it's going to be just a bit short. xwudd will try again. We're fishing.
Yep. Fishing, but not good enough. Not enough arm on that one. Got to go back to the gym, xwudd. I say that knowing that the Falcon Sports are in the gym literally every single day. But make it double reps, 2 reps a day. Nonetheless.
Definitely gym rats.
Yep. Nonetheless, Falcons, and this is what I was worried about. Twisted Minds are now starting to shoot at them from one side. You have Full Sense creeping in from the other. Gen G, that
no,
could not be any worse. Got dominoed by himself.
Hey, you don't like to see that. The Doritos are spicy today. As xwudd will continue to keep those. Oh, that's a good grenade from Tosi. Just gets all these. You're going to throw 5 at me. I'll throw 1 at you. Show you how it's done.
Yep. Could it shift back north?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's still not flushed. So you see the Falcons are starting to kind of gather themselves, but Twisted Minds, like you said. Oh, my goodness. Shrimpsy. Beautiful grenade work from him, and Gen G are in trouble. They've got Tosi and Bean up. But you can see that where they're at.
Yep, xwudd down, he's in the water. Taeg is down there as well. Keeg is still in the glider. He needs to get out of that thing and get back on land soon to try and help his teammate out on close. Circle is going to go towards the water once more. Actually keep Twisted Minds in on the northern side. But it's inevitably, you'd imagine, next Circle going to come back towards the south. Look at this, and every single team outside that has to come in, half the server not inside this circle, and they have literally got half a circle to play around.
Wow, Twisted with the slow play. It's paying off really nicely here as Lou will take away Tosi, and now it's just Bean left for Gen G, hiding around on that bridge side. We'll see how long he can stay alive. I mean, you mentioned there's not a lot of teams off to the north that are making their way in.
Nope.
So most of the action you got to imagine is coming here from the south side.
I mean, you might honestly be better off going north in this one and swimming across at some point. At least you get potential placement points off of it, because there's really nothing to fight for.
They have to do Orca dirty like that. Why do we got to get the replay of him smashing himself with a Dorito?
Yeah, it should have been even slower.
Ugh.
Even slower. 17, they're saying, you know what, nah, there's no entry in this circle on the southern side. Like, out on that peninsula, because it squeezes in right at the end of the swamp, your space of approach is just, like, that bottleneck is so thin that just two teams can, I mean, force you off completely. So 17 going north, but they're going to run into the exact same situation here. Navi is there, VP is here. This is, they're stuck behind the MEA.
And there's another situation down here as well. FaZe running into Bagopah. They do find Sungjang, and that'll take him down as 17 trying to make their way through that gauntlet that you just mentioned. The only good thing they got going for them right now is that Navi can't really devote their full attention if they have a knocked player. And it looks like Virtus Pro maybe just doesn't have the angles until now. The spray will come through, and 17 somehow staying alive.
They're going to exactly where 4AM and Bagopah is currently positioned. They're seeing this fight take place now as well, so it's going to be a jousting situation, driving straight past one another. No one gone down of that commotion just yet, but where do you set up shop? If you go one step too far, you're running straight into the open arms of Full Sense.
Oh my God, everything. Everybody is here, every wing, everything everywhere all at once. Is 17 will have to settle for the smallest of dips as they are getting peppered by Full Sense from range. They've got Shen right on top of them with grenades. They've got Thanadol landing one as well. This is not looking good for 17.
Nah, this is easy pickings. Nothing they can do in this circle. So reminiscent of that game one they had where you just rotate yourself to death. There was nowhere for them to take a fight. The blue was closing in on them. They're just caught behind way too many teams that also didn't dare to make the aggressive play.
Now, to their credit, they've managed to keep two alive here so far. So xwudd and 7700 still have utility left to send, as it looks like Full Sense may have been tapped dry here, and they're just going to have to retreat through the smokes while they still have a chance. So 17, while it was rough, while it was very, very difficult, it looks like for the most part they should be okay with that duo.
Yep, Circle, pretty much the only place it could go by trying to eliminate as much water as possible. Gonna go south. The Observer say, I can see it just right down to Liquid. You already got one, and this is easy rotation, right? Maybe not so much. Those fields ain't always that easy to maneuver in a vehicle when you have Burram and Arena on each their side.
They do have that ridge line there.
Yeah, but how in the world do you get
I mean,
there
it's
without
not great.
being peppered?
I mean, all of a sudden, unless I don't think Buriram has full. They might have full vision over that. We'll see. We'll see where Team Liquid does decide to go in the end. But right now, FaZe Clan, they've fought their way in from the south side. They're a little bit split here, taking two fights.
Yeah.
With the Virtus Pro and E-Arena. Meanwhile, Lyric's not really a part of this one.
Exactly.
And Twisted Minds does eventually have to make their way across the bridge, but by this point, it's pretty free and clear. And 17, well, we spoke too soon. Thanadol still had another grenade left in the bag, and that's going to be enough to take them down.
Good job by Full Sense as well to clear out this area of the map. If they can dislodge 4AM as well, and even without, honestly, they have a really good amount of buffer space right now. As long as they can hold out against Twisted Minds and Falcons once they up to make the circle in from that northern side, they are looking very good in this game.
This is looking like that aggressive positioning that we've seen from Full Sense when they have big games. Navi trying to make the rotation. They're going to run into a split the Expendables and be forced down to the south. That's going to force them right into the jaws of the Polar Bears. Corexy has to hop in, but it doesn't matter. Hakatori gets the seat swap. Nixie has the flanking angle, though. Ferris is going to find Corexy, get the flush at least, while Hakatori has been knocked, as Nixie's going to get spotted through the grass by Soset.
Pixel perfect peek from Soset there finds Nixie, and once again Virtus Pro in trouble. I know we're only 2.5 games in, but VP yet to get get anything going at all. They played an insane day one on Miramar in the group stages. They got nothing to show for there, and now looking at yet another 0-pointer.
Bad news for Na'Vi as Extends was their trailing man. He gets spotted out by the Expendables, so he gets knocked. Falcons get wiped out by Bean by himself.
Yep.
The solo player from Gen G. Have we seen some solo heroics from Gen G this tournament so far? Well, we get to see some more there as Extends will get flushed out by Beamy, so that's at least one more point picked up here for Virtus Pro, but a good grenade from Clories ends their run.
Yep, falls immediately after Clories. From throwing one nade, peeks right over to the remaining players on that side right after, but realizes now there's too much circle to play for. Look at the northeast control that the Expendables have right now as well, looking very, very good up here. Issue is that as much space as they have, they can't really contest, they can't really play around it as Pons finds his double on Alcacia as they pull up on the arena.
A number of fights going on the south side here.
What?
Alcacia down to just one as CowBoi with the big gun will spot out Opons. Can he do anything about Lyrics and Jacob as the Expendables, I mean, they are just flexing right now. You can hear them screaming in the background. They are feeling themselves here, but look at this. New circle pops, and everything to the northwest is going to come to a head. Let's see what Twisted Minds has in the bag.
They got to take the fight straight to full sense, and they got to do it fast, because now they're starting to realize that Burram is pulling up on this one as well. 3 teams entangled on the northwestern side. Same thing happening towards the south face. Off of the fight between Alcacia and E-Arena have opted to try and engage on this one once more as well. Vard peeks over, finds Opons, but this up here to the north is a really big one, because whoever comes out victorious here, if they get a couple of players in the next circle, they have a pretty decent spot up on that northern side.
Able to get Batulins back on his feet, so they're back up to full strength. They do have that snake in the grass behind them, and Bean, who is already proven to be very venomous. As there you go, Flash will go down. So full sense, they were looking strong and confident until they ran into the buzzsaw of the lobby, Twisted Minds.
6 kills and as confident as ever. They're hitting everything from one fight. I mean, they barely even get a chance to breathe before they start shooting at the next guys. Burram tried to leave this fight altogether, but Twisted saying, hey, you ain't going nowhere, trying to pull them back in their direction.
Absolutely not. 6 kills now, 4 in the bag for Perfectix, and they still have to make their way into this zone. While the Expendables still working around on that north side. That might be the next fight we have coming up. But CowBoi is still collecting points for Alcacia here on the south side. He manages to take one away from FaZe. Might be able to get another one if he gets close enough.
I mean, I say he's incognito with his ghillie suit, but then he also has the loudest gun in the game. The MG3 Lynx combo, not something you see too often, but he's making it work. Only 72 bullets to work with to try and take down the duo of Vard and Gustav here. Now, tanking blue as well. This is going to hurt. They don't see him on the side. The finds one, finds the double as well. CowBoi unstoppable.
He gets 2. He'll get the kills as well. Make sure you collect those points, young man. You've earned them. Fex, the last player left alive for FaZe Clan. He is already in the zone. He was their foothold in the zone while they tried to clear out everything on the south side, but it didn't matter when CowBoi's got the bullet hose.
Solo player left alive, racking up points for Alcacia. What an insane ace to have in your pocket in a game that could have easily been a 0-pointer.
All right, Twisted Minds has made their way in. They have a tenuous hold on some foothills over here in the northwest. Team Liquid will get flushed out by Ruse from Buriram, so that'll be them down in 10th place. We're down to 21 alive, 9 teams left up. Buriram still making their way in. They've lost 1, but they have collected a couple of kills for themselves. They are going to be heading down towards the south side here as we once again see a full-strength 4-man 4 AM in their way.
Definitely this game obviously has been a bit more quiet than the other one. They came in, rotated their nuke. We have to lay low. Like, we're going to lay low while the chaos unfolds around us, and then by the end of it, when it gets a little more quiet, that's when we start flexing out with the numbers advantage, with our helmets invested intact, and maybe some util to work with too. So look to see 4 AM as quiet as they have been thus far. Try and take a fight real soon as Bean trying to heal, but he's being suppressed by Hackatory from all players on the opposite side of the circle, and Example finds him in the end.
Does go down, but look how low he got Example, too.
Yeah.
Okay, Bean, well, Twisted Minds, man, nothing easy for them this game. They have been chasing these zones
for sure
since the word go, and now they've got to try to find a way in here with 4 AM once again in their way.
The scary thing is, I mean, you say it's been gone against them for Twisted Minds. This is how they like to play the game. Stay on the edge, take fights to wounded teams, get good third-party opportunities, and punish them instantly. So you try to put them in the worst-case position on the map, and they go, we actually kind of like it here.
It seems to work out well for them. Well, Buriram are wrapping around down to the south side, where Na'Vi have two wrapping around, looking to see if they can spot out CowBoi, but CowBoi's just healing through the blue for as long as he's able right now before eventually going down to it. I imagine Gyuyeon gets spotted out by Batu. Big shots from the big leader of Twisted Minds. Not going to be enough to get him, as we see Na'Vi. I think they may have spotted out Buriram, and this might be the extent of the control that they want to have over this southeastern side.
Yeah, Buriram's going to be playing it slow as well here. They're inside circle now. Just wait and see the next one. Don't get knocked. Don't allow for anyone to lob a nade in from any distance. We know we're treading snake fields in the middle of this one. You have both FaZe and Gyuyeon. They're proned out, probably with some utils to work with.
Shout out to FaZe. I mean, despite the fact that they got absolutely murked by CowBoi, they got 9 kills on their way up to 3rd place. And FaZe is still in this thing. Could still add to that total here as the Expendables are in grenade range for the solo Gyuyeon. As he gets one, can he get the other Tanvu back on his feet? We'll try to, I think they got the initial knock onto 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈. Yeah, and they're going to actually get it stolen away by 4 a.m. So Expendables will try to reset off of this as 4 a.m. and Twisted Minds now squaring off.
Big fight. Can Expendables try and engage in this? Twisted Minds is doing this now because of the knock on Expendables. They know they have to commit one to the rest. They can't fully look our way. We gotta take this fight right now. Is Gyuyeon in the center of the circle with a mortar? What in the world am I watching?
An absolute Chad. Gyuyeon all by himself. He's like, yeah, screw it.
He's finding people too.
And he hits Tanvu. Oh my
goodness.
It's
a solo in the center of the circle with a mortar. And not a care in his life.
Why not? Why not, Gyuyeon? You do you, buddy. You got this. Example going to get the knock and flush. The flock.
The flock?
That's what my brain wanted to call it. Gyuyeon, though, still alive, still scrapping, as he has that defensible cover to hide behind. He's dead center circle once again on the shift, as Lou will get taken down and flushed out by 𝘽𝙊𝙊.
Yep, circles keep creeping east.
The Lou violences.
𝘽𝙊𝙊 able to stay put in this one even after the vehicle explosion too, and Twisted Minds, of course. I mean, again, they just want to clear him out. They want to play backs free, but it's not possible right now. There's simply too many opponents around them.
Yeah, Buriram really flexing out right now on that western side. They got to find a way to get in. They haven't run into the snake effects yet either, who is still down there hiding. 𝘽𝙊𝙊 is still got that hard cover, and the smokes will keep him alive a little bit longer. Perfectix, though, looking over in that direction, spraying through the cloud to see if he can maybe find the kill, as BagelPod will finally go down. Gyuyeon's reign of terror comes to an end.
Valiant effort from Gyuyeon, able to get into placement points as well. Again, you can't request much from a solo player, but any single point he gets to make it a not 0-point game could be a big difference maker.
Not only that, but it was hilarious, and that is half the battle. As we see Perfectix still just holding down that angle. He's got his shotgun rider with Example. They've got 9 kills already. They are not concerned about making their way into this next zone before they finish off this man that would quite readily stab them in the back.
Ooh, maybe they get a little help from Buriram running on over. Maybe if they're even lucky. Oh, that's a great shot connected by DMS. Able to connect once more. Not oftentimes see Perfectix getting humbled in a peak battle, but Dima's doing a good job there. In the end, 𝘽𝙊𝙊 will go down. Not a whole lot more he could do.
Oh my goodness.
Once again, it's rips. I mean, Buriram coming in with ferocity here.
Goodness gracious. Na'Vi will get eliminated there, but Perfectix, the last player left alive, as he collects another one, gets the flush onto Demasti. So Perfectix, the 5 points. There you go. Rules will finally finish him out, and he will get into the zone in time before the damage is done. Meanwhile, sweet little Fex still hiding out in his defilade over off in the distance, and he has managed to get FaZe into 2nd place with 9 kills. Does go down, and the Expendables will get the win in match number 3.
They had a less than optimal start on Miramar today, but your reigning world champions came back, showed you how it was done here in the end of it. We said it early when they came in, they claimed that northeastern side. They had effectively the only space to maneuver, and they made great use of it.
I mean, it was working from Fish Camp, pretty much from the word go. and they were able to hold everybody at bay and take advantage of all the other fights that were happening around them, and towards the end just clicked it on again. But again, Twisted Minds showing up late in the late game, and FaZe, I mean, managing to get a second place off that when you already had 9 kills, absolutely huge. But that was a big win for the Expendables. Let's throw it over to the desk to break it down.
Strong finish from the Expendables, taking the east side and being able to run away with it. The world champions get a win under their belt for game number 3 here, as I am joined by Avenger and Toffees to talk about what's going on. But Toffees, it's the world champs.
You know, it's top of the show. We talked about Tanvu and what these guys are able to do. TE Esports, you know, when they won PGC, I think there's a lot of conversations about, was it because the lobby was a little mixed? What really, you know, there was more questions than maybe it was fair to them even. Do you think right now, Martin, that this is a win that says like they're world champions again? Maybe?
We've got this. After 2 points in 2 games, no. And then of course winning here match 3 is great, but for me, I want to see them win the games they're supposed to win, but also win the games or get a lot of points in the games they're not supposed to win.
Sure.
It's a lot of big games, and then on top of that, getting a lot of those 0 and 1 point games, right?
Yeah, being the fall man that threw caution to the wind and being able to win some of those fights as they did end up going down. I was like, wait a minute, that's us. What's happening?
That's the wrong camera angle, guys. What's going on here?
I swear, I'm not talking Singleton now. I swear.
I kind of liked it, Martin. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
But I think you're onto something. Win the games that you're not supposed to win, but more importantly, salvage points on those games. And that's where the Expendables have not been living up to the hype.
Yeah.
Part of that, though, is the first 2 games, they got caught in some really weird early fights pre-10 minutes that I don't think that they should have been in any shape or form. So given that, when they avoid those early fights and get to the late game, it seems like they're a good team.
Yeah, it felt like whilst the East was clear, the West was anything but.
Yes.
And once again, I was terrified that we were going to see Twisted Minds, one of the only teams across the bridge on the other side of things, get another big game. And they kind of did. 14 points, Martin, for Twisted Minds. Means that I think there are 50-some points after 3 games. It's insanity.
The only team to get double-digit kills in here in this game, and on top of that, also getting 4th place. Insane. And also, I think the big part of this game here, obviously, when this circle goes west, a lot of teams are thinking, okay, it's a bottleneck circle. A lot of teams are not going to be west, but there's a lot of teams crossing the bridge. There's a lot of teams in gliders. There's a lot of teams just coming in from that western side. That actually ended up being a huge fiesta over there.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the total leaderboards here as we have a special guest in good old Tigleton to talk about these leaderboards. How are you doing, mate? And what do you think of your 3rd place? You do good. You get a lot of 3rd places at internationals, actually.
Yeah, we seem to be one of the best, most consistent 3rd place teams of all time.
How about the games overall, though? What have you made of them so far?
Honestly, it feels like if we don't kill Twisted, no one else is. The rest of the lobby needs to start, picking their hands up and throwing some punches back.
That's fair. That's fair.
You were saying that as James walked up next to you, and it's like looking like, do you see that? Like, we're trying too, buddy. We're trying too.
FaZe is trying to.
I was very happy to, I heard some screaming at the start of the match, and I thought maybe Forrest was winning the hot drop, and then I saw James got first blood, and I was like, oh, okay, let's go. Up the boys.
Give me that microphone a second. James, come back. What do you have to say about that? 2nd place at the moment.
Yeah, it was a good hot drop.
You like the hot drop? It was good? Yeah?
Wait, why am I talking into 2 mics? Stop.
But I like that. If somebody doesn't stop Twisted Minds, already lie here from the beginning, they're going to run with it. And I think that's very real here, especially if you have this amount of points after 3 games. That's actually kind of insane.
You know, Shrimzy said if we're not first, it's 1 or 16 mentality. Does that mean that you guys are willing to start hunting Twisted Minds and kicking them hard if they continue to do well?
I mean, from game 1, if you listen to our comm stream, I said, I want to kill Twisted.
I love that.
When Twisted's in the feed, let's go kill them. And we didn't do it. The game played out the way it did. We won the game. It was fine.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right.
Awesome.
Well, thank you very much, Singleton. We'll let you go back to the next games, as I will hold this that way for now. Okay, away from my mouth as far as possible. But exciting kind of to see the perspectives here midway through the tournament from Tingleton, as well as apparently James, who decided to say, yeah, we like that hot drop, and they did smash it.
I was going to say, I'm glad that he popped up. It was. I'm glad he popped up because it was a great hot drop. It was kind of unexpected, and then the absolute chaos and speed at which they finished it was wild to me. FaZe was unfazed by that hot drop and came in really, really nice. That final grenade to end it was so hot.
The one big thing for me is when you hot drop in Buxanza is it's easy, right? If you lose one guy, easy, instant recall. You get your guys back. You get to loot quickly, right? Sure, you might lose a minute or two on rotating, but still, that's 4 potential free points there. And if you're able to kind of stat pad that a little bit like they did there, it's good. So far, it's looking pretty exciting, but I don't want to see a team already after a couple of games have doubled the amount of points of second place.
2 shout-outs I want to give real quick. Never mind. I love you.
It's time to go to Rondo. Let's do it. Thank you very much, Toffees, for that insight as we get it going. Thank you to the players for joining us here. If you want to shut down Twisted Minds, we know where they're going on Rondo. Over to the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And unfortunately for Toby and myself, the players are previously occupied, so we will not be having one join us for this cast. But we are ready to head over to Rondo, where it feels like it's still Twisted Minds' lobby to lose. Again, 3 games in.
Yeah.
Still got a lot of time left, but they are rolling right now, man.
And their track record isn't exactly bad on... I mean, honestly, they don't have a bad track record on any map. Yeah. But Rondo ain't one of them.
Be tough to find.
That's for sure. As this plane takes us through, once again, no double planes. Maybe they've just been removed altogether. As we head pretty much straight west to east in this one.
One can hope.
Jatina City ending.
Jatina City.
Escalator ending.
We're still hoping for it. We're still hoping. When hope springs eternal. Well,
oh, sorry, go.
Oh, no, I was just going to bring up real quick that our currently top 5 after 3 games in kills are 4 Twisted Minds players and Kiss, which may explain the gusto to go hot drop there, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe it was a Kiss call.
Very well could be, but it was
hey guys, I'm feeling
definitely a kiss goodbye for them in that one.
That it was.
As we now get to see Circle just a moment from now. Twisted Minds, of course, as always, landing and sharing Test Track / Neo's Factory with Na'Vi. Initially, they were fighting over it a bit. Initially, 17 was up there as well, but they were like, nah, let's not contest one another for this.
I was a little nervous there about Forest and Liquid, but it looks like Olympus is going to pull away, and that'll... Hey!
Wow! Would you look at that?
You think everybody's happy about this one? Considering all the wild circles we've been seeing, we get to see a circle that we have seen a million times before. Everybody knows how they want to play this thing.
Now, it's not often we get team comps, but since I have you here with me as the NA expert...
Ah, that's me.
We just heard Kickstart say, it's probably you, HWudd, it's probably you. What do you think was probably you, HWudd?
What did HWudd do?
Yeah. That is all I heard was Kick said, it's probably you, HWudd. It's probably you. What did you do? What was probably HWudd? Chat, you can join in as well. Let us know. What do you think was probably HWudd? I'm not sure.
Knowing him as well as I do, there's a lot of possible answers to that question. Most of which I would say probably not suitable for stream.
And I do believe actually we have Falcon's watch party of you watch party today. So if you want the actual answers, you can hop on over there and probably go back in the VOD, see what they have to say.
Get a review.
Get a review.
Good VOD review. There you go. Get to see the stats from the old Expendables after their Match 3 victory. Once again, Tanvu up there, 515 damage. Man of the match.
Some things never change. Beast. Actual beast. It's so funny how from, I don't want to say one day to another, but the explosion of Expendables. I mean, APAC for the longest time was Cerberus, and Cerberus only. And then... Expendables have a tournament and a half that's pretty decent, and then they come from that to dominance and then into PGC. I mean, it's just, and there's been no slowing down ever since. Here we see some of the highlights from CowBoi, who decided, you know what, I actually better when my entire team is dead. So, hey, what about that?
I'm sure Roth doesn't feel the same way, but I mean, this was what a spray from Opans there, and Jacob gets the third. I mean, that is a bold push from Alcacia. I mean, they had it. They really did, and it's just really, really good individual play from the Arena boys. Keeps them alive, and then fortunately for xwudd and CowBoi, FaZe decides to come over and get involved, and he'll finish off Jacob before turning his attention over to FaZe. You can see Roth is so happy.
Good.
He's so happy to be playing with these guys.
I love that we're getting teeny tiny bits of voice comments in on these ones too. It's amazing. Absolutely incredible. Circle has popped a while back as we saw it, and so far no one has really opted to make quick moves. Again, and this comes to 90% being the Circle Center is quite, I don't know if this is a word in English, but unclaimable. There is really nothing to vie over. I mean, and even if there is anything, you know it's going to be taken by the first two teams that are there. So for everyone, I mean, look at 17, Forest, Buram. I could keep mentioning team names, but there's every single Edge team that would normally have moved in at this point or start moving now. They're still going, yeah, you know what, we'll take our time on this one.
Well, we got a chance to have an interview, so let's see who we got the chance to talk to this time.
ก็ส่วนตัวในทีมก็ดูแผนเรื่องวงมาเยอะครับแล้วก็พัฒนาเรื่องสกิลอะไรต่างๆมาเยอะมากครับเพื่อจะมาเก็บประสบการณ์ที่ PJ 9แล้วก็10เพื่อไป PGC ครับได้ครับเพราะว่าส่วนตัวคิดว่าทีมตั้งใจซ้อมมากๆแล้วก็ทำการบ้านกันหนักมากครับแล้วก็มั่นใจในเพื่อนร่วมทีมแล้วก็ตัวเองครับว่าทำได้แน่นอนก็ในส่วนนี้มีนักจิตวิทยามาช่วยเยอะมากครับแต่หนูช่วยได้เรื่องนี้เยอะมากจริงๆเวลาควบคุมสติควบคุมอารมณ์อะไรต่างๆเกมต่อเกมอะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
It's been beautiful to see the Thai PUBG scene really rise. They've always been good when it came to their macro play, but individually, mechanically, some of the players have been struggling, I would say. And regionally, they have been struggling a bit in some of these global lobbies years past. But now, I mean, DPS. But recently, I mean, over the last year, ever since the rise of day trade and now Full Sense as well, it has been a joy to watch the Thai PUBG scene rise with it.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of fun watching Thanadol specifically. I mean, that's a kid that you know, when he came onto the scene, everybody was talking about, like, oh, this kid is cracked. Like, mechanically, he's insane. And then, you know, it took a little while. He definitely didn't burst onto the scene the way, you know, some others have in the past. And it really feels like now that he's got this team built around him, everything has just started clicking, and it's looking really, really nice for Full Sense.
Also, just, I mean, for the Thai region as a whole, it was always all Neurons, all Jacob, and then you see so many roster changes. Usually when you have a complete roster mania in a region, in this case in a country, it takes a while for it to settle. But I feel like right out of the gates, a lot of these teams have just come out so much stronger, as if it was the final piece of the puzzle that 6 teams made roster changes, and then everything worked out.
This is a no-fly zone. Mr. xwudd, he's actually going to get knocked pretty low as well. I'm not sure if that was all FaZe or if that's a collection, but he's got to land somewhere, and FaZe is right around there too. So the rest of 17, the rest of 17 still kind of sending it over in that direction to make sure that he's got somebody to pick him up.
Boys, I'm going to need to pick up. This ain't optimal, and looks like 𝘽𝙊𝙊 is drifting through the Rise fields. Try and make sure that he gets his teammates to safety, because if there's a player you don't want to lose early on, that would be 𝘽𝙊𝙊.
Nixie doing the Virtus Pro Air Force, making stops along the way, just seeing how far towards the center they can go. They're about halfway between the southernmost point and the middle, so this is not a bad spot for them.
It is the Virtus Pro Air Pause.
Ah, I see.
You see, because it's polar bears.
Polar bears. See, I've already made a couple of polar bear references, so I think we got to keep going with it. And that's on me. That's on me.
I just follow your lead, bro. If you make dumb jokes, I'll join in. I'll just hop into the deep end. Sometimes I'll do it even if you don't. That's my way of doing it. Having said that, again, slow rotations here. Honestly, it sounds weird, but I'm loving the pacing. Everyone knows the importance of points on some of these wildcard maps, especially when you only have 3 days of play. And there is just so much unpredictability on rotations, on splits. There's so much data yet to really be harvested from some of these teams or created on how teams split on this map, where they tend to play from. So everyone is playing extra careful right now.
Ooh, got a little close there. I could see, I think that's Roth mostly just kind of sending in mortars by eyesight. Not going to find Falcons this time. but I think he did spot out that forward duo of FaZe coming into the north side of Yulin, so that'll have to be top of mind as we check in with Buriram, who also have their own Air Force. And Khan coming in from the east. They're going to be pushing into that Neox factory, getting pretty close.
And Forest has one too. Everyone's loving the Esport, or they'll just, not Esport, just hot spawn gliders in this game. Always convenient when you know exactly where to go for it. Let's see, as they make their way further forward, Nyx is going to fly on that southern side. Again, so much space to play in this circle. When it's slapped down in the middle, then everyone's going to take their time. No one's going to aggress center early because A, teams are split, B, next circle is going to pop, and then you might just be like, you know what? Why did we hard commit to fight over this one compound when there's when it's not even inside the next circle?
It's fair. Well, Buriram being a little bit aggressive here, getting very close to the factory, and you can see they're within range of the guns of Na'Vi and of 4 AM just off to their south. So this is a very gutsy push from Buriram. It looks like they're paying off right now as they are trying to head towards center circle, and now Twisted and Full Sense also getting a line of sight on that as well.
I said no one's going for it. Buriram, the only team that really opted to go early on here as the new circle pops, goes, well, I mean, as center as can be to repeat. So both them and Virtus Pro reaping the rewards of that center circle. Issue is, I mean, the fact that we have a phase 2 and almost all 64 players in without anyone shooting at each other, you'd have to imagine that's going to end real soon because, again, the dead center is an open field, and now the fight is starting to take place.
Here they are, 17 pushing in to that test track area, and they knew what to expect down here, and they're going to run into Batu. They take him down, and Perfectix a little bit on an island here. The rest of the boys you can see off to the north. Lou is going to come over here and try to provide some support, but will it get there in time? Meanwhile, the Expendables crashing onto the 4 AM compound. Atong Mu already knocked.
Not easy for them whatsoever. Expendables won the previous game, trying to come out victorious here again. So far able to get 2, but Long's able to get 1 in return. Making a run for it now. Should have this actually get to safety, as he will see his friends get taken on out and cleaned on up. DuCkHjeUz claims point number 1 at 11 minutes on Rondo. That's a new one.
I mean, that was just a symptom of the circle, like you said, right? Everybody knows what to expect. This is the most basic Rondo circle that we'll ever see, but got to give credit where credit is due to the Expendables. Full-on crash on the 4 AM, and they cleaned that up about as quickly and cleanly as you would like. Long still alive for 4 AM, pulling away in his Huffy just off to the east. He's going to have to find a way to make his way inside the circle here as Forest will try to find a new place to play.
Yeah, they're getting themselves reeling tangled by Genji here. Olympus is literally a half-mile away from his teammates. I'm not sure if this is a big-brain play of collapsing into the position from each their side. I know he's in a glider, but he's scouting forward for them, being shut up by 3 teams. I mean, this is... you've got to have seen there's cars down there all over the place.
Yeah, pushing into what you... I mean, that's the point of having the scout, isn't it? Is to know where to push. Songchang will land the last shot into Scappy. He'll take him down and try to clean that fence away to find where his quarry lies. But looks like they'll be able to smoke him out, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the strategy here? What's the idea? They're sat within nade range of one team. They're sat in a valley being spotted by 3 teams. They had a enormous Genji split they could try and punish. That entire western wrap, that was possible. But, of course, when you only have 1 pair of eyes in the sky, it's not always that easy.
Maybe trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew.
Yeah,
here.
I'm not sure.
Would love, yeah, nice grenade from Akan, and that was about as much as they're going to be able to get, though. They're getting peppered from range as well, so they can't afford to just free farm over here. So that's the one good thing Forest has going for him. But you see, as soon as those smokes go away, Team Liquid staring right down the barrel at him. As Perfectix looks like he has been able to escape. He's got the mortar. Wonder where those are getting sent.
From beautiful beginnings to mediocre mids for Forest right now, looking at potentially yet another 0-pointer here. As hey, finally say, you know what, we've had enough. Let's get out of here. Olympus, where are we going? Well, nowhere in that car. Oh, and then you have the EMP as well. Timing could not be any worse.
Back to the rock. Back to the rock.
You know what? It wasn't that bad down here. Let's go down and see if we can play it. Oh, well, nope, still not viable. Okay, no mind.
Rock of safety. As Olympus continues to fly around. It looks like he's going to crash land just off to their north. So Team Liquid had eyes on that as well. A few shots being sent over in their direction. Twisted Minds was able to get everybody back on their feet, though, after that push from 17. So no harm, no foul in the end for them. Na'Vi has to leave Neox factory. As you see Batu getting the knock on the Purdy-Curdy. Buriram already on the move once again. They went dead center last time.
Yeah.
Why not try it again?
Yeah, it worked out last time. This time around, though, everything is taken. They'll realize that real soon as they come running over that ridge line. Norrens able to find one. It's actually going to be Lyrics to find the knock in the first, but they are also nade bait all the time and couldn't be any better. Falcons shut them down. They left themselves exposed to the compound up high. And Khan with a nade in hand was lined up for a double kill, but shut down right before he was able to throw it.
Ruse able to escape for now for Buriram. But as you mentioned, there's just not very many safe places to play. As good shots there from Virtus Pro. Or actually, I'm sorry, that's Full Sense. 2 orange teams. What are you going to do? He's going to put them right into the jaws of Na'Vi, though. And the Expendables also making their way into this same area. As we check in with the replay on the 4 a.m. How the Expendables just dispatched with this squad so quickly.
Yeah, they knew exactly where they had them coming in from. There was only really one good angle they could approach, and they set up a great trap on it there. Sun able to get the first 2, and DuCkHjeUz with the last as well. Of course, one 4 AM player still alive in this game, but he's on his lonesome. Maybe going for reses right now.
There you go, Taego with his 200 total kill. Akatori, meanwhile, finished off Ruse, so that's Buriram down and out. And they'll be our first team out of the lobby, as Na'Vi still trying to figure out where they want to play this one after leaving that Neox factory.
We might just want to tank blue on this one, honestly, and wait and see next circle. It should shift north, given that we're going away from the mountains in the southern side. But we'll see. We'll see how far up there it's going to go.
Oh, Tanbu. What'd you do, bud? He must have got shot out of his hand or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he got knocked.
Yeah, that's
with it in hand. You'd have to imagine.
Tanbu owners everywhere, just not happy about that.
Why did your voice suddenly change like that, Paul? Is there something you want to say?
Could be
Here comes Purdy, strolling on a clear summer day. Well, it's a little bit overcast, but other than that, it's pretty fine. Making his way forward with a gun that probably weighs more than his vehicle.
He's kind of looking, he's like, well, nobody's shooting me here, so this feels like a great spot.
I mean, as long as Falcons don't extend and look out east, they can't really do so without leaving themselves exposed to the teams around them, so should be all right for now. And as I said, now we're going to be coming in here real late. Would have probably, honestly, preferred to just wait outside circle, but they're backfilling the exact same path we've now seen Buriram, E-Arena, 17 earlier in the game, and Expendables try and set up, and the circle goes right there once again. The Falcons and FaZe compound split position here is golden. There's a reason they tried to claim it real early on, and yes, there is uphill on the east, but there ain't room for 4 teams there.
Think these guys know their Rondo heat maps? Jeez, please.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's going to pay off nicely for him, but as we see the possible rotation pass on the arrows there for Twisted Minds, it doesn't feel like it's going to be great because they got Na'Vi down there, Full Sense down there, everybody vying for those limited positions there on the eastern side. Same on the west. Right?
Yep. Now, for anyone, I mean, I love the play that Gen.G is currently setting up. It's not aggressive, so to say, but with how split they were playing earlier, for anyone looking at the map feed, they're now starting to collapse that split, but trying to maintain the same space while doing so. They know they're coming in on an empty side of the circle, and they've created that emptiness on their own by forcing teams in the other directions, which in turn it forces all these teams that much closer to each other on that eastern side of the circle. Twisted, Na'Vi, Full Sense, all close to one another because Gen.G has managed to make so much space for themselves.
And that's just kind of an encapsulation of what Gen.G has been doing this whole tournament, really, and just playing those edge positions and just splitting themselves out as long as they'll get found out. But just doing that that area control, and hasn't worked every time, obviously, but when it does work, boy, they get a lot of kills for it. Forest will lose their vehicle and lose their lives. We'll donate 1 over to Begopa, and 1 will go into the pocket of Purdy-Curdy.
Yeah, double 0 pointers in the wildcard maps for Forest Gaming. Unlucky, given their good start to Miramar earlier. Hopefully, they can turn things around as we head on over to Erangel after this one. But for now, again, it's still everyone's saying, nah, I don't really want to be inside the circle. It's not good. I don't have anywhere to play. So they're trying to take these fights earlier. Twisted, trying to fend off against Na'Vi.
Yeah, the hills for Twisted are looking okay for now.
Yeah.
They've got eyes on Na'Vi, but the question mark here is 𝘽𝙀. What are they going to do on that northern side?
Yep.
Do they decide to stick around there, or do they decide to push a little bit further, especially considering the fact that they've got the BRDM?
I mean, we saw it from Twisted. What they're doing right now is they're maintaining space. They're saying we don't want anyone close to us, because if one team fights us, other teams will third party. We don't want to be the victim of a third party situation. We want to have a chance to set up third party aggression on other teams. Na'Vi losing one rotation there. I mean, of course, it's when it's this late in the game and you're in the open, you can't really expect to stay alive through all of it.
Yeah, losing Hakatori is not ideal for sure, but it could have been a lot worse, and it might be about to get a lot worse. Now that they have seen 𝘽𝙀 kind of set up on the north, they can focus their full attention down here on the south. But a good knock from Ferris as soon as he gets traded over by Tigger too. So Full Sense from the south have eyes on this, and they're actually pushing it. They're crashing.
And again, this is perfect. Twisted Minds, they force Na'Vi off. They say, great, now we want to set up a third-party opportunity for ourselves. Full Sense is coming in and helping them out and doing exactly that.
And Na'Vi is in a world of hurt here. Extends will get the knock on the Perfectix with 1 HP left. And we'll have to drop back down. Sosid very hurt as well. And they are just going to survive as long as they can. But look at that, 3 knocked onto Twisted. Nobody getting flushed out just yet as 𝘽𝙀's trying to make a run over there to see if he can get somebody back on his feet.
Yep, all of this commotion on the eastern side of the circle. In the meantime, on the west, it's all empty, all quiet. This northern fight has big ramifications as well. If Liquid can hold out 𝘽𝙀, if they can force them off, maybe towards the west, maybe into FaZe lane, they're going to have a lot of space to maneuver here in the north.
Okay, Gyuyeon taking a couple of frags to the face there as 𝘽𝙀 will get eliminated there in the end. So we're down to just 41 alive, 12 teams remaining. Still a lot considering the phase of the game that we're at. Gen.G on the move. I'm going to just run close enough to get those 𝘽𝙀 crates, and now they know that their entire south side is free. They just have to avoid the line of sight of FaZe.
Yeah, I like the idea that they're up to wrap around FaZe Clan, staying at an angle from where they can't really engage them from afar. Na'Vi somehow still in this, despite being peppered by both Full Sense and Twisted at the same time. But, of course, able to do so. But now, though, shuts him down. And with that, even more points coming their way. They were down to a solo player, and Lou was able to get 2 back up, but it might just have been for nothing.
Well, they're back to a solo player as Lou.
They take turns.
Unfortunately, this time the blue zone is pushing right across on his back. An example, looks like he's been spotted out by Tigger, so that'll be a point collected here by Full Sense. Let's see if they can get 𝘽𝙀 back on his feet. Looks like they've got a man on him going for the revive right now as Akan just with 5 HP, just rolling around in the BRDM.
Yeah, he's good. He's vibing. He's chilling. Xiangyang looking to try and see if they can get some knocks with util. Well, it's going to come the other way. Purdy, yet another master of the util usage. Able to find a nugget at a distance there as it goes for the spray through the smoke. Not able to hit anything.
Purdy's got the, oh my goodness, Purdy's got the M249 and he's got 5 HP after taking a BRDM to the face. Luke 12 goes down, Akan gets traded, and Sparking in the perfect position to capitalize here as Songjang trying to make the push in. He gets spotted out, and now 𝘽𝙀 is just down to 1.
Quiet start to the day for Team Liquid, but they're trying to make something of it here. Issue is there's no pressure on the side of Falcons right now, so Shrimsy and Kickstart has free reign to peek out from the northern side and engage them down below.
And Park Pro steals away Purdy as well, so he might be able to get Gyuyeon back on his feet while that smoke still remains. Alo and Sparking, the last 2 players left alive for Team Liquid. Falcons, as you said, Shrimsy started to look over in that direction. The rest of the Falcons looking off to the south to make sure that they keep eyes on Twisted Minds, on Full Sense, on the Expendables. So the Falcons really on the clock with this one, and now the circle will pull away. They do get the knock onto Alo, though.
It's going to be an uphill battle, quite literally south to north in this one. Falcons sit in the crow's nest up high, overlooking the entire circle down below.
That's a lot of faith to be put into Shrimsy, the solo man, keeping eyes on everything off to the north. He has been joined by Kickstart now, so Falcons will hold on to that compound for as long as they can, get as much out of it as they can. Twisted Minds, after being beaten, bruised, knocked to 1 player 2 times in this tournament, or in this game rather, are now being left alive by the grace of the smoke clouds, and they still have to make their way into this next zone.
Exactly, we see the nade here from low that sealed the deal for Na'Vi right at their feet. Couldn't have been placed any better. So 3 kills for Twisted, 1 team out from placement points 2. Again, not every game is going to be pretty, but it's about avoiding the 0-pointers and making something happen even when nuts are against you.
See if Blue's got the arm. It's going to go just a little bit left, a little bit short. Full sense. Looks like Thanadol will be able to get the res onto Tigger. And Batu going to send that one a little bit farther to the right. Might hit the tree branch, or it might end up right where it needs to be. No, it's going to be a little bit short, but Kickstart has the Angs.
Yeah, again, I mean, we were just waiting for Falcons to have a clear side of this one, and now the entire Northern tree obviously been shoved out by the circle, so they can start peeking out in the open. Here comes Gen G as fast as they can, trying to claim circle, send a spark, and those pro, they're ready and waiting, will be taken out at the end of it. In the meantime, Opons gets a triple with a nade, cleans out the entirety of Virtus Pro, and just like that, 9 players eliminated in the span of 2 seconds.
Oh,
what?
My God, Opons. He was down in this shack on the south side while Nurens and Jacob have been working from the middle for all this time, and Opons is eaten as he gets all of Virtus Pro. And just like that, eArena now up to 6 kills. And they've got Jacob and Nurens. They've got full sense. Pretty much dead to rights here. Thanadol, the last one up. He sees Jacob making the push here. He's going to try to go for the peak. Nurens, though, he's looking at it at the same time. Good stuff from eArena with 8 kills now.
Yep, 6 of them on Opon sacrificed himself and taken out an entire team of Virtus Pro. Good job on him. Nurens, Jacob, again, I mean, I mentioned them before, used to be on everyone's top list for tier players, but slowly getting overshadowed by other teams.
Falcons and FaZe in a perfect position to start making moves on Twisted as they have gone on. I mean, they're just separating themselves. 58 points in 4 matches is ridiculous. But James with a beautiful grenade gets the double and the flush. And now it's down to Lil Ghost and xwudd as they hold on as long as they can. But yeah, FaZe isn't going to let that slide. They're going to come push through. Lil Ghost, though, will find one, but immediately traded back. So great work from FaZe.
Nice play from them. Also great
Jacob.
timing on it. Jacob finding a headshot onto Gustav mid-air.
And they're done.
Yep.
Yeah. The rest of Fex and James are pushing
exactly.
forward through. So
not in the position to help.
Too.
Exactly. Now Falcons realize they can't go on the west on this one, so they hard flank towards the east. They know they have Jacob and Nurens out here. Take the close fight first, and then take the fight to FaZe afterwards.
Win here could be huge for Falcons if they can just clutch it out. They've got the man advantage as FaZe, they're going to just let Gustav bleed out. It looks like Fex and James not at all interested in running back over there, although now that they see that Falcons have focused in on eArena, they might change their mind. Only on first bleed, so you see he's going out really slow.
You see the
Here
nade.
we go, the grenade from Opons. First one, not going to be enough. The second one cleans him up, and he finishes off Nixie with the gun before he goes down in the end. And yeah, what else can you do?
What can
just
you say?
Tip your cap and say, you know what? GG, brother.
We're getting a glimpse of 2 glimpses now of 17 Gaming. Rare to see our 2-time PGS champions in 17 Gaming. Look at this. I don't want to say broken, but they clearly feel like there's something they need to work on. And well, clearly they had a good position on that southern side there to try and make something happen, but they were being pinned by multiple teams. And when there was time for them to make a move, they just couldn't.
All right, there we go. We're finally able to get over to Gustav. Good on FaZe realizing that they had plenty of time, considering he's just on first bleed, so no reason to send it too early, as now they still have a beautiful ridge line to play along, and Tiggleton needs to be careful here because he's kind of playing off by himself. If he goes down, he's not getting brought back up.
No, definitely. They do still have vehicles, so they can maneuver around. They want to get within nade range, or really Panzer range, I could say, with these guys. But as you can see in the util, they only have flashes to work with. So lob those flashes on over. Make a run with it as well. Strimsy able to find Nurens. They know exactly where they have Jacob now as well, but they got to keep in mind that FaZe will get angles soon as well. Atwin, though, able to find the final one. Here comes the pusher through, and the late nade from Jacob could be the difference maker.
Yeah, that's going to be the dinner bell for FaZe. They've got to go. Gustav gets knocked again, though, so good plays from Tiggleton That is actually going to slow them down a little bit. The grenade going to go just a little bit too far. That one might bounce in the right place. Tiggleton doing everything he can to send rounds over, but the nade going to bounce off, and the deployable cover going to keep him alive for the time being. And xwudd will be able to get healed back up as James and Fex now have to deal with a full-strength Team Falcons.
Oh, I thought that one had a double written all over it, but not to be. Falcons trying to claim even more games here. They came out victorious in game 1, looking to get a second win on the day already, and it's just Fex left alive to try and prevent them from doing so.
Trying to use the offensive Doritos if he can get away with it. xwudd. Gonna go for the vehicle, put himself. He's got another Panzerfaust. If there's a man that loves Panzerfaust more than this man, I don't know where he is. But they see if they can. Okay, Fex.
You know
this
what,
might be the play here. Is Fex and FaZe boys in 3rd place overall. Deny the point to Falcons, but they got enough already, and that is going to be their 2nd win here on the first day of the final stage.
You saw it on the leaderboard. FaZe sat 3rd, they're sat 2nd. If there's a team you don't want to feed points over to when you're this done, it would be them. But valiant effort, great effort by FaZe to claim as many kills as they could. They had the Western compound for a while, got a few off it, but it was when they moved out into the open, they took matters into their own hands, had a really good game there.
And just remember, FaZe and Falcons, 2 of the teams that were dead center circle, taking those compounds immediately upon seeing that circle pop. So that is another big win for the NA org here as we throw it over our desk to break it down.
You know, speculation has been rife across all of social media. Is the desk blessing real? Because Tingleton came up here, James came up here, they were talking to the desk, and then they get a 1-2 ear on Rondo. But Falcons rounds things out. Toffees and Avenger joining me. Toffees, Falcons.
It was good to see the last game, the PGC champions take the win. This game, the PGIS champions take the win. The Falcons truly fly to another victory. But again, this one I think was a little more methodical. That late game approach by the Falcons here on the outside took 0 risk. And I think that's when you look at them versus group stages in the finals, is why they are a different successful team.
Methodical and proactive is what I like, and how you lock down this. But the 4 nades from FaZe Clan onto the rest, that could potentially have made it a 3 versus 2 for FaZe Clan. None of them connected, didn't even get the flush, didn't get a re-knock or anything, and that's where the big impact was for this series, for the late game at least.
Of course, a deny by Fex there at the very end. Fex just walked past me and said to me, Falcons didn't want me in a 4v1, all right? He had to, he just, you know, he spared them. I understand, Fex, you're looking big at this tournament, but regardless, Falcons, this is actually, memes aside, this is very important because we were definitely deeply concerned about Twisted Minds running away with things after those first 3 games, Toffees. Now that's not to be the case.
Quote unquote, if we don't stop Twisted Minds, who will? Said Tingleton when he stood up here, and they come out, they take that fight, they set that backlog, they kept Twisted Minds from coming in. You can see the frustration on Twisted Minds' face because these are 2 teams that are pedigreed, are experienced, are champions.
And it came back to what we said just before we went into that game. Everyone knows where Twisted Minds goes. Everyone knows they're in test track. With a circle like this, Avenger, it was the perfect opportunity for these teams to have a barrier set up to make it hard for Twisted Minds.
It's actually a home turf circle. They should have gotten more points for this, but Na'Vi also said hello and said no.
Yeah, definitely. Our 10 kills will go the way of Falcons at the top. FaZe Clan with 9 kills as well. They're in that podium kind of situation that's going on. And it does bear the question, Avenger. Obviously, I think FaZe Clan's had a lot of question marks around them this year. Absolutely, not getting to some of these lands. I wonder if they believe this roster is just better on LAN compared to the online situations. What do you think?
I definitely think so. I think for them, globally, it's a better one for them here. But Shrimpsy with the 6.
Damn.
Also, Opons with the double nade and the follow-up.
Oh, that was ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. Virtus Pro, I swear to you, they hated that.
Right?
They hated that.
Well, I mean, like, Opons does with nades what everyone else has to commit 2 C4s to accomplish, right? Like, we saw the kill feed and thought it was a C4 attack by Opons, but no, it was a 4-man crash that he just just absolutely massacred.
Yep, and he guarantees 13 points going the way of Arena. That's very important points for them, as they were a little bit further down that table, but 20 points goes the way of Falcons, challenging for those top spots, and FaZe with the 15 as well. It's a fight back for 17 Gaming, Martin, because they had looked brutally difficult to have any points in the previous game.
As you can't get any words out about them, I'm not going to say too much about them either, to be honest.
Not much to say.
It's not much to say, but
Agreed.
once we get to Erangel, they should definitely be stepping up the game. They have one of the best drop spots here.
Yeah, they move into 11th place. Meanwhile, up at the top, that podium is separating themselves already. 58 points for Twisted Minds. They got a little bit here, but not much. Falcons with the fight back on the 46. 42 for FaZe Clan. We need to see the challenge against these three.
Here's what I love about those top three. Sure, the brands have changed over years, the logos have changed, but those rosters are rosters that we have seen, those players that we have seen on the top of leaderboards for years, since the beginning of PUBG, and for them to still be doing it 8 years later is like always incredibly exciting for me to see.
Your thoughts, Martin?
A big jump, of course. The 17 points from third to fourth is huge. And I would love it to be a 3-horse race, but we're only 4 games deep.
Whoa.
We're only 4 games deep.
For horse.
Stop. But we're only 4 games deep, obviously, but it's quite significant amount on like points, right?
Yeah.
It actually means quite a lot to all the other teams. With one decent game, if you're on the right side of the leaderboard, you can jump into top 5 quite fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of other challenges kind of going along, right? xwudd found themselves on the left-hand side of the board here, so I'm excited to see if they can kind of get things going with their young guns. But for now, I'm getting word that we are ready to go to a break. When we return, we have 2 more matches here for the grand final of PGS 9, day number 1.
Balance changes for SMGs and the Panzerfaust. Some updates to the recall system. And a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs and the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hip fire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skippidity Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new survivor pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destiny, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the Skippidity Toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everybody. We got 4 games in the books, 2 more on the docket as we head over to the grassy pastures of Erangel. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby. And there has been that action-packed Toby that I'm stumbling over my words.
Yeah, I mean, Erangel is not a word we get to say so often in a PUBG broadcast, so I understand. It makes perfect sense.
I mean, you can't even hang out in a shed anymore without having to worry about somebody dropping a grenade on you.
That is true. That is true. Opons did make it look pretty easy to take out VP with how he did just that. And I honestly think with him doing that as well, I mean, to kind of continue off the story that I built into the previous game, it really has been the up-and-coming that has been showing up here. We talk about, I mean, in that particular case, E-Arena as well, able to do good stuff. It's been good overall. But you know what? Let's leave that conversation for later, because now we are headed over to Erangel for the first time here in the PTS9 Grand Finals. Everything resets as we go on over to see how things are going to fare.
Back to the old bunny hopping over the egg. Everybody loves to see it as we see our plane is in the air, and our plane is going to be pretty nice. I mean,
pretty nice.
This is the one that, you know, we were talking with Martin the other day, and he was like, if I could have one change is that we only have the plane paths go in the X and in the cross. That's the only plane paths available in esports. Well, that's what we're getting here, as we have down in the southeast all the way up to the northwest.
Now, I know it has been a long time since we had the group stages. So for anyone that does not remember, we had quite a few military games.
Quite a few.
Quite a few military games, some might argue. And you know what? It could end up happening. It could end up happening once again. And Falcons, if it does, I'm sure will be clapping their hands, because they're sat down there for, I don't want to say for the first time, but it's not too often you get to see military Falcons, as we now see a hot drop fight, or a vehicle fight, I should say. Who is driving the car? That is Na'Vi. Watch out, Tosi. You might get run over.
Yep, he's got a tree. Yeah.
He has a teammate.
Yeah, Navi not going to stick around for that too long. Yeah, that's a good call. Oh, doesn't even matter. Bean
what?
With the bolty and the red dot. Yeah,
We're
you
hearing
can
the
hear him.
chants
He's
from the
letting
crowd
them
as
know.
well.
Oh my God, Sosa just got
Holy.
put on the poster. Oh my goodness. Gross. Absolutely gross.
20 seconds, and then
My, oh my, Bean.
And they get the US.
Yeah, when they get the comeback. Who's laughing now?
Oh, Bean. Well, I guess, look, hey, man, if you're not taking
He's
Genji
smiling.
serious,
He
if you're
is
not
smiling.
taking Genji seriously yet, that's on you.
Yeah. Oh, they're going for the chip. Watch out, mate. He's zeroed in.
Get that chippy.
He's zeroed in. Watch out, Akatori, when going for that chip.
Oh, where?
Does he go 2 for 2?
Where's he?
Where did he? Where's his crate?
Yeah, where's the crate at?
It's got to be out in the open.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, this might be Hakatori just dropping off long enough to pick up a smoke.
Nah, he's going to be down here for a bit, waiting for them to leave, and then probably go for the chip.
So, yeah.
Which, it's going to slow the Navi
that's
rotation a
smart
bit,
play.
and honestly, it does not really matter, because they would be late on rotation regardless.
Well, they do have to worry about rotations now, as the circle has popped, and it is going to go up to the north. So, no more milli circles for us, at least through one game.
Yeah, true.
I shouldn't say that, because we still got one more to play, but E-Arena already finds the E-pickup, and they are going to send themselves off to the north. It's, this helicopter path ending right over in Severny.
Yep.
Where Big Opa, kind of a big, long split loot situation.
Can't help but wonder the G-force when you get yanked by a helicopter like that. It's got to be quite a thrilling roller coaster ride.
I mean, it's a real world.
Oh yeah, I know they exist in real life. I'm just wondering.
It's got to be something.
You know what? Let's get listening to Opons after that crazy game he just had.
Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Lisa. I'm here with Opons from E-Arena. You know, that grenade is unbelievable. You yourself, using that single grenade, wiped out 3 players from Virtus Pro and get the whole team down. Just what happened? What went through your mind at the moment?
ก็ช็อตเมื่อกี้นะครับที่เราปาระเบิดเก็บ VP ไป3คนแล้วก็ยิงซ้ำอีกคนหนึ่งจนกวาด VP หมดตี้เลยตอนนั้นรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับหรือว่าคิดอะไรอยู่ในตอนนั้นครับก็เรารู้อยู่แล้วครับว่า VP ไม่มีที่เล่นเราก็คุยกันเรียบร้อยแล้วครับว่าผมมีเนต6 ลูกก็คือปาดักเขาให้หมดเลยครับ beforehand we know that VP doesn't have the position to play so we have talked in the team that I'm gonna use all the grenade that I have so I just use it all.
Ooh, that's a smart play. And for the grenade, I think it's not only a grenade, but an atomic bomb. All right, thank you, and we're back to the casters.
You know, when you ask what he's thinking when that goes there, he's probably thinking the exact same thing I would be thinking in that situation. Holy S, I can't believe that actually worked.
Yeah, and he went down himself with it too. Let's get the replay, shall we? Thank you, observers, for catching that. Oh.
First shot.
That is filthy.
God bless, these guys are so...
My, oh my.
Oh.
Well, we get one more. Purdy able to find Scabby, and again for Forest game, man. Oh, they got cursed after that hot drop.
They did. I mean, look, it's a good thing that they had a good couple of games on Miramar because the rest of the day has been just a whole lot of nothing for them.
They have not gotten a point since Miramar.
Yeah, that's rough. That is definitely rough. As we see, E-Arena has arrived and they will go over to the gas station area. Then, fortunately for them, there's cars available. So all well and good on that E-pickup as we have another one that's flying through as well. I can't see. I think that might have been actually 17 leaving Pachinki, and they're going to drop into Razak, and it looks like they're going to be free.
They're playing it slow. We know that Twisted Minds like to take control of the Razak area, eastern side thereof, whenever these circles come in. So able to maybe surpass them a bit in this regard. Still, of course, many places that this next circle could take us. So everyone playing it slow, not wanting to commit too hard to any given spot. Full Send still far towards the west, and for Forest, remaining 3 here, trying to maneuver through this Expendables field.
I think this was Kiss going for the blue chip, but where is he going? Maybe the blue chip wasn't there. I don't know. The blue chip had to have been there. Where is he going? Well, we'll see. They had the revive station on the E-pick or on the airline or airplane crash as Kiss doing some stunts.
There you go.
But they've got the Expendables that are just
he's tracking him
around. Yeah.
Tanro is tailing this rotation. They know it's a solo player. And they're all coming for him. They're literally, it is like a pack of wolves chasing a sheep that's been isolated from his flock or his herd.
Kiss is a very dangerous animal.
They know exactly where they have him.
So you better hope that the rest of the boys are there, Tanvu, because...
Oh, he's doomed. He is doomed.
Got him right there. The spray with the AK will do a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough to take down Kiss.
Goes for the reload. Nope, not fast enough, but there's the second Lion coming over the hillside. Goes for a spray too, but what is Kiss built of? I'm not sure, but he is able to dodge and weave quite well right now. But from an early game kill on the side of Liquid, now they're falling victim to an ambush as well. Purdy first to fall, I think it was Alo falling alongside him, and just like that, Liquid down to 2.
Look at that, the E-Arena E-pickup early, paying off huge dividends for him, as we see Delwyn still hanging out here, waiting for that gazelle to reveal himself through the tall grass once more. I'm not even sure what the Kiss was going over here for. I mean, maybe they just wanted to hold on to the airplane crash and didn't want to raise the alarm that somebody was getting revived from there. I'm not sure. Maybe send it off to Zarky since you had plenty of time, just so you didn't have to worry about it. That might have been the call, and it's a smart call if that's the case. But unfortunately for him, he just ran into a very ravenous pack of lions in the Expendables.
Extends already down here, of course. We saw Sotset fall in the very beginning of the game. Ferris takes shot at what he believed to be a solo, and now they find out there's an entire team up here as Twisted Minds and 17 start fighting as well. So from what is a pretty straightforward plane, with a pretty straightforward first circle, this is arguably the most confrontacious Erangel we've had in the early game for quite a while.
I don't know, man. Erangel has just been a bloodbath, it seems, lately when it comes to the early game. It seems like everybody knows the map so well at this point that they're comfortable. The high-risk, high-reward decisions have been, the calculus on it has changed a lot as Ferris just waiting for Gen G to show themselves. I think they know where he is after Flame got knocked pretty low, and they're just kind of pinning him down here at this point.
Yeah, Navi in big trouble here. Needs his teammate to try and make something happen, but it's not going to be possible. Orca able to find Ferris, getting a 3rd kill for the Gen G boys, who, again, just continues to impress.
Well, Gen G, as much as we've been kind of marveling at their success recently here, and will highlight real plays like that.
And again!
And again. He did it again? You're kidding me.
The bolts are back.
God.
The bolts are back.
Yeah, well, he's still holding on to... Okay, he's going to switch over to the Mini now. All
Just
right.
as we said, come on.
Fair enough. Well, all that being said, Gen G still, all in all, kind of a slow start for that team. Considering, I mean, 16 points on the day. I think we were expecting a lot more. Now, again, still 2 more games left to play, and you get 2 good performances on Erangel. All of a sudden, all sins are forgiven, right? And you're happy again.
Yeah. I mean, I think for them, they haven't had that one game that could have translated into insane amount of points. So the fact that they get the 16 off of mediocre games, I think, is all right. I'm still not expecting, I mean, Gen G to come out and win this tournament while having seen them playing incredibly well. But they're definitely, I mean, light years beyond where they were just a year ago.
Absolutely. And you can see they're still sticking to the same formula that they used in the group stages and that they used in EWC, this wide splits. They're taking up a lot of real estate and just doing area control kind of stuff. They're not shying away from fights if it's in the blue zone. You know, they feel like they can take a fight with anybody in this lobby on equal footing. And there you go, hardship down to the south. So all those teams, that E-pickup for E-Arena, that was looking so good moments ago. At least it netted them a couple of kills off of Liquid because now they got to move again.
Yeah, big south rotation for pretty much every single team here outside of Twisted Falcons and Gen G. Twisted is in a wide split right now. They're running for the rest station to try and get their teammate back in the game, but they're going to be hearing the Gen G vehicles, probably the Falcons ones too, and having to figure out what they're going to do about that situation.
We'll see if they actually try to stick it. We'll keep an eye on that while we keep an eye on the Expendables making their way on the north side of this Yaz Lake. They're going to see VP crossing that bridge down off to the south. It looks like E-Arena is going to wrap around the north side of Stalber, so they're going to take the long way around. Not getting involved in this just yet. Gen G hopping 4 deep in the whip. Well, 3 deep. They got Bean as a trailing man, and it looks like Twisted Minds will, in fact, hit that.
Oh, they heard it. Now they saw it.
Immediately they see it, and they're going to send it right back up. Meanwhile, Full Sense and Forrest scrapping, and Kiss with a nice knock on the Flash as the joust goes his way.
Yep, good drive-by for him. Flash falls early. There is a world in which Full Sense could try and turn around and go for the rest even here, because Forrest is still rotating further forward. Perfectix, though, able to get the first one. Goes for the second, gets the second one as well. Goes for the third. Not enough ammo to work with. Tosi finds him, but Example has to sprint forward now to try and see if he can get his teammate back up alive. It's just one left alive for Gen G.
He spotted him out too. Tosi just keeping that as happy feet. Will make his way a little bit further down that ridge line, and Example is going to know about it. He's going to try to send that grenade over. I think Perfectix. Yeah, Tosi trying to get the flush, and he will, as he gets knocked pretty low there by a grenade. So Tosi not even going to stick around to try to go for the res. Great work on the part of Perfectix to get those big knocks to start things off. But this is exactly what we were talking about with Gen G. This is the new Gen G. This is the Gen G that's going to take those fights, and they are going to try to see if they can get points off of it. Even if it doesn't go their way this time, they're still not going to be scared to do it next time.
This is a Gen G that dares. And oh boy, has it made a big change for them ever since it started playing like this. As a drive-by comes through, Gen G thought they had a good thing going, but they get shot down on approach by Perfectix. And hey, good for Twisted is that they had this fight right next to a rest station, so they can go for it again.
That pays off pretty nicely. Well, Falcons had eyes on this from range. You can see them just taking shots at the parachuting man coming down. But they are going to stay in their 2-2 split, so Twisted Minds does have the ability to get Perfectix back on his feet. And well-earned revive here for the man with 3 kills to his name.
Forrest just saw Twisted fighting up on the hillside with Gen G. If they don't go for school labs right now, I am gonna be fuming, because they know that that is Twisted real estate. And thank you so much, Bauer. And he did a little 360 just to make sure no one was there. But that is a great read on their part. They know that that's Twisted home turf, and they go in and claim it, take it away from them. Good read. Nice reaction play.
Good stuff from them. 𝘱𝙁, meanwhile, making their way on the south side of Stalber. Looks like eArena has found their home in the eastern part of Yasnaya. They're starting to creep around a little bit closer, getting those apps. Meanwhile, FaZe, dead center circle, playing around that volcano area. They've got Al-Qadsiya just off to their east. You can see them taking shots in the distance towards 4 a.m. as Team Liquid get their man back on his feet as well.
Yeah, Purdy, I'm not sure if both of them got in. I think maybe they did, because they fell right next to each other. So if they got one blue chip, you'd imagine they got the other one as well. Circle goes into the Yas fields. It's going to shift east with the next one we know away from that water. So, Shen, hope you're comfortable in that wizard tower. You're going to have a couple of circles coming your way, I think.
Exactly. Well, Twisted Minds has an E-pickup on deck as well. We'll see where the... I'm curious to see where the revives for Team Liquid decide to go. I mean, that feels like going to that north side of Yas might be the play, but it's also pretty dangerous too, especially when you don't know exactly how the lay of the land is looking here, as 17 going to cruise right past FaZe Clan, and they get away with it.
Yep, definitely do. Purdy has come back in the game. I'm not sure if Alo did as well. Nope, just Purdy this time around. As 17 is going to set up shop in the craters right next to Al-Qadsiya, who, I mean, for how aggressive Al-Qadsiya have been throughout the tournament so far, at least here on so far this game, it's been a little quiet. They did both get in, okay. Yeah, we just registered a bit late on the feed.
Yeah. Now it's just a battle of utility between 17 and Al-Qadsiya, but problem with these ditches is that there's so much room to move around.
Yep.
And you basically just kind of get caught slipping if you're going to get caught. Meanwhile, Flory's all by himself. Got the 4-man push from 𝘱𝙁. He does have some support there, but you can see Delwyn just off at range now. There are DuCkHjeUz is making his way over here. I'm not sure where Tanvu is. I think Tanvu might actually... Is he even... Okay, he's in that same combat. There he is. Okay. Flores will find one, but he goes down to a con in the end. That'll be 𝘱𝙁. Trying to get on the reset, but good grenade from Tanvu. I was wondering where he is. There he is. He finds Gyuyeon and gets the flush.
I mean, they have nowhere to run from here, so Expendables are going to commit to this fight. You have to imagine Delwyn is coming on the southern side. DuCkHjeUz is trying to reposition, able to do so successfully right now. Tanvu able to find one more for 𝘱𝙁. What they thought was an easy 4v1 has now turned way more difficult than they initially anticipated.
Sure has. Park Pro in the 1v1 with Tanvu. Nice grenade from him will take him down. So this is a sloppy 4v4 between 𝘱𝙁 and the Expendables. And so far, it looks like the trade going both ways, really. It's just even so far. The Expendables lost 2. 𝘽𝙊𝙊 might be able to get a comeback on his feet, and he do. Jang spots him out, but doesn't get the shots in time, and DuCkHjeUz will find Akana again with a grenade. The man has been knocked about 5 times in a row at this point.
But able to get back on his feet every single time. Sonov comes into the building, but it's Park Pro with an organ hand that's able to take him down. So Expendables now down, just DuCkHjeUz left alive in a 1 versus 2. Let's see if he can make the wraparound here. Find one, hurt the vehicle engine start. He's chasing. There's a one-man army trying to chase these 2 players down.
Meanwhile, Akan's going to bleed out. I mean, obviously, considering it's about a 5th bleed. Nice spray from him. DuCkHjeUz, can he pull it off? He's down to 1 HP. It doesn't matter. And he goes down to the blue in the end. So mutually assured destruction between the Expendables and 𝘽𝙀𝙊, who are currently occupying our 4th and 5th positions, separated by only a point.
More often than not, I've seen 2 points be a big difference maker in these tournaments, and DuCkHjeUz might have just claimed them right there. Circle, send us up once more towards the crater, towards the southern side of the fields. And now it's really up to him. I mean, Twisted Forest, and I guess Taego doesn't really count because his teammates is in the forest, but them on the southern side figure where they want to play from as Liquid go up and claim the northern side of the planks.
But they only send 2, and Luke12 is going to go down.
Yeah.
I mean, alo and 𝘽𝙗𝙗 still back in 𝘽𝙊𝙈, looting up. So Luke12 going to go down, and you see Virtus Pro starting to creep over in this direction. Lucarux looking over in that, see if he can spot something out. But the problem is the rest of his team also looking towards full sense. So Virtus Pro not really in a position to do a full-on push here, as maybe they got the read that it's just a solo.
Yeah, I mean, for both VP and Liquid, it has been a day they would not want to write home about, at least up until this point. So hopefully, for one of them, whoever comes out victorious, they can get a whole lot going here, both in this game and the next, because 12 points in the day from their caliber teams is ain't pretty.
Not what they were expected to be.
Not at all.
After 4 games, but still time.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And they still have alo and 𝘽𝙗𝙗 playing out of 𝘽𝙊𝙈, so hopefully they will be able to get looted up. The only other player still left in 𝘽𝙊𝙈 is 𝘽𝙊𝙊. 4 a.m. left 1 guy back there just hanging on the edge, while 2 are in the sniper tower and Longs just hiding out in the fields. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, 4 strong once again. They've got Forest kind of around them.
Yeah.
Falcons as well.
Yeah, it's going to be up to, I was going to say, it's going to be up to Forest to engage in this one, and Scabby does just that, and to perfection as well. Example down quickly. What more can they get off of this, though?
Oh, he's going to go down to Perfectix there. Nice spray from him. We'll spot out Scabby trying to go for the flush as well. Only 36 rounds in the bag here for Perfectix, and he's going to get knocked by Baron. Batu's going to go down as well. So Lou, once again, finding himself all by himself in a 1v3 against Forest.
Yep, we'll see if he can make something happen. Falcons, I was going to say, when are they going to make an aggressive play on this? They are sending HWin out now. Tig is already active in the mortar, so they could be coming down real soon. Those shots are hit, and you're hearing the impacts right now as Kiss finds one more, and Forest finally, just like that, when 4 players are alive, they can actually make something happen. Issues I might have spoken too soon, because it's just 1 left alive, and he's running into the blue.
Oh yeah, Shrimzy and the rest of the boys trying to see if they can steal away these knocked players before they go down, but Twisted will not have their points robbed away from them for now. As the rest of Forest, it looks like Kiss might be the last one left alive, and that is not a snake that you want to have behind you.
Oh no, not at all. Falcons, of course, going to be playing it slow towards this next circle, going up towards the north. FaZe sat in a 2-2 split still. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised they've been able to maintain this 2-2, but no one's really been contesting them. Everyone in the north got settled pretty early on. And then down on the southern side here, it's been fighting, but at a distance, they're sparking. Able to find one, finds the second. Can he get a third one as well? No, the level 3 gear keeps Khan alive. Look at that. Nixie as well, fending off here, getting the flush. Immediately thereafter, 6 HP, level 3 gear, just proving too fruitful.
What a scrap there, though, is Team Liquid now down to just alo and 𝘽𝙗𝙗. Fortunately, they've had plenty of time to loot up in 𝘽𝙊𝙈. But where do they go from here? The sniper tower is currently completely occupied by a 4-man 4 a.m. squad. They've also got eArena just off to the east. While Virtus Pro, well, we've seen what they are. And they are now taking their fight over towards full send. Flash, the last player left alive.
Beamy saw Flash go inside this wooden shed, and he's going to try and see if he can find him. Khan's nade is going to do the work for him. And now that shed is gone.
Okay, Full Send still has Belmoth. Okay, he made it into the compound. I thought he got taken out. Not sure why. Buriram, though, they've got Khan down here. They're defending their territory as best they can with those MP5s. Ruse with the high ground. Just making sure that nobody comes through. That grenade gonna fall. Ooh, gets Belmoth low, but not enough to get the knock.
ED again, high impact player. Whenever there's been success on Buriram, it's usually been at the side of him, or at least
look at the push
led
from Virtus Pro
by him. And yeah, VP, they knew they have to make something happen. They cannot rotate north into those fields if this compound is still in place. They have to take the bull by the horns, and they're doing that right now. Beamy, great double, finds the flush on one, the knock on another, as ED jumps on over, finds Belmoth, and is able to keep Buriram in it.
Beautifully timed push from Virtus Pro here, but now they're going to deal with Edie as FaZe is going to take care of 17 Gaming over on the south side. They'll keep all 4 up while Edie continues to rain terror here. He's going to find another one. Can this man be stopped? 543 damage, and Virtus Pro all of a sudden. Oh, that's a good grenade. Luca Rux, perfectly placed.
Could not have been any better. Off the side of the chair there, falls to the left. Great throw. As Nixie now again try to buy time for the reses to come through. The blue is closing in, so they got to be swift about this.
Absolutely. Arena, meanwhile, taking control over the eastern side. 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈 holding court on the south, waiting for an inevitable push from Falcons. While all this is going on, 4 a.m. still just vibing in their sniper tower position as Buriram tries to reconvene the boys and make the push, but Beamy will spot him out, and that'll do it for Buriram.
Finally, Virtus Pro able to come out victorious in some of these skirmishes. This is what have led them to so much success within EMEA, is their ability to fight close with control. And this is exactly why they took that fight. They needed the top control, they needed the west lockdown, and they have a perfect position for not just double-digit points, but we're talking, I mean, maybe in the low 20s here.
It's a really nice shift for them as they now turn their attention towards all things east, and there's a lot going on here to the south as well. Team Falcons are down xwudd, and they're still taking shots over towards FaZe, but they can't over-peak this because of how the lines of sight that Arena has here as well. You can see the bullets just being sent over in this direction. At some point, I saw a C4 in the hand of Shrimsy. This is looking like a very C4-able kind of position here for FaZe or 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈.
There is a counterplay. If you blow up the cow with the C4 coming in, that can counter it. But do they read it? Do they hear it in time? Do they have a Panzer to work with? You see Roth already prone with one. He knows what's about to go down. See nades now locked in the hands of the FaZe players, but I'm not seeing a single Panzer. They come in, they turn it around the side, but they're going for the wrong tip.
Oh, they went to the wrong dip. No! Oh no! That is an unfortunate read.
Falcons haters gonna be spamming about that one.
And while that's happening, Arena gonna take the opportunity to try to push into 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈, but D is on time. He's gonna spot out Jacob, immediately gets traded back though. Rello still peeking around the top side, will spot out Nurens. Nurens hasn't peeked overly just yet, will win that 1v1, gets Rello down, and all of a sudden, just like that, CowBoi, the last player left alive for 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈.
Yeah, but I mean, that's been working for them, right? Unfortunately, not this time around. Not gonna happen, Nurens. We start saying that he ain't the best player in Thailand no more, and he comes back to say, you know what? Don't talk about me like that. I'm going to go out, I'm going to impress, and he's done so here. 6 kills already for him in a good Arena game.
Meanwhile, the rest of Falcons get taken out, as does Kiss. So we are down to our top 4, and it is all full-man squads to fight out for this finish here in match number 5. You see 4 a.m. still have the good position, but their sniper tower is out of circle now, so they have to make the move in. Virtus Pro still looking strong. Arena turning their attention after just dismantling 𝘽𝙊𝙊𝙈, turning their attention over to FaZe Clan.
I mean, this game could very well be decided by the next circle, pup. If it goes northeast, you pretty much know full well that that 4M's going to have a lockdown, because FaZe has to fight the Arena. It's on VP, it's on VP to dictate the flow of this one. They have the high ground, they can suppress teams, but there's only one thing happening on the southern side, that is FaZe and the Arena fights one another.
And that's the thing, right? With this positioning that VP has, it's kind of dictating what Arena can even do or FaZe can do, because if they try to make that push in, it's just going to get third-partied from VP for free, because nobody's going to be able to shoot back at them. And you see what 4 a.m. has to do just to survive right now, lying prone, and that circle going to go away. So the scourge of Virtus Pro with that high ground is going to go away.
I mean, if I would love to be in the minds of VP right now, hearing what they're saying, because I think the only play you make, like if you go south here, 4AM gets a free opportunity to engage on you. If you go north, FaZe, nor Arena, like none of them can engage. They're in their dips. They know that if they peek out the other one, like they're suppressing each other effectively right now. If you're VP, you gotta take the fight head on to 4AM, or just car fort yourself on the western side. But that ain't promising either.
I mean, I think if you're VP, yeah,
you gotta look north.
The only fight you can take really here is.
But look at the field they're going through, and they're going downhill. They don't see where they're lying prone. Like this is. Maybe you just play it safe. Get across the street. Get your car fort set up on the very edge of the city. I think that might be what they're going for. Let's see. They're on their cars now. They're sending xwudd and Beamy down to the southern side. Oh, xwudd spun out. Has to get out of the car early. Beamy now trying to make a run for it. I think they wanted to just get inside the nade range of FaZe Clan. Maybe they only have one nade, though, so I'm not sure what they're trying to set up now.
Whatever it is, it's fortunate for them, Arena is the one that's causing FaZe to turn their attention back over towards the east. So Vard getting knocked right there is going to slow things down a little bit. The grenade going to fall just far, so that won't be enough to get that knock. But Nixie going to get spotted out by Longs, and this is just about the perfect situation that 4AM could ask for here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that VP says, no, you're fine in the north, you can do whatever you want, and then you can effectively just suppress the rest of the server, that's a golden opportunity for 4AM to come out victorious.
All right, Nixie trying to make, or Nixie down, and Gustav going to go down to Beamy. So nice spray from him, but he takes a lot of damage in the process as well. You see xwudd with that side flank. xwudd and Beamy really on FaZe duty for the time being. 𝘽𝙊 has separated himself, and meanwhile, Arena, they're starting to sniff around. They're getting anxious. They want to get in here and get some of these points while they can.
Definitely. 4AM trying to make a rest happen, but not going to have Norin shots that down. Norin's having a pop-off game here. 845 damage, 6 kills already as xwudd finds 𝘽𝙊 as well. Gets the flush too. So everyone taking casualties here except for Arena.
And none of the utility hitting the mark onto Virtus.pro. They're able to keep alive. So what was looking like a tenuous situation starting to stabilize here a little bit for VP.
Yeah.
But Shen, you can see, is now just free running across the field at this point. Nobody really having angles on any.
I mean, no one has enough space right now to look north. If Arena looks north, they know they're going to be shot in the side by VP. VP is forcing them to play on the low ground, play below the surface level effectively, stay in their dips, and that allows for 4AM to just, roam.
All right, regardless of how it ends up, this is a great turning point for Virtus.pro. 9 kills already. And if they can get even more off of this, that would be absolutely huge for them. But xwudd is going to get spotted out by Vard as you see xwudd still just hiding behind the hard cover. Actually, I'm sorry, that's Beamy. And now Opans is going to get the angle onto Vard, and that's going to open up a door here for Beamy to make his way through as Virtus.pro up to 10 kills.
Opans, the kryptonite of EMEA. But hey, EMEA can do it to themselves as well. Beamy able to find the double, and maybe, you know what, with that, he could get the rest onto xwudd as well. That would be huge, but narrow angle to try and see if they can take him out.
Yeah, Beamy just hiding behind the slimmest of margins. Will be able to get him back on his feet, so that brings him back up to 3 strong. xwudd doing his best to see if he can spot any angles, but there's just none there to be found. Meanwhile, 4AM, they have spread out. They've got Shen off to the side. They've got 𝘽𝙊 over there with him, and they are just looking poised for a pretty easy win here in match 3 or 5.
They're playing it smart. They're playing it really, really smart. Shen, as soon as he gets the ridge line clear, you'd have to imagine he goes for a shot onto xwudd. Shen ain't one to play slow, and I don't think today is going to be the day either. I say that, though. He is looking over to look to see his POV. Does he actually have lines of sight? xwudd did see something. He sees him. Spots one, spotted the second now as well. He's tracking them as best as he can.
Yeah, this is more just information gathering on the part of 4AM.
Yep.
As they still have a 4-man Arena squad down there that has been extremely dangerous. And 𝘽𝙗 still having angles over there. They see just jump peeking everybody's eyes right now on Virtus.pro. And that's a good blue.
Great blue zone. Double blue zone to follow. And then a nade right on the backside of it, too.
And of course, who is it? It's Opans once again.
Oh, they don't like him. As soon as you see him from now on, you just go to the opposite side of the map because VP and Opans, now that's a story with a villain in it.
Oh, my man is feasting. It's 𝘽𝙊 with a nasty shot onto Jacob through the window as Beamy will bleed out, and that'll go over into the bag of Arena for their 10th kill overall. Jacob Took the knock, but should get back on his feet. As 4 a.m. Look, they were in this position not too long ago on Miramar, where they were in a 4v4 against Twisted Minds, and they played it very, very cautiously. This, on the part of 4 a.m., looks a lot more aggressive. This is them taking their destiny into their own hands.
Oh, Rexy ain't done just yet. Still got a little more to say. Finds Shen, even if he falls down, maybe helping out the arena and getting the victory here. But he's finding casualties on multiple fronts. Able to find Jacob as well. Lyrics down, Longs down too. All forced to move further forward as he will finally fall, and in the end it's going to be 4 a.m. out victorious. Again, played it slow in the end of it, but they knew what they had to do in order to bring it home.
Happened like a whirlwind, but you can see the difference between the end game here and the end game on Miramar, where they finished in second. Completely different things. So great adjustments on the fly on the day of 4 a.m., who once again are up in the top 3. Where has this 4 a.m. been? Is this all Shen? Who is this? I don't know.
Not sure, but I like what I'm seeing, that is for sure. Falcons FaZe, of course, not happy. Knew that they could have gotten more with it. Only 3 kills in that game too. Could have been bigger, wasn't the case. That's gonna do it for the second to final match of day number 1.
The fields belong to 4 angry men for our first Erangel of the grand final, as we watched as little Perfectix here on the highlight reel. Look at him over there waving at us as well. He did all right. He did not too bad
3 kills there.
Yeah, not too bad. But let's talk about 4 a.m. Of course, they get the victory here. We have to give them credence for this one. Being able to take it in LCS Naya fields is not easy, but they had that north side Avenger locked down.
Yeah, they locked down the Harry Potter in the fields very early on. I will say this, though, also very difficult circles, right? Even though we had the western shift towards the compound that VP eventually won. Yeah. Very well executed by them. They got a huge amount of kills in that compound 2 VP, but they kind of got locked out. E-Arena and 4 a.m. agreed that if we can finish this team off, we will just fight for second place. But then Corexi jumped up out of nowhere and started knocking all of E-Arena from the side.
From the side.
But, you know, it was equal opportunity knocking. He took out a 4 a.m. player, then he took out an EA Arena player, so you got to respect that. At least he was willing to sort of hurt both sides to make it happen. In fact, I still don't know if he finished in second or third, to me.
Yeah, we'll see. That's very close.
Yeah, it's very close. Extremely close. But anyway, of course, 4 a.m. I think there's some excitement for a lot of people around the composition of this roster. Yeah. Because we had a lot of problems with how they were faring before, but now, you know, a Shen. Obviously, we've been able to see Shen in previous iterations of the rosters that he was on with Weibo, etc., and things like that. I love seeing him on this roster. I think he fits.
I think he's a great fit on the roster. I think for a lot of, you know, Godvi watching from home has got to be proud of the guys for putting up these numbers. This has been a really good showing for a new build and sort of a new era of 4 a.m.'s performance.
Yeah, and if they have another good game in the next one here, they might get as many points as it is in the group stage in twice the amount of
Nice!
That'd be crazy.
Also, big shout out to E-Arena. Comes in, they get that, I think, second place finish there. If not, they got more than enough points to happily put them in that spot.
Sure. Right.
But again, I question, does Opons know how to use a gun? Because every time we cut to this kill feed, he's just pulling grenades out of his pocket and getting the most out of them every single time.
And if you can get that amount of kills, I'm fine with that. Just continue to do that. Yeah. They might even be dropping all the kills and all the utility to him. You know, that'd be great.
He carries 40 ammo and as many grenades as he can fit in that backpack.
Even they're bemused with that final moments here as you take a look at 4 a.m. as a whole. I think one thing that was impressive for me as well is I did think it was going to be much harder for Virtus.pro to be able to transition away from that compound and then backfill on the FaZe position, but they had made no bones about that. It was very simple.
They had plans. Smoke grenade launcher. They're like, we have a path in here. There's a fighting line towards FaZe Clan. We're going to try to eliminate them, and then we have a few maybe trucks and everything to play. Circles then kind of went away from them. They only had like one small ditch ridge to kind of play really, but still, the amount of kills and points they got from that, salvage game.
They did good. And honestly, I thought 4 a.m. was entering a salvage game when that shift went away from the Wizard Tower inside of the field. So for them to be able to, I think, maximize and capitalize on that fight, all those fights on the south, you know, the Falcon C4 play of pure, utter genius to try to get into those ditches, they used those times to make those rotations and got deeper than I expected them to go.
But another top 5 for FaZe.
Yes.
What is their placement record throughout the day? This is looking really good for them.
It was 15.
5th, second.
15-5-5-2. So beautiful.
Before this game.
Yeah. And then obviously a 4th here from all of this. So again,
impressive.
Yeah, this is a FaZe that's kind of on fire.
Yeah, they're on fire, and it's also on the back of they lost 𝘽𝙊𝙊, and that's a big deal, right? Seeing 𝘽𝙊𝙊 this year go over to VP.
And then he came and killed them.
Yeah, it had to be frustrating, right? But they picked up 𝘽𝙊𝙊. 𝘽𝙊 is playing incredibly well for what I would call, I don't want to say fully retired, but like they dusted him off a little bit for this event, and he's absolutely killing it.
You mean he's like half the size as he previously was? I mean, as soon as
true.
I saw him at PNC, I was like, who's that?
Right?
it's
Where's the rest of you?
He was grinding, not only in the game, but also outside the game as well. It honestly looks fantastic.
It does. It looks really good.
Yeah.
Lost 30 or something kilos, so it's good.
I don't know what a kilo is, but it sounds big.
65, 70 pounds or something like that.
Wow. That's actually
kilo. Wait a minute. Anyway, 1 kilo, 65 pounds. Let's take a look at those points coming in. As Virtus Pro here gets themselves the 5 placement points, but does top out the tables thanks to the fact that they get those 13 kills in the end. eArena did in fact get second after it was, down to the wire. It looked like it was going to be there, but we were just double checking, Toffees, making sure. But 16 points for them is also fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's a big push up for them. All the way into 5th place off the back of that game. FaZe Clan, though, in 2nd has got to feel really good to be holding that position on such an amazing day.
And with this was, of course, Virtus Pro jumping from last place to 9th.
Very important.
Now, 11 points from 5th place. Very doable here. So, again, our mid-pack outside now, Falling Remain, of course, joining this 40+. The mid-pack outside, the kind of 5th to the middle pack, very easy. You can, like one good game, you can jump in there quite fast.
Problem I have right now, Gen G full sense. The 2 teams that led us out of the group stages are down at 17 and 18 right now. And we had those questions at the start of the day. Are they just group stage heroes? Do they have what it takes to push it to the finals? 5 games in, I'm starting to really worry about them.
After those 5 games, I feel like this next game is probably something similar to that, and then it's home, reset, kind of figure out what's been going on in the rest of this lobby, right? Because at least you're going to be able to come in with a fresh mind into tomorrow to figure things out. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. It is time to get into our final game of the day. We're going back to Erangel, the grassy pastures. Game number 6, and the top is looking spicy.
Thank you very much, and we are ready to head into the final game of the day after seeing Twisted Minds pull off just a fantastic first day so far. 66 points sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but there is movement up and down the leaderboard, Toby, constantly changing. We see, eArena, Forest Gaming, both hopping 3 places. Virtus Pro jumping up 7 spots. It is just a non-stop influx here.
Exactly. One more chance for these guys to make something happen before as they sit on the desk. You go back to the hotel, you mental reset, but not only that, you study as hard as you can coming into tomorrow. Figure if you're going to change things up or if you can continue down the same path you've gone through so far in these finals.
Well, we'll see if Erangel continues to deliver the early game excitement that we've become accustomed to. As we see, look like
the Taego logo makes look like he's screaming.
Which honestly is kind of very similar to how they play a lot of the time. But yeah, it looks like 4AM and Falcons will avoid each other for the most part, although it looks like Shrimpsy might be chasing down. Yeah, okay, he made it to the compound. He's fine.
He's safe.
We'll leave him. But there you go. Okay, that is about the closest, I think, that we're seeing to any potential hot drops or vehicle drops.
Too soon.
Well, yeah, I spoke too soon. Okay,
oh no.
No, yeah,
we good.
And to end things off, a dead center Pachinki circle, just as plain as could be.
Yeah, the plain vanilla bagel is.
Which means they're just going to get even more.
I was going to say they're going to
rambunctious.
They're going to find a way. They're going to find a way to make this the wildest one we've seen all day. And it has been pretty wild thus far. I will say though, it's not been group stage wild. There has been some moments, but it has been definitely more structured, which is, I know some people say, they call it the boring PUBG. We need more action. I feel like a lot of the great action takes place in the war room, takes place in the strategizing and figuring out how to make all these rotations take place. And that's what we've been seeing today for the most part. It's been a really, really solid day of impressive play.
Yeah, it's all about how well you deal with stuff that doesn't go your way, right?
True,
like that.
true.
That's the whole. I mean, that's, to me at least, that's what makes the competitive game so exciting. As we get a chance to see those chicken dinner stats for 4 a.m. who are on the rise, man, on the rise. After, I mean, could have been. I mean, that first day of groups could have just thrown a wrench in the works of anybody's mental. I mean, 10 points through 6 games, new roster, everything was looking bad, and they managed to pull it out. They came out in the second day of groups, showed out, and now here they are after 5 games sitting in 4th place overall. Things are looking really, really nice for that squad.
Definitely. So xwudd at the MVP of that match there. I do feel like it's overshadowing Noren's performance a little bit. 1,000 damage, 7 kills. You know, pretty decent game for Norens. And you know what? A year ago, Norens was the top player out of Thailand. If he can come back to that same status again, I know he's being contested right now by Taego and the likes for stardom in that country. But if he can come back and perform to that same level with this E-Arena roster, we might have yet another global contender in our midst.
Look, man, don't talk to me about MVP. I'm still tweaking off the bean double snipes to start things.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. There are new contenders rising up, and you know what? What better time than at the last opportunity? And we have PGS 10 a week and a half from now, but still, last opportunity here in Malaysia before the big one, before PGC in Bangkok at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ram, looks like they've kind of centered themselves, or at least in a place where they're comfortable playing Twisted Minds. Obviously, doubt we'll see them move too terribly much. They might spread out, see if they can get a little bit more of an information gathering split, and it looks like Batu kind of serving as the westernmost tip of that. But they have pretty much complete control over this. Nobody in this lobby wants to get close to that.
If we talk, I just looked at the kill feed. If we talk about global accolades for a second and what teams have been able to accomplish, right? Look at our bottom 4. Team Liquid, Na'Vi, 17, Gen G. Those are some of the biggest names in all of PUBG esports, and they have all been struggling today. On the flip side of that, in 4th, 4 AM, in 5th, E-Arena, in 6th, Forest Gaming, it is the underdog that are climbing to the top here in this tournament.
Look, I'm gonna make a hot take right now. You ready for this? We don't make hot takes very often. I'm making a hot take right now.
Go for it. I'll judge how hot it is.
That bottom 4 is not going to be in the bottom 4 by the end of this thing.
What?
I'm telling you right now. Hottest take. Put it on wax.
When he does go out of his way to make a prediction, they're pretty ambitious.
Poro makes the brave takes.
I was really hoping you'd actually go for something kind of interesting, Poro, and then you just...
You want bravery? Got ultimate bravery right here.
Fair. I liked it. Every single bit of it. Circular centers can be rotations straight forward. I say that, but I'm really wanting to see some of these edge teams try and stretch out thin. I mean, Falcon's already doing exactly that. They're sending kickstart all the way north, almost towards Stelp. I'm not sure exactly where his end destination is, but you have Atron on the southern side. I like their approach to it. Again, the more space you claim early, the more room you have to group up later down the line. If you come in on the edge in phase 1 in like a spear formation, and you're only playing 200, 300 meters wide, then you really have nowhere to go if things go against you. So for full sense, up towards the north for Bakeopa right now, spread out thin. Spread out, and then just try and take that edge control.
Things looking like they might get scrappy over here in Ruins. Not the least of which was because of Scappy right there. But you got 3 teams, almost 4 teams now, all vying over the same area over here. As we see a number of teams just kind of making them. No shot's been fired just yet, but...
You had to say it, didn't you?
Well, I had to. Well, that's not even that's not
That's not a kill.
Bakeopa.
Yeah, well, true. True. That's Bakeopa losing one again. Slowly pathing their way south, and Beamy with a bolt in hand, able to find the first knock. That's back-to-back games now where the first kill is with a bolt. I like that.
I like that. That's a trend I can get behind.
Yep.
Honestly.
And it's Bean and Beamy.
Bean and Beamy. Bakeopa.
The Bolt brothers.
We just need to get them on Bakeopa. So we got Beam and Beamy for Bakeopa and Bolton. Okay, we're done. FaZe, meanwhile, they've got Gen G kind of sniffing around. Well, one player for Gen G sniffing around their compound over here on the south side. Gen G doing that big split that you were talking about just moments ago. Falcons, meanwhile, after splitting up on that eastern side, they're finding there's just nobody home. So they've got all the room in the world to really play around, or just over here to the north of Shelter, south of Yaz.
Everyone has passed further towards the west, towards Everest, I say, towards Potato and Burramp, set on that eastern side. Of course, Falcons soon will learn that there is, in fact, trouble brewing ahead of them. But again, I mean, play it slow, play it wide, and then once the new circle pops, also the wider you're set in your initial formation, wherever the next circle go, you'll have someone somewhat close to set circle, so you'll have a good transition coming into it. People who play Edge and then sit on top of each other, I've never really fully understood it.
Well, they're just taking their time so far. Right now we got a red zone dropping right on top of Waves. That area just to the west of School and south of that Razak Hill. Nobody claiming that just yet. Has Scabby been spotted out by Alo? It's, oh, there it is. Luke 12 actually is the one that's going to have the angle. And that'll be one of Forrest down. That is a potential chip retrieval available if they're able to flush him out. They might be able to get him back on his feet, though.
Ironic that Forrest is dying sitting behind a tree, but that's what that is.
Well, sometimes you can't see the forest in the trees.
Oh, that's true. And this
time, see? That was good.
Yep.
I want credit for that. Thank you.
I'll give you all the credit you could possibly want. 1 minute 20 still until this one is closed all the way in. Southwest is pretty unvacated. It's just full sense into the Gen G players who are still trying to kind of weed out exactly how many players they have around them. In the meantime, the remaining Forest players are trying to apply pressure to Luke, who's sat way up on Everest.
They got real mad about Luke taking their shots down there. Well, Falcons, we were talking about, had a lot of room to work with over here on the east side, and they're going to be butting up right against this 4 a.m. split that's going off just off in the distance. I mean, you see xwudd, he's all by himself in this compound. Now, he does have longs on the other side of the road in the J compound, but if xwudd gets spotted out, he might be in trouble.
One thing that I really like about this game being played so slow, because I know, I mean, for the viewers that like all the chaos out there right now.
Coming.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm leading to, is that whenever we have early games that are this well structured and calculated, and the splits are not being overly contested, because everyone is sat so thin right now in their positions, whenever that next circle pops, especially if we get a hard shift, we're in for all kinds of wild circles, because people have a chance now to rotate a lot faster to the next position, so a lot more people in that phase 2 will try and contest for good spots. So let's see where this next one is going to take us, Poro.
All right, E-Arena already popping up in the E-pickup. Forest already making their way off to the west, and this one's going to center up just south of School Apps. So Twisted Minds in a beautiful location, obviously, as we see Purdy Curdy trying to make his way through the ruins. Did not know that Tanvu and the rest of the Expendables are there, and Alo is going to find out the hard way as well, as Team Liquid is getting picked apart one by one.
Every single time something has worked well for Liquid, they get shot immediately after. There's no celebration period for them at any point throughout this tournament so far.
It's a bold play by E-Arena, going for that Potato Mountain, but they're going a little bit low, and they put themselves in line of sight of Twisted Minds. Fortunately for them, Twisted not in a position where they can really take advantage and four-man spray down the guys coming down on the parachute. So E-Arena will survive a little bit longer. Full Sense, meanwhile, they look like they're sniffing around in this same exact area.
Yeah, they're making their way through Potato. I'm a little worried about them doing it in vehicles coming up here. They're hearing the shots from E-Arena and obviously passing over the hillside above them. Smart rotation on their end, but they should know full well they have a team down here. But the way that Belmont is pulling into this makes me think that they don't at all. And I mean, E-Arena was shooting quite a bit. It must just not have heard the cues.
Well, I'm not sure if E-Arena was shooting or if it was Twisted shooting at
Oh,
E-Arena.
that
They
could
were
be a
coming down
one-way
to the
fight.
parachute.
Yep,
so,
yep.
Yeah, Twisted Minds maybe baiting Full Sense there a little bit, but Full Sense for their credit, I mean, they still managed to keep 3 alive. And they will find somewhere to play here as we have another E-pickup on the way, and that's going to be Forest coming from the south. Or actually, no, that's not. That's a revive station.
Exactly.
So they did manage to get him back.
Yep.
Oh,
So Forest will be back up to full strength.
Gyuyeon got back in alongside Forest, so Bago Pump full strength, Forest full strength as well. That's why some of these teams like to take those early game fights on the edge, because usually, not always, but usually, you can pick up a player and get them back to safety. Expendables, they are sat in an area that I would like to rebrand Mortar Bait
longer waves.
Especially with how close those cars are packed to each other, it could be dangerous. We'll have to keep track of whether there's going to be any artillery flying through the airs. Navi's still up on... I mean, they've been sat here on Potato for a while now and have been trying to get off the hillside in 3 different attempts, but always driven back up top. I think they're just waiting maybe for a fight to happen in front of them or hoping to catch someone out in the open to pull up on them. But thus far, it's been 3 attempts and then back to the top again.
Forrest returning to the boatyard after reviving sweet Scappy, who will have a little bit of time to loot up here in boatyard as they are currently inside the zone now. Team Liquid down to just Luke12 and Sparking. Sparking going to be the first one, and he's going to arrive in that southern part of boatyard. As you see, yeah, there you go, making his way on the motorcycle. He saw that parachute come down, and he had to have heard the shots as well, but he knows that there's somebody over here that's a fresh spawn.
Yep.
Yeah, he's hunting. Look at him. He's running over
fresh spawn. Is he ganking him? Is that what we're saying?
I think so. Hey,
he's base camping.
Unless he actually got the chips. Yeah, he might have got the chips for Liquid. And now Scappy, he's got the M249, and
just
he
spray
hears
through
this
that
going
smoke.
on. Just go through it. You know where he's standing, Scappy.
Shoot!
What are we doing?
In his defense, he has level 1 gear and not a whole lot more to work with. Catches him midair there, though, takes him out, and that should be Sparking done for. So gets his teammate back in the game, but falls for doing so. Valiant sacrifice on the side of him as Luke tries to come in. Maybe Luke can find him. I'm not sure. We'll see for how long he can survive in the water.
Yeah, rough sledding here for Team Liquid as 𝘱𝙁. They got some rough sledding of their own. They're making their way through that Twisted Minds 4 a.m. gauntlet. And it looks like they're going to survive for the time being. As Opons looks like he can make a gun work.
Yeah.
Find Perfectix and Twisted Minds for all their good positioning. They're going to lose 1 for free.
Exactly. Should be able to... No, there's no, it's in school, never mind. But Circle goes back towards the south. It's once again Potato Mountain galore, and everyone now forced to creep further forward. But of course, there's only space for so many teams up here, so fights will have to happen. 𝘽𝑗ang down already. Park Pro trying to make a mad dash through the center, taking a lot of damage in doing so.
Yeah, this is rough sledding for 𝘱𝙁. Trying to make their way through. Akon going to go down as well. Park Pro now the last player left alive for the boys. And he will try to find a home, but he's got the Expendables just on the other side, and Expendables might fall right into 𝑒arena's field of vision. Yep, 𝘽𝑉u going to go down. That's actually going to be Beamy from way downtown. Going to spot him from the school. So they might be able to get him back on his feet depending on how aggressive 𝑒arena decides to get. As we got the C4 vehicle back in play.
C4s. Double C4s coming for the compound. It's a sacrifice on its own, and it's an explosion in the compound. Roth gets Khan, gets Edie. Where is the follow-up? Here they come with Panzers in hand now as well.
𝘚 ready to go on this one as they will push through with the Panzerfaust. D taking a few shots from CowBoi. He's going to sacrifice himself to get 𝘚masti down, as now it's all down to 𝘚𝑉. He's got that grenade that could find... No, it's going to be
in the
just
back
a little
room.
bit, yeah, not on the right spot. But look at this. Falcons hears all this going on.
And they're
like, they would love a piece. And now the BRDM of Full Sense is coming in through. We've got a 4-way fight going on up here with 𝘚𝑗 trying to get their man back on his feet.
And this is exactly the issue of Potato Mountain. Everyone is waiting so late to make a play. So whenever an opportunity finally arises to make a third party happen, 7 teams try to jump on it at the same time. And then we have a rainbow compound like this. Look at that minimap. Half the server is fighting over this compound.
My goodness gracious. Tiggleton will find 2 with the well-placed Molotov. 𝘚masti will get flushed out, and that's going to be it for that squad. But meanwhile, Falcon's still waiting.
He sees him.
He saw that BRDM. Ooh. I think it might have just gone over the top, as Falcons will continue to just work around the edges.
Yeah, 4 a.m. now, shooting at a distance as well, revealing their position. They have opponents right behind it, but 𝘚arena is being suppressed by Expendables as well, so they can't really push out and try and punish. Next circle, are we going to go into apartments? No, we keep going mountainside. So school out, 17 has to make a play out as well, and then Forest, well, you know what, they get to go home. They get to go into the woods.
Well, we got to figure out what's going on here. This Full Sense 𝘚𝑗 Falcons fight with a little bit of a 4 a.m. chaser off to the side.
Yep.
And you know Navi is up on that hillside looking down here. They would love to be able to get involved in this. from a distance.
From a distance.
Nobody wants to get directly involved.
Yeah, no.
But Falcons, they want all of it. They're pushing through. They're going room by room, clearing. And they got one man on the roof, keeping things in check as Full Sense will get eliminated there in the end by a combination of Alcacea and Full Sense. CowBoi has the the defense as impregnable as possible, but the jump shot from xwudd will get one. D will trade it back, but it doesn't matter. Alcacea going down, and Falcons now with 7 kills.
Very good clear of that building there by Falcons. Yes, they get one knock, but they had an immediate response to it. It doesn't matter that xwudd gets downed as long as the team is there to respond right after. Very, very thorough in their approach on that one.
And Alcacea...
Oh, they hit the bar. They hit the bar again. They're reversing. They're out of plans. What are we doing? What are we doing? Virtus Pro, get away. Yeah, just that mid. Oh, that was just. They were just turning the car around.
Perfect.
That was the strat.
Look, easy. All right, well, where are they going to go?
No, they hit something again. Who is driving that car?
Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is the one driving both of these cars right now. They're the ones deciding where the cars are going to go as Beamy gets picked out by Lou. And now VP will continue to wrap around on that eastern side, but the only problem is there's really not much there worth playing.
Yeah.
As 4 a.m. is split out, they've also got Falcons on the higher ground.
There is a teeny tiny world where they can wrap all the way east around Falcons and get in from there, but they're going to be, you'd imagine, peppered with util as soon as they get there. They have made it around, though, 3 alive still, so somehow VP able to rotate the entire circle and make it over there. In the meantime, Expendables finally making the play. It was a dog shit to a dog shit fight, and now they push on forward, taking out eArena.
These two squads been beating the hell out of each other, and it's all down to Nurans for eArena, and 17 also coming in to see if they can bite off a little bit of this at the very, very end. The Expendables looks like they should be able to get everybody back on their, well, no, they got 2 flush, so it's just down to Delwyn as eArena will go down. And now the Expendables kind of on the clock. See if 17 wants to get Froggy, start jumping up here, because Twisted Minds have now since left apartments, and they're looking over here as well.
Also, 17 knows that Forrest pulls up behind him, especially with that knock coming through in Bauer now too. So they can't really go too aggressive, knowing that if we push too hard on one side, we're just going to get backfilled by the next team, right? So making space right now, trying to keep teams at a distance, wait for that next circle, which is going to go towards him. It's Park Pro this time around. It's going to be the Pro. You think he's going to whip out a mortar soon? Is that the strat of Bago Pa?
No, but tell you what, the my earlier prediction of the bottom 4 teams were not going to be remaining in the bottom 4 is looking pretty strong right now, as you got a 4-man squad for Na'Vi, Gen G, and 17. Looking pretty good for this late game. 11 teams left alive, 36 up at 20 minutes. And Longs has spotted out somebody at range as the Expendables, yep, they're going to lose DuCkHjeUz. It's all going to be down to young Delwyn.
Falcons able to sit tight on the east, but they have to make a move now. So do FaZe down towards the south. For Falcons, I'm trying to figure whether it's better for them to wrap south around up the hillside or to follow through in the south towards the west. In the meantime, Forest Gaming and Gen G are battling it out. Coming into, well, a tournament ago, I would have said, yeah, it's going to be a pretty even fight. But with how Gen G has been playing as of late, their up-close prowess, you got to consider them a victor of these fights every single day of the week.
It's pretty good stuff from them, and now all of a sudden Scappy, the last player left alive after being revived earlier on. He is the last hope for Forest to gain some more points here, but not a bad day for Forest, all things considered. 7th place overall with 31 points. The Expendables just above them in terms of placement as far as the tiebreaker goes. And meanwhile, FaZe, they're starting to scrap with Na'Vi here, but Na'Vi is very entrenched.
Yeah, all this is happening while Gen G is making even more space for themselves out on the western side. Again, playing beautiful edge PUBG right now. Tosi sat as the anchor down on that southern side, waiting for this exact fight to pop off. Once FaZe and Na'Vi engage one another, you can be sure that Gen G is going to sprint for points in that direction.
All credit to Falcons right now.
Here we go.
We're absolutely feasting. 9 kills is Na'Vi. Hakatori will turn it on. He's going to find 2 instantly. And Gustav has already made his way down. Fex, you can see, has the tree to hide behind just downhill. But FaZe, just like that, immediately going down. And now Falcons decide to come up to the high ground to come eat off of this. Gen G as well starting to make their way up here.
They have a chance to clear their side of the circle. They're going to do everything they possibly can to do just that. Falcons, 9 kills in this game, 2 wins on the day already, looking to make it a 3rd.
And yet still in 2nd place.
Yep.
That is the kind of day that Twisted Minds has been able to put together. That is something impressive. Na'Vi deciding that they don't want to stick around too much longer. They got the knock.
Got a compound to play.
Flush. Maybe FaZe can get their man back on, but they spotted out the push from Gen G. They knew they had to retreat from this. They could not hang around. And good shots will force Flame to pull back.
Always have an exit strategy. If it's getting too hot on your side of the circle, fall back. Let the other teams fight. Open up an opportunity for a 3rd party for yourself. As Virtus Pro will fall just shy of placement points. Now 8 teams left remaining.
All right, 4 a.m. Still have a lot of room to work around over there on that eastern side. Now the Falcons have started to make their way uphill and down south. But they have to be watching their backs because 4 a.m., this is about the easiest pathing for them, is to just basically backfill exactly what Falcons just did.
Got to pick your poison, though. Which direction do you feel like headed in here? Strimzy spots FaZe, so they're now aware there's another team creeping onto that eastern side.
He's able to get one man back on his feet at least. So they are 3 strong there. Meanwhile, Na'Vi still just bunkering down. They know that Gen G is over there. They know that Gen G was over there. They don't want to play the risky game just yet, as the utility going to fall just shy, and FaZe will walk away.
And FaZe is losing an opportunity to wrap rest on this. The thing is, as much as Tosi hasn't done a whole lot from this position, they're just expecting there's got to be players down there holding us off. If only they knew. Now they spot him at a distance. Maybe this is going to be the call then for FaZe to try and see if they can get even further west. And the circle has come towards them once more. As you can see, they're just outside that southern tip of it.
I mean, the biggest thing that Gen G's positioning down here with Tosi has done is forced Na'Vi to pull back into their compound and not third party all of this. So that is that's one big influence that's being had here. Is now Falcons starting to look back down the hill and up to the north at 4 a.m.
I mean, and again, for the Gen G, I mean, their spatial awareness in this game is incredible. Being able to commit the 3 up here, Tosi should go, they're not pushing me. Just, guys, stay up there. We need the space for as long as we can here. 4 a.m. trying to make a Hail Mary sent through the middle. Not working out for them. Lou finds one, but xwudd the other. xwudd does have a bit of a response here, but we'll see now. They can make more happen as 17 now gets enabled in this one, too.
Okay, Example should be able to get the heal off and maybe get the res off as well. As you can see, Lou is just kind of in no man's land, and 17 knows that they are cracking down on him, and they will finish him off. And Falcons will take down Vard as well. So Falcons doing them a lot from that high ground. They're kind of taking multiple fights, kind of keeping FaZe at bay while also looking downhill and trying to collect more points. But Strimzy will get spotted out by Fex.
Reaction play, Fex and Gustav spotting him at the exact same time as Kick now. Throws a flash, he's going to peek with it. I'll try to buy himself some more time to back off. I think that's what he's doing. One more flash thrown. Is there a peek to follow? Nope, he just wants to see if he can get Strimzy to safety. Yep, throw a couple more flashes, keep him blind so you can get your teammate on your back and run to safety. Smart play, great use of utility there to throw some defensive flashbangs to get your teammate safe.
While all this is going on, Na'Vi still just hunkering down, not coming out and getting involved in any of this, which feels very, very cautious on the part of a team that's known for its fragging ability, but we'll see if it plays off for him in the end. Meanwhile, 17 taking fights with just about everybody down here. They're going to take down Twisted, and they've knocked down one of Gen G as Bean will go down to his own grenade. Fex is now the last player left alive for FaZe as Gustav has been spotted.
Yeah, I think, to answer your Na'Vi question, there's just too many unknowns right now. There's fights taking place. Literally every single tree has a player sat behind it here trying to get enemies taken down. Gen G trying to do more with it as Park Bro. Again, these solo players from Baco Palm not only able to stay alive in the games, but able to get some points with it too. Gets the flush and flame as well.
All right, so Orca and Tosi still alive for Gen G. They do lose Bean. 17 still in it, although it is just down to xwudd. See xwudd looking over in that direction. The grenade's going to fall just a little bit short. But Gen G, I mean, they're leaving Orca to control the north side, and Tosi's going down to the south. That's how Gen G's feeling right now. They're just going to go over there and try to get as many kills as they can.
As confident as can be, but losing players and trying to do so. Falcons able to wipe out FaZe in the southeast as well. Leaves them with 13 kills and a chance now to get that 4th player back on his feet too. Na'Vi, again, I mean, they've said we're giving up potential kills for a guaranteed endgame, and, well, the guaranteed endgame is here. And now that they're on the southern edge of the circle, you'd have to imagine that the boys in yellow are going to try and flex out of that building.
It's about time. xwudd Still keeping Orca pinned up against the tree. Orca will stop and hit that box. See if he can pick up a little bit more utility. Park Pro hiding in the smokes as well. This is pretty much a 3v1v1 down here, as nobody from the uphill is really looking over, as Park Pro will go down to a nice grenade from Orca. And now 𝘽𝙊𝙊 still has his tree to hide behind for now. Na'Vi still starting to leave their compound, starting to look off to the west. They're very nervous about Gen G, it seems like. They don't know what exactly is going on off to their west.
Because they played the compound, because they were set up here for as long as they were, they haven't had a chance to look down. And I think right now, I mean, you're just respect the snakes, respect the fact that there could be a guy with a nade waiting literally everywhere right now. So when and how you flex out, you're waiting for the perfect opportunity. I think they're hoping to see Falcons get engaged. They know that's the team with most players alive right now. If they get a player knocked, if Na'Vi gets any excuse to push out right side and take a fight to them, I think that'd be good.
Just no intel to work with. 𝘽𝙊𝙊 will have to pull away from his tree. The push comes through, and Orca will get his 4th kill, the 7th kill now for Gen G. They are down to just 2, but they are being aggressive, and now Na'Vi, they have an idea where Falcons are. They've got lots of utility, and they'll send 2 grenades. They're going to find the double knock instantly. Kickstart down by the tree. Will try to find a flanking angle. xwudd, actually, Orca going to get the knock on the Hackatory with the bolty once again, coming in huge for Gen G, and Gen G is stealing these kills out of the mouths of Na'Vi, and it steals away. There you go. Falcons gets cleaned up by Na'Vi, and now it's a 3v2 versus Gen G.
And this is exactly what Na'Vi needed. They needed reassurance that they could take this fight. They needed to know, great, we just heard those shots. They're way on the other side of the circle. No way for Gen G to engage in this if we're fast enough in executing our play against the Falcons. Great timing for Na'Vi, the utility positioning, and the following push. And then for Extens, last freaking bullet to get the down on the final Falcons player.
One thing, though, if you're Na'Vi, you've got to get the win.
Oh, yes.
For this to all be worth it, you need those 10 points. Only 4 kills in the bag so far, and now you're without your biggest fragger in Hackatory, but the rest of these boys are very, very capable in their own right. Extends as that high ground, and you see xwudd trying to use the smokes to put himself in a better position, but look at this. Tosi just has angles on Ferris, knows exactly where he is, but good shots will force him back behind the tree.
They know where they have all of them right now. Orca, though, nice little flank around him. Might have spoken too soon. 4x spray finds xwudd. Just like that, it's a 2v2. The remaining 2 Na'Vi players have to come off the high ground. Extens is in a car, wrapping towards that western side. They wanted to take the fight to Tosi, but he sat with an M249 in hand, ready and waiting for him. Finds it with the M249. Just one player left alive up on the hilltop.
Na'Vi getting absolutely picked apart by Gen G, and it's all down to 1, and he's gonna go down to Tosi. Gen G pulling off the miracle win to end day number 1.
Incredible finish from them. Not just this fight, but run back the last 10, 12 minutes of this game. Again, their spatial awareness, their ability to maintain control, and perfectly time their third-party executes. What an incredible game from Gen G.
Na'Vi sitting there wondering what could have been. They had great position, great holding. They had 4 up until the very end, and they completely dismantled Falcons on a wonderful push. But in the end, Gen G, they've stuck to the script. They know the game that they want to play, and they're going to keep playing it until it's successful. Well, they find success here in the final game of day number 1. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break everything down and set us up for day number 2.
Big recovery from the boys in gold to finish off Erangel as they get themselves the victory on Erangel. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Martin, to talk about everything that is going on. Of course, Gen G takes down Na'Vi in this game at the end.
Yeah, and if it hadn't been for the somewhat of a crazy engagement we saw from Na'Vi on Falcons, lost 2 kills, but that the push that they did took away time from them to take space, right? If they said, okay, we're not going to take on Falcons, we're just going to take the west side, they probably would, like, there's a chance they wouldn't have won against Falcons either, but still, Gen G to step it up like this here, I like the closeout. If they hadn't won this game, I probably wouldn't have much to say about them for today.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I will say that was the most beautiful push I've seen in a very long time by Na'Vi. Those grenades and the follow on them was so perfectly timed.
Yeah.
And I'd argue if Hakatori had lived through it, they probably still could have pulled that one off, with a 4-man spread against the 2. But like you said, I think Gen G was just being incredibly aggressive. They didn't even bother with the repeat. They just held and played really, really well. And then I think you pointed out as well, they got a bunch of those kills stolen as well.
True. Like, if you think about that kind of final scenario with the 3v2, I get why Sosad wants to go up to that tree and hold more of a position inside the circle. But I think of Martin, without the other two presenting a bit more of a threat on maybe a further west side, I can't really exactly remember which angle they were coming in. They had to be doing something.
The problem is you have to do it together on the same angles, right? You go 3 versus 2 on the same angles as on the same guy. So you close out that tree by just putting a triangle basically on him, right? He wouldn't be able to go back behind the tree, but at that point here. Or you do anything together as a 3 versus 2, right? Anything together, and you commit to that.
Alone, easily exploitable, and that's exactly what we saw capitalize on from Gen G. So really good crisis management from them, despite having the lower numbers on the board. So this is really important for Gen G, because they did not have a good time so far throughout the day. Toffee's an important one on the board. We were highlighting them and Full Sense at the beginning of the day, and now they really got anything going until just now.
Yeah, they're starting to make that push up. I mean, clearly they made some changes at the start of the year. They went, got Orca and Flame from Pentagram, or as we like to say, PKL Purgatory, and found these sort of talent, moved them up into the big leagues.
Yeah.
And they're finding their feet. They're having these big moments. Yeah, it's been a little bit slow, but so far, I think even at EWC, that's what Gen G did that impressed me, is they would have these one big game a day where they sort of were set up and they would make a big move.
All right, well, time to head over to the main stage here as we have Lisa ready for a few interviews with our brilliant players from the day.
Welcome to the post-match interview. I am Lisa, and I'm first having Petulance from Twisted Mind. So hello again. Back into the stage, back into the interview. You are currently on top, the first on the leaderboard, and is likely to get your 4th PGA trophy and 5th global trophy. You know, to be honest, Twisted Mind is always one of, or I would say, the most consistent team in PUBG Esports. And discuss with us, like, what is the secret between this kind of consistency in PUBG Esports?
Hard work.
Hard work? That's all? Yeah.
Basically, yes.
Yes, of course, hard work matters a lot. And also, we can see that the leaderboard is quite tight for now. You know, a lot of teams are chasing for you. So for the next coming 2 final days stage, so what are you expecting to play in your playstyle? Like, are you going to play more safe to keep on top, or going to be playing more aggressive to hunt for more points?
I would say, like, we're just gonna do whatever feels the more efficient and like useful in specific games. So basically, that's our play style. Being adaptive depends on the circle, depends on what other teams doing. That's all.
All right, depends on all the matches in all the different games in circle. So finally, like, any words to say for this possibly coming 1st trophy, if it's gonna happen? Like, anything you wanna say specially for this?
I just want to say good luck to all the teams for taking part in this event. And Falcons not going to win this tournament. That's all.
What did I hear? All right. So maybe we will see, like, if the Twisted era will keep going. All right. We will leave the suspense to the last day. All right. Thank you so much, Petulance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're having 𝘽𝙊𝙊 from 4AM. Welcome to the stage. Welcome, 𝘽𝙊𝙊. Long time no see. Long time no see. And I would say that actually it has been a long time since I've seen you on international stage. So back to international stage, playing the international tournament on lane. What are you feeling right now? And did you feel any like differences, like since you played PGS2 last time? 那其实大家也知道，很久没有见到𝘽𝙊𝙊出现在国际赛场上了。那这一次自 PGS2来，又一次回到线下的国际赛场，感觉怎么样？有没有什么区别？
没什么区别，很开心吧，能回到这个赛场。
Not too much differences. I'm just very happy to be back on the international stage. All right, so let's see your leaderboard. Let's see your score. You are ranked 24th and the first day, and 16th ended up for the group stage, and now you are ranking the 4th in the final stage for the first day. That is a really roller coaster. Just what caused all of these ups and downs? 那我们可以看到第一天啊，其实打完是24名啊，那小组赛打完是16名。那今天我们决赛第一天打完，已经来到了第4名。说实话，有一点点过山车的感觉了。那这背后是什么原因导致会有这么大的一个起伏呢？
因为我们这个阵容是第一次打那个线下国际赛嘛，然后第一天有点不太适应，然后第2天我们休息了1天，然后调整了一下自己的状态，然后也积极复盘嘛，然后就稳扎稳打。
So actually for all of our roster is actually a new team for international stage. So for the first day, we, to be honest, didn't really adapt to how the international stage, to how the international matches work. But after first day, we have a good rest and do some like replays and to find the mistakes and try to make everything stable. And here we come at the 4th place. All right, thank you, 小鹿，谢谢小鹿啊。
谢谢。
那先留一下。好，那其实 sorry, so for today actually leaves a lot of suspenses for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So I just can't wait to see. But before that, I'll hand it over back to the analyst to get us more details into the final leaderboard. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Of course, yes, some great interviews here. And also, what's important about that? Fighting words from Batulins. Let's take a look at these kind of results coming in from this previous game. But this isn't actually one I want to focus on, because Batulins said Falcons is not winning this tournament. What do you think about that?
Looks like second place on that game to me.
Oh,
looks like Falcons may not agree with that position, but I love that we're already starting the story. That this is going all the way to PGC, baby. These guys are going to go back and forth as they battle this out.
They've all been denied 3 times this year so far.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yes.
As we see, Gen G being able to close this one out, mostly off the shoulders of Orca here. 6 kills.
Yeah.
Good to see from them for Gen G. But for me, as I said earlier, like, if it hadn't been for this game here, I would not have much to say about Gen G so far today.
It would have honestly been a bit of a disaster day, especially after what we saw from them in the group stage. Man of the match, though, will be Orca, as he gets himself 700 damage and 6 kills done in this game. A real decent redemption from them at the end of the day.
And big from a player whose entire team history was a small tour with Pentagram and a team called From. And that was it. He is relatively new to this upper-level competitive scene, not a lot of LAN experience, and that was a moment where he had to clutch up points. And so that's what I like about Gen G, is they're building a roster that in time I think can become great.
Well, of course, as we take a look across everything from this match,
it's,
yeah, I mean, was that when they rocked up on that situation in that compound where there was like 10 teams?
Yes, that compound was absolutely bananas. And yeah, I remember xwudd was throwing Panzerfaust grenades. There was a wild BRDM that visited and then left. That fight was probably my favorite part of the match.
That was bonkers.
It was. That's why it was my favorite.
That's the only way to describe that. I don't know what was going on. But anyway, we have got ourselves, of course, Twisted Minds topping out the charts. Wow. Falcons not far behind, though, all things considered, Avenger.
Yeah, big things here. 4AM also having a huge amount of survival time today. They've been able to really survive for a long time, but still, Falcons FaZe in there too, and with the 22 points going Gen G's way here, they're going to be jumping into the mid-pack, but the start today, definitely. It's been Falcons, it's been Twisted Minds, and it's been FaZe Clan.
I mean, those two teams, Twisted Minds and Falcons, have, of course, set themselves apart. As you say, FaZe Clan kind of nipping at the heels of them here, again, and I think it's very impressive to be able to... Is that mic on already? What's going on?
That mic's on.
Well, we'll check it out in a little minute here whilst we finish up the match leaderboards. It will be number 1, Twisted Minds, 69 points. However, right behind them, hint, hint, is Team Falcons.
Ooh.
Hint, hint. I'm trying my best here, guys.
Hatred, get over here.
Come on in. Come here, Hatred. Okay. Well, hello, Hatred. How are you?
Good, hello.
Okay, yes, we may or may not have heard you prior, just before.
Job ain't done.
Yeah, apparently not. Job ain't done. I want to get your take, because we just heard from Batulins, whilst we take a look at the matches, we just heard, he says, Falcons is not winning this tournament. What is your response, H-Win?
Hey, job ain't finished. I guess we'll have to prove ourselves if we want it.
Batulins came over to hear the response.
Yep. Yeah, Batulins, are you now part of Falcons? What's going on? You just said they weren't going to win.
This is my moment.
You're inside the cage, not him.
All right, okay. So apparently, job ain't done according to xwudd. Seems like a fight here for the rest of them. Any final words from day one? Obviously, it was a great day for you guys. Just, they beat you by, what, 2 points or something?
Yeah, I mean, these FPP games are very fun to play. I'm having a great time playing these FPP games, and shout out my coach Gunner. I don't think we'd be here without him.
There you go. Any final questions?
Because he drove the car.
He was driving the car? All right, okay, fair play. All right, well, thank you very much. I'm getting you off here before you get everybody in trouble. All right, thank you very much for joining us, xwudd. This was interesting.
I didn't expect the entire peanut gallery to show up at the same time.
I
That was
didn't
fun.
either.
It's,
And also
it's always great. Everyone's kind of, they're seeing, there's guys in the cage and they're just assembling outside.
Here's my takeaway from that, though.
Okay.
What I love is we just have Batulin talk some serious smack. We saw some return smack from Falcons. What I love about PUBG is what we saw behind us, the relationship of these players, the fact that they're poking fun at each other, but they travel the world together and love doing it is my favorite part of Battle Royale.
Yeah, to peel back the curtain a little bit, you actually at home don't get to see the camaraderie amongst a lot of the teams.
Yeah.
Enough. I would love to be able to show you more of that.
That's true.
We just don't have enough time in the day a lot of the times here at Venture.
It's true. I mean, it's always awesome that you see these guys, they're like seeing each other for the first time, they're hugging, like, good to see you guys and everything. But once we get into the game, everything like is just turned off, like, okay, we're gonna frag you guys out. And they love it even more when they're killing players that they have a close relationship with. They're hunting each other down, nading, everything. It's always good. And especially when we get that, they start yelling at each other. That's my favorite part. When they kill each other in game, and then they start yelling and they're like, oh, you suck, it's our car.
And not shy of letting you know their opinion as well. They've grown, these players. They are definitely feisty and ready to go into that next 2 days of PGS9. Well, gentlemen, that pretty much does things. Of course, a huge thank you to Crafton as well as Hero for making everything happen here for PGS9. Behind us, a beautiful stage making this tournament occur as it does currently. And also, we have op.gg as well. You can check out all the stats that have been going down so far from PGS9 to see exactly how all of these players have been fragging on out. Because Twisted Minds and Falcons, they're setting up for a big run here, Toffees.
I mean, that is the story for tomorrow. Who can stop the Giants? Right now, we've got this 1-2 punch that seems unbreakable. Someone's got to go home. Someone's got to watch the tape, and someone's got to figure out how to stop them. Or it might be a very, very foregone conclusion at the end of tomorrow.
I'm excited for it, Martin. There is a glimmer there as well for a lot of these other teams. Still 12 games to go. FaZe is truly back online.
And tons of PGS points off everyone else. Sure, it's going to be exciting with Falcons and Twisted fight for it, but 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place still get tons of points, and that is important points for everyone too.
We'll try and bait some more fighting words out of our teams in the next 2 days. But that does it for day number 1 of our grand final here for PGS9 tomorrow. We are back, same time, same place. We have got 12 more games here throughout our next 2 days. See you then.
나이스! 얘들아 따라와라. 해주셔라. 야 구도 존나 잘 익었다. 몇 점이야? 게임 다 익었다.